are you feeling getting this close to your first Aegis?
I'm feeling amazing. What else can I do? So can I say? I mean, like it was TI Finals. First time. I hope my team will carry me.
你身边的话有3位 TI 冠军跟你们一起去并肩作战，然后现在你们也将要一起去面对你们自己的第一次 TI， 你有什么想说的吗？入，我现在说实话有些不知所措，但我只希望我的队友能在最后的决赛 carry 我。
Nami, talking about first TIs, this is your first one. You've had an incredible performance, and I gotta say, I think the crowd loves you.
现场的观众朋友们
Do you have anything to say to them?
Thank you all for support, guys. I love it. More tribune. More this, guys.
感谢现场所有的观众，我爱你们！我希望你们能更多的来支持我们的比赛。
All right, now going into this tournament, a lot of people have known that Vision is the team to beat, but they seem invincible. They have beaten you guys before, but after that series, it looks like you are a different team. Are you ready to take Vision down?
你们之前跟 Vision 交手过很多次，但是在刚刚取得胜利的系列赛里面，你们看起来已经准备就绪了。你们准备好战胜 Vision 了吗
Yes.
Of course.
Of course! Let's go!
观众朋友们，我们再一次把掌声送给我们 Team Spirit 的 Ru Not Me， 把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
I love seeing both of them on that stage. The two remaining players of Team Spirit without a ring on their hands, and they have the chance to do it later today against Team Vision. Team Spirit, ever since they got knocked to the lower bracket by Team Vision, they're like, no. Let's do that again. And they were brutal in their road. We heard Miposhka there at the end, Rhea. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm totally happy with this draft. Of course we're gonna win. Totally sure. There was no doubt whatsoever.
It felt again like they just have so much ease of execution on their lineup. It's so simple how these two supports can play with each other around the map and move. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we gotta talk about Yatoro at some point, but holy shit, he overperformed.
I mean, not only that, let's not forget that Not Me, how many Tier 1s event has he played this season in his career?
5. This is his 5th.
Correct. You count it on a single hand.
Single hand.
This is his 5th Tier 1 event of his life. And then, yes, he's making it to the grand finals. I mean, Team Spirit, they are absolutely exceptional right now. They are in form. They are going to be an absolute amazing competitor against Vision, who also are in incredible form. This is going to be an amazing grand finals. I mean, we are honestly just blessed, right? Because last year we had Falcons XG, a 3-2 grand finals. Now we have like Yatoro versus Satanic, Vision versus Spirit. It's like back-to-back, just amazing grand finals. So, whew.
Yeah, this is also very, very special because normally the youngest players in a team, they're usually the mid laners or the carry players, you know, but in this team, for instance, in Rule, Not Me, they are the most inexperienced players, they are the newcomers, and they are the ones that the core players are praising. We're winning our games because the support players are amazing, they're setting up a lot of kills for us, and I think this has changed so much over the course of history of Dota.
Oh, look at Yatoro. Oh, Collapse's face. He knows it. Team Spirit has a 100% win rate in grand finals of the international, so he is feeling it. Absolutely played a great centaur this game, of course, as well. But I think this game around, Rhea, you were on point. If you're going to talk about any MVP, it's got to be Yatoro.
I can't believe it. He was so active. I think last game, I felt like he had such a good lead that he just pushed that advantage. This game, he just makes his own advantage even more.
It was very good. It was fairly one-sided. And on the other side of Team Spirit, it was Yandex that fell here. And for the final words, we're heading over to Saxa.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Saxa from Team Yandex. Saxa, commiserations. We're sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. I know you're disappointed, but you guys have had a fantastic season. 3 first places, lots of second, thirds, and fourths. You've made it to the 3rd place finish here in TI. How happy are you overall with how your team has done this season?
战队整个赛季 成绩非常惊人，3个冠军，无数个亚军、季军，然后 TI 拿到了第3名。你个人对于整个赛季的成绩满不满意？
I think this season has been good for us. We've had a lot of good results. It's a very young team, and for a lot of the guys, it was a first time winning. So with the results, we're happy. Obviously, a bit sad now, but top 3 at TI is not a bad result by any means. And yeah, overall, I'm not like too unhappy with the season.
整体来说，我对于整个赛季的成绩还是挺满意的。我们是一支很年轻的队伍，也有很多人是第一次拿到比赛的冠军。我们还是会继续努力。然后我对于 TI 第3名这个成绩也是相当满意。
So, you're a veteran player. You've been here and done that, a regular on the TI stage. The group stage here for Yandex wasn't the best. What did you say to the players to give them a boost and get them to this 3rd place?
作为一名老将，其实队伍在小组赛表现不是特别的亮眼。在小组赛之后，有没有跟队员说一些打气的话？
Something I always say to my teams at TI is like, you can always expect other teams to play bad, and this is like a tournament in the season where many people are gonna play much worse. So that also brings me comfort to know that others are just gonna play worse. So I just told them, as long as we focus on our game, we just play our Dota, like we'll be fine.
我其实经常跟他们说，在 TI 表现差或者表现不好的话很正常，但是只要继续坚持自己打自己的 Dota， 我们就会打得更好。
Well, Saxa, we're sorry to see you guys go here, and you've got a lot of support in the arena and around the whole Dota community. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting you guys all season?
最后有没有任何想跟现场的粉丝或者在家里观看的观众说的话？
I just want to thanks to everybody supporting us. It brings us a lot of energy, and we feel motivated to do so. Also, I want to say thanks to the crowd here. I think it has been amazing. Honestly, it has exceeded my expectations, and honestly, I hope we get another TI here or many more tournaments. So yeah, thank you.
非常感谢大家对我们的支持，你是我们的动力，然后也特别感谢在现场的所有观众，你们的欢呼声让我们感到超乎预期。我们也希望如果有机会 ，TI 能再次在这里举办。
Saxa getting a lot of crowd cheers there with his final words as he exits the international. Hits 8th international here at 3rd place. If he wants to get 3 rings on his fingers, he's got to play a couple more years here, which is a treat for us. But some final words on Yandex. They are one of the most successful teams winter of the season. Saxa says it, top 3 is not bad at all.
Yeah, and I also got the opportunity to follow them. I was doing a lot of coverage for their games back in December last year when they first started out. I think it was problems. They had problems, and Saxa came in after that, and I could see them growing as a team, how much they've improved. And even during the initial stages, I saw a lot of potential in the team. I felt like given a little bit more time, they could really grow into a very, very strong team. And it didn't really take them long. It took them, I think, 1 month or 2 months to show everyone what they could do as a team.
Yeah, and I know, Rhea, they really wanted to get all tournaments under their belt.
Yeah, back in Blast, Watson told us that he was hoping to get 1 win from each organizer. You know, they won a Blast, they won a Wallachia, they won a Dream League. So they really are just doing the circuit. Obviously, they had their chance for the Aegis, which is the most coveted of all, but they weren't quite able to get it. Maybe next year. I don't think he intended for it to be all this year, but the fact that they nearly did such a thing was pretty damn good, yeah. It's crazy that their opponent Spirit had 0 comparison this season.
It has been crazy. It's all about peaking at the right time. And to be honest, Yandex did have a very good year, and maybe this game number 2 wasn't as good as they wanted it to be, but there were definitely some highlights for them. For example, Shiro Jr. in that mid lane. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him. Actually, we're going to see a lot more of him right now as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Shiro won his mid lane in both matches of this series, which made their Spirits win even more impressive. But I want you to just watch how dominant he is against Laurel. He played against the Pango both games. Both games he had their number. He was getting a consistent amount of last hits, tons of harass and denies. And what he's been doing very well is he's generally spending his mana to harass, and Laurel is being forced to use his spells simply to get last hits. And when you have that kind of a inequality, the mana that Shearer Jr. gains and the money that he gains from the last hits ends up making a really big difference. In fact, he zones him so much. At this point, he's got 21 last hits, 12 denies versus the 8 last hits of Laurel. He zones him from the lane. He's forced to go heal. And watch how he plays around him coming back into the lane. This kind of dominance is crazy against top players, by the way. He grabs the first water rune, and he actually leaves the bottom one there to tempt Laurel into wanting to take it. And now he's playing this game where, is he going to use his spells, and is he going to be able to catch Laurel? They do a little bit of a dancing move there at the same time, which is very cool. But Laurel knows he can't go this way and back without getting killed, so he has to still play the left side. Now he finally thinks, this is my chance. I can get that way. But Shearer Jr. with that blast is on top of him, prevents him from getting that. And as a result of protecting this water rune, now Shearer Jr. gets to go get it when his resources are low. So he's basically using it as a bait, but also a way to get himself forward. So that was amazing by him. But the downside was what happens after it. How does Spirit react to this great early game by them? Yandex, he TPs to the off lane. He's looking for a Snapfire ultimate on somebody, but they anticipate this. They just don't give him the opportunity. So this teleport ends up being a complete waste by him. And it kind of continues in this way as well. Laurel is going to eventually get enough levels to naturally kill creep waves. He uses his spells on the waves, they die, and he can leave. So he doesn't care anymore that he's behind. And watch how he uses his ultimate here. He actually turns a kill out of his level 6, whereas Shearer Jr. didn't get his earlier. And he teleports this time a second time. So this amazing early game that Shearer Jr. got didn't turn into anything super substantial despite getting Laurel behind. So this is the main reason that Team Spirit was able to get ahead in this game despite losing their lanes. They just didn't care about it because they knew they were going to play well.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, the movements of Team Spirit, we keep bringing it up time and time again because they are just superb. But we had a couple movements, of course, also from Team Yandex, and one of them was when Shearer Jr. had his Blink Dagger, Rhea.
Yeah, I think what Purge just brought up was fantastic. The fact that Team Spirit anticipated the level 6 timing from the Snapfire and avoided it, it's very consistent throughout this game. So Yandex smoke up when they get the blink from Snapfire and they move to bot lane. However, even in that moment, Team Spirit are aware of this move and they have Lal positioned on the one high ground, and then they have their supports positioned on the other entrance to their jungle to try and break this smoke and make it so that they cannot get the opportunity they need for a kill. Weirdly enough, it actually goes much better than it should have. Shearer Jr. Blinks in, which maybe surprises them. Rue misses his bushwhack, and as a result he dies and they get a couple kills. So this was a nice move in the end for Yandex, but the fact that Team Spirit was still so prepared for it, I think, is kind of more of the point of why they were playing so well this game.
Yeah, you can just see that Spirit just is very calm. They know what they're going to do. Like, the drafts are very simple, so then the players can focus on all the minutiae in the game, where it's like they're not having to overthink things. And sure, the fight might not go their way in the end, but everything that Spirit did in both of these games, it just was like a complete team diff, and unfortunately in the lower bracket.
Yeah, maybe also a little bit of a carry diff as well, as we are gonna look at something Winter wanted to see again, and maybe again.
Yeah, just one of the few moments of the Yatoro show here. I think he had like a really good game. There was this one moment where his game was so good. He was farming again. He was farming the enemy triangle. He's trying to farm the enemy ancients, and Watson's like, I'm gonna TP there, But guess what? Yatoro's already there first, And thank you very much for that bonus kill.
Yeah, it was really cool because there was a fight happening on the bottom side where his team was dying. So he was like, I'll stay in the triangle a little bit longer because maybe they'll retreat up into the triangle. Then he gets the kills, and then of course, Lau. I think the main thing as well is like Yatoro's popping off, but Lau has been so aggressive in both of these games. Sure, his laning into difficult matchups has been maybe not going his way. The Ember, the Mirana in game 1, this time around playing into the Snapfire. But his bounce back, his ability to open up the game, to match Yatoro's energy, Lau was just everywhere in this game on the Pangolier. And then, yeah, they were just diving and not giving a hoot about any
this
towers.
game is a perfect example of why right now laning phase is not as important, and you see teams like Boom Boys, they really prioritize the laning phase. They did really well, but still, like when it came down to the best teams, the absolute best teams, it's just not really a way of winning the game. I think ensuring that you have draft integrity, ensuring that you have a way to play the mid game. It's okay to lose the lane, even though they lost the lane this badly on the Pango.
The main question I think a lot of people will be asking themselves is if this type of laning stage happens against Vision.
I mean, I feel like this is going to be very back and forth, of course, in the grand finals. Like, these two teams, they've already, they 2-1 earlier in the tournament. Like, this is not going to be a shutout where it's a 3-0. It feels like it's meant to be a lot harder. I think Spirit are going to have to put up a better fight. The drafts aren't going to be as easy. I do feel like Yandex dropped the ball quite heavily in the drafts today, unfortunately not putting up the fight. So, yeah, it's just only going to get harder for Spirit now.
Yeah, Team Vision will be the ultimate boss for Team Spirit, or the other way around, because did you really win a TI without beating Team Spirit in the grand finals? I don't know about that, Ray. I think this is a very poetic end.
I think it is a very beautiful end. Like you said earlier, Team Spirit haven't lost a grand finals that they've played in yet. This could be the first time. I do think we will definitely get more than a 3-0 with how these games have been going. I think the crowd is so in love with Spirit and how Vision have been playing. I think the environment, the mood, the vibe is going to be way up to the ceiling. I genuinely don't think we could have asked for a better grand final right now.
Yeah, the student Satanic meets the master Yatoro.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hell of a show.
But also the two old-timers, right? The two legacy POS 5 players, Puppy and Maposhka, transitioning to coaching. And now it's like, who is the better new coach on the block?
I was going to say for both, it's their first time in the coaching slot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of crazy to think that, I mean, when you have such a big career, it's quite easy to just, to take a little sidestep to coaching. But I just like how happy Maposhka looks on stage. He's like, when he leaves a draft, like, he knows, like, I've done my job. I don't have to play the game now. Yay. And then, of course, Puppy, like, he's just there, just enjoying inventing some stuff. Like, hey, go try this. It doesn't work in game 2. Yeah, it's fine. We'll win game 3, you know?
Me and my pawns will try this
exactly. It's such a different style of coaching between the two of them, but the drafting is going to be just on another level.
It will be on another level. You mentioned there's a 3-time hopefuls in our grand finals here today as well, which is, I think, crazy. You know what makes it crazier? Yatoro and Collapse. Yatoro, for example, Winter. Now, don't worry. You're not old, but Yatoro is 23, and he's playing for his 3rd ring.
You're making me feel old. I mean, it's amazing. He is one of the best offlaners of our time, and he is so good. The flexibility he has.
The carry.
Okay, the carry. Yeah, I mean, Yatoro is, I think the same can be said for Yatoro and Collapse. They're both very flexible in how they can play for a team. They can be greedy, they can be a team player, they can be the sacrificial lamb. I think this is what makes it so easy, we're talking about the draft. Why is it easy to draft, for these teams? Because your players are flexible. Because sometimes you can say, their draft sucks, their draft is not so good. But you can only work with what you have. But if what you have is everything, then it's easy to draft.
I mean, they're actually doing a great service to Dota.
Do they?
Yeah, because if they are to win, right, and they have 3 Aegises, imagine being a new player. It's like, I got to win 4 TIs now. You can't just stop after 1. Like, when you think about the new kids on the block, like here, of course, in the grand finals, right? Spirit, they are fighting for 3-time and 2-time. Saxa, not anymore because he's just been eliminated. All of Vision are fighting for their first Aegis. But just think about it. If Vision are to win this TI finals, they've got to go play another one and another one. So it's like, we have so many more TIs ahead of us to get so many more Aegises and rings.
You gotta have your whole hand covered.
Yeah,
surely.
Minimum. As many tier 1 events as not me.
No, it is going to be an epic grand finals. Best of 5 is always different, and especially for coaches, especially for new coaches. And yes, I know they've drafted and they've been in best of 5s many times before. It's still a different beast that you don't get to practice that often, especially not on the main stage of the international. And it will be a spectacle, absolutely. And I think I want to also, we highlight a lot in Team Spirit because we did just see them win, and they do have that momentum. But I want to focus a little bit on Vision here too, Rhea, because we got in the mid lane no one. If we're talking about young players that have many rings, we got to talk about the old timers that don't have any and are still here as a core role fighting in that mid lane.
Yeah, it feels offensive to call him old when we are all older than him.
He is 28.
He's 28. Oh my god. But yes, no one is has been around for a very long time. I think us old timers know him best from his stint on Virtus Pro. I mean, this guy was so damn dominant. If you haven't seen him, like, he went from being like the best player in the world to just a complete drop off of like, you know, he's taking a break, he's no longer competing for a bit, and then he starts this ascent again to becoming once more top of the world. It's unbelievable to go from such a height to nothing and then back to the height again. I don't think anyone else has achieved that level in Dota ever. Yeah. It's crazy. If he gets this TI, I think it is the perfect crowning achievement of what he has accomplished here.
I mean, what's even more impressive is he did it on the mid lane. Yeah. Usually the mid laners, they just get younger. They don't get older, they get younger.
I mean, but also for Vision as well, so you have no one who is just incredible for the Dota community in what he's done for mid lane, but then like you have like 9class, who, you know, a year ago or 2 years ago, he was a completely different style of POS 4. He had to reinvent himself, he had to kind of reshape his play style, so it's like a newer kid on the block, and then you have Satanic as well. Like, I don't know, the whole idea of this team succeeding, it's like you got Satanic who's going to potentially beat out your Toro and get his Aegis, where when he was unfortunately kind of crumbling under the pressure of the previous TIs, like it didn't really work his way. Like Vision has so many different storylines that also are so beautiful if they are to succeed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories going into this best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for all your thoughts on the lower bracket finals that we have completed. Team Spirit, they are the ones that will go up against Team Vision. Now they do get a bit of a break. Don't worry, we're not going to make them play straight away, even though, you know, from the way they were playing, they probably could have done it. You know, they only played 2 games and it was pretty convincing, but they need some time to prepare against Team Vision, who's been waiting in the wings, watching the series unfold, and I'm sure that they have their own plans as well, but they can rest a little bit longer, because before we get to the grand finals, we're going to have a spectacle of our own on the stage. We are going to have the cosplay competition coming your way. We're going to have judges involved, of course, but the main person you're going to see right now, let's head over to Dove.
欢迎回到2026 Dota 2国际邀请赛的现场。Welcome back to the International 2026。接下来，我们要把舞台交给一群把 Dota 世界带入到现实生活当中的人。Up next, we're turning the stage over to the people who bring the world of Dota into life. 接下来我们将要进行的是 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛，他们是由赛睿和完美世界电竞主办的 TI 2026 Cosplay Competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World Esports。站在我身边的是我们本次大赛的评委们，让他们来跟大家介绍一下自己吧。Standing next to me are our judges. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Reeps.
Reeps, what did you do?
I've been making Dota cosplays for 11 years now. I'm currently holding the title of Best in Show of the International, which I won last year in Hamburg.
Ooh.
But I'm ready to pass it on.
在我身边第一位评委是 Reeps， 他有11年的 cosplay 经验，并且他夺得了去年 TI 14的最佳大奖。有请我们第2位评委。
大家好，我是林景，我是奇想天外的艺术总监，也是一名戏剧导演、配音导演、配音演员。同时呢，我也是 China Joy 超级联赛总决赛以及 WCS 中国总决赛的多届的评委。很高兴来到这里，谢谢。
Wow, Lin Jing, he is a voice director, voice actor. He's also China Joy Cosplay Grand Final Judge, World Cosplay Summit China Final. Welcome our next judge.
大家好，我是瑞，就是瑞。我是一名做了5年 Dota 新手教学的视频创作者，立志于让没有接触过 Dota 的玩家感受到 Dota 的魅力。
Ray, he is 5 years Dota 2 content creator. He made a lot of videos for people who just new to Dota world. 现场的观众非常的热情啊！那各位玩家们，你们准备好见证英雄降临了吗 ？Are you ready to see your favorite heroes come to life？ 好的，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛正式开始。 接下来，让我们来看一下我们的第一个作品。Let's go to the number 1。哇，第一个作品呢就非常的精美了。那它是小松鼠，让我们来有请我们的评委来为我们介绍一下这个作品吧。
野三卡的这套 cosplay 呢，还原了小松鼠独特的造型，它的十字弩通过3D 打印、组装、加工以及手工上色，还原了游戏中的武器。而且身后的3条巨大的仿毛尾巴中，使用了内部支撑结构，让尾巴呢能够保持自然的形状与蓬松感。
The first closer is Yensenka bringing us Hoodwink Shadow Leaf Insurgent. Let Lin Jing introduce this work, and he just did. Do you like this one? 现场观众朋友们，你们喜欢这个作品吗？好的，那接下来我们来看一下我们的第2个作品。Let's move to the next cosplayer. 哦，这是一个什么英雄呢 ？Who is this? Please, Ray.
这个是我们的剑圣，这套造型主要使用了3D 打印加上 EVA 泡沫板进行雕刻拼接，最后组装并行竞逐了喷涂上色。
接下来我们看到的这一位 coser 是小狗帽子，他为我们带来的作品是主宰，那也是大家熟悉的剑圣啊。他的这套作品呢是由3D 打印完成的，刚刚我们都已经听到了，可以说是非常的用心了。This modeling is completed by 3D printing combined with EVA form, board for curving and splicing. All right, let's move to the next one. 让我们来看一下3号作品。哦，现场的观众有认出这是谁吗 ？Can you tell who is this?
Here we have Nika Lockhart as Dawnbreaker. This outfit took a whole year to make. She built 28 lights into it, which requires 20 meters of wires that are all hidden underneath the armor. This costume posed a lot of challenges, and Nika overcame them excellently.
这套令人惊叹的服装花费了整整1年的时间，并且搭载了28处灯光，更有20米的电线，巧妙地隐藏在铠甲之下。它就是我们的破晓星辰，星辰使者。接下来，让我们来看一下我们下一位作品。Let's move to the next one.
那家海喵给我们带来的这个作品也是非常精致啊！它这套作品呢，均为手工制作及上色。帽子下的猫咪呢，是由建模打印贴毛制作而成。配饰上的磁吸猫眼用指甲油巧妙地做出了光泽，而翅膀也加入了机械结构，能够灵活扇动。
Can we see more movements from you? 我们可以看到我们这一位显影芳龄的一些其他的动作展示吗？谢谢。All right, what we see right now is Willow, Dark Willow. This work is handmade. The cat under the hat part is made of 3D printing. The wings are added with mechanical structure to allow flexible flapping. 非常的可爱 This is so cute. Let's move to the next one. 有请 Ray.
好的，现在我们看到的是来自于 Maki 的死灵法师套装。这套作品拥有超过1000片蛇灵，Umaki 将细节做到了极致，从材料选择、塑形、纹理制作到做旧、渐变、高光效果，甚至是 LED 灯光，力求将游戏中的角色完美还原到现实之中。而选择这个角色也有特别的意义，Umaki 希望通过它独特的白蛇主题和服装设计，展现 TI 2026东道主的中国特色。
Wow, this is NEC. Wow, I can tell immediately. It's so classic. This work includes over 1,000 real snake scales. The coser Umaki, he tried to make it have more theme of Chinese, so we can see the white snake underneath. 好的，感谢这一位 coser， 让我们移步到下一位。Let's go to the next one.
Here we have Shimbalus as Omni Knight. He completed this whole work in just 45 days. I don't know how. And the surface details of the armors, you see all the faces and figures, are all sculpted by his own hands.
接下来我们看到的这一套是全能骑士哦，这套套装我好像没有怎么见过，真的很漂亮哎，特别是他手中的这个锤子，是不是？那么这个全能骑士呢，他仅仅使用了45天，就独自完成了整套的 cosplay， 展现出了过人的创意与创作能力。Maybe can he swing the hammer? Can you do more movements for us? 可不可以对着我们的镜头展示一下？ Well, I like it. 谢谢。让我们接下来视线移动到下一位 coser. Let's move to the next cosplayer.
这是威人为我们带来的拉比克。那这套作品其实非常繁复，它融合了3D 打印、布料制作以及 EVA 泡沫雕刻，并且加入了 LED 灯光、烟雾效果。 还有旋转机械装置等机关，所有的这些细节完美结合，展现出了这个版本拉比克独特的奇幻、魔法与俏皮气质。
This is Rubik for sure. Look at the steps. 这一个呢，就是我们刚刚看到的拉比克套装了。This cosplay has 3 printing, EVA form carving, and LED lights, smoke effects. Ooh. Oh, I can see it. 现场的观众朋友们，你们能看到它的武器上面的烟雾特效吗？非常的精美啊！ All right, let's move to the next cosplayer.
现在我们看到的是来自 Goldie Moon 的军团指挥官。作为一名艺术家 ，Goldie Moon 运用了多种制作技艺，包括了雕塑，将这套令人惊叹的服装呈现出来。 整套作品历时6个月完成，充分展现了精湛的艺术与制作工艺。
This is Legion Commander. The entire set of works took about 6 months to complete, fully showcasing everything and his idea, the production techniques. 哇，这个军团指挥官感觉也非常的漂亮啊！现场的观众有没有喜欢玩军团指挥官的？ 我知道这个英雄现在不是版本热门，但是它还是非常的漂亮的。Let's move to the next cosplayer.
And here we have Naga Siren by Grafomanka. She places great emphasis on hand coloring, on painting, on texturing her materials, including imitating forged metal textures and delicate color gradients. She has a strong preference for traditional handmade methods, so every component of this outfit is handmade and assembled by her.
娜迦海妖深渊少尉套装 I like how she moves. You can tell this is exactly how the hero moves, right? 我们可以看到她动起来，感觉就像是现实生活当中我们真的看到了娜迦海妖一样。 这套服装呢，非常注重手工上色的细节，包括它所有的金属质感以及细腻的色彩渐变。它非常偏爱传统的手工制作方式，所以整套服装的每一个部件都是由他亲手制作并组装完成的。Amazing work! Let's move to the next one.
我们的第10位 coser 是阿布多瑞乃盖。 她是一位10年 Dota 2女玩家，这是她自制的第10套 Dota 2 cosplay 作品。这套作品的制作时间超过了500小时，总重量15千克，使用了15.8米的 LED 灯带，从图纸制作到硬件开发，全部由她自己完成。
What? Sven, she is a 10-year Dota 2 female player, and this is her 10th self-made Dota 2 cosplay work. The total weight is 15 kilogram and use 15.8 meters of LED light strips. 15 kilogram. All right, that's our last works. 这样我们就全部欣赏了我们10位参赛作品了。 接下来就是我们揭晓奖项的时刻了。不知道在座的观众朋友们，你们的选择是哪些呢？ All right, that's all the 10 cosplayers we've already seen. Which one is your favorite? Let's go. The first one. 那么第一个我们将要揭晓的是评委推荐奖，有请 Ray。
获得评委推荐奖的作品是阿布多瑞乃盖的《斯温刚刃之治》。
Ray Rival the Judges' Choice Award， 恭喜阿布多瑞乃盖 Sven。
该选手高度还原了斯温的刚刃之治，将发光假发、巨型武器与全身灯光系统融为一体，展现出极强的视觉表现力。从建模、打板、制作到硬件开发，全部独立完成，体现了选手卓越的综合制作能力与创新能力。
The reason they gave this award to her because the content has recreated Sven, everything detailed, combining a glowing wig, oversized weapon, and full lighting system to create a highly striking visual impact. Congratulations! 接下来我们来揭晓第2个奖项。哇，现场的观众朋友们，难道你们不喜欢这套斯文套装吗？那么接下来这套是不是你的选择呢？下一个奖项表彰的是一位能够在穿上 cosplay 后彻底化身为角色本身，让人忘记服装背后的真人选手。有请 Reeves 为我们揭晓 The Biggest Transformation Award。
The biggest transformation award of TI 2026 goes to Grafomanka's Naga Siren. Every single scale is cut and painted with precision. The skillful construction of Naga's signature tail. I wish we could see it. Maybe, can we get some turn in there? Or you'll have to wait for pictures. The headpiece is impressive as well. The beautifully executed makeup, all that convinced the judges that Grafomanka deserves the award for the biggest transformation.
它的每一片鳞片都经过了精准的裁剪与上色，那家标志性的尾巴与鱼鳞的制作技巧，再搭配令人印象深刻的头饰和精致的妆容，最终让评委们一致认为它就是当之无愧获得了最佳复刻奖。Yeah, I wish we can see more details about it. It looks so amazing.
It's not easy to move with a tail like this, and I think she had to leave her device that she has for it upstairs in the room, so we'll have to wait for the photos later. But I tell you, it's amazing.
那么我刚刚问他说，我希望我能够看到更多的细节呀。他说，因为穿着这一套装备实在是很难动起来，所以呢，在后面我们会补上更多的图片，请大家关注一下喽。那接下来我们要揭晓的奖项是最佳技术奖，这个奖项是颁给在还原度、制作工艺和创意方面得分突出的选手。有请林景老师。Next award is the Best Technique Award.
获得本届最佳技术奖的是 Goldie Moon 军团指挥官复仇魔刃。
Goldie Moon, the Legion Commander.
那 Goldie Moon 的军团指挥官呢，整体的形象十分还原，比例准确，而且内部结构考究，布料选择也很细心，铠甲的纹理制作也很精致，而且呢，在上色涂装的过程当中呢，不光考虑到了准确，更是加入了对角色的深刻理解，所以最佳技术奖当之无愧。
Careful fabric choices and finely detailed armor texture highlight the work. The painting precise balance, strict accuracy with profound insight into the character. Congratulations! 那么我们已经揭晓了3个奖项，我相信大家都在期待这一刻，那就是我们 TI 2026的年度最佳作品奖。全场只有一个，将会颁给得分最高的选手。We've seen the impressive winners in 3 categories, but there can only be one best in show. This award goes goes to the cosplayer with the highest overall score. Please, Reeves.
The Best in Show of the TI 2026 cosplay competition presented by SteelSeries and Perfect World goes to Shimbalus with Omni Knight.
Congratulations, Shimbalus!
This cosplay unites handcrafted details, impressive construction, and fun electronics. Shin has shown high skill in the application of a wide range of techniques, and he is indeed the best in show of TI 15.
这套 cosplay 将精湛的手工细节、出色的结构制作与趣味十足的电子机关完美的结合 ，Shimbalus 展现运用了多种制作技艺的高超能力，成为了 TI 2026年度最佳作品的不二之选。Yes, we feel you. 好的，再一次恭喜所有的获奖选手，也感谢每一位 cosplayer 为我们带来的精彩作品。Congratulations once again to all of our winners, and huge thank you to every cosplayer. 有人用一针一线让 Dota 的英雄走进现实，而接下来还有另外一群创作者用镜头和故事把他们心中的 Dota 搬上荧幕。We've just seen Dota brought into life through incredible costumes and craftsmanship. Now it's time to see Dota brought to life in a different way through cameras, stories, and imagination of filmmakers. 接下来舞台交给你 ，Take it over, Slacks.
Thank you. For 15 years, the Dota 2 International has acted as a showcase of the finest teams and players from around the world. But that isn't it. No, TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive, and love for this game. Now, for the last 10 years, the Dota 2 short film contest has been another way for fans to celebrate the community and show their love for Dota right here on the main stage. So many talented people have come together to participate in this contest over the last decade. And we thought it might be a little fun to talk to some of the finalists and get a backstage look at what it takes to make it here to the International.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Sai.
My name is Nicholas Kundashizel.
My name is Mario.
Mi nombre es Pamela y soy más conocida como Maidot.
Hello, my name is Kevin Siri.
Hi, I'm Dopa 2.
My name is Shaylin Ham.
Меня зовут Михаил Пахомов.
And I'm Sam Siri.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm known online as Lozenger, and in 2015 I won the very first short film contest with an entry called The Calling.
I submitted the award in 2017.
I won the short film contest with At Any Cost in 2024.
Yo participé en el 2022 con el corto de Just Hold On Here and I Wake Me.
I submitted in the 2022 short film competition.
My video was called Low Purity Story, and it was about my dog playing Dota. В прошлом году выиграл первое место, занял с работой кино.
I first submitted the Night Stalker and Punch video.
Freshman, not yet.
And we made Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure in 2016.
Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure.
I've always had an interest in animation.
I was always kind of this creative kid. I love drawing, I love painting, I love playing the music.
I love like making something that people have fun with. Like, I love making something that makes people happy.
As a form of storytelling, I think it could be something that's very powerful.
And when you express it artistically, whether that's animation or drawing or music, someone else is going to be touched and someone else is going to relate. And when they tell you they feel the same way, it's going to be this magical moment for you.
When I got to know about the short film contests, I just had to jump in.
Как только появился конкурс короткометражек от Valve, я ушел.
The first time that I saw the short film contest was in 2016, and seeing like the amazing quality videos that they were putting out there made me really inspired, and I felt like, okay, I gotta try next year.
When I found out about the Dota 2 short film contest, I'm like, this is it. This is my chance.
This was honestly my first kind of animation for a project.
I submitted many times. I remember my first submission sucked.
I don't care if this sucks. Ever since I heard Timbersaw's voice, I just had this intense need to animate him. I just want to show the world what I see when I hear his voice.
It's great to be back. Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I had no experience whatsoever in animation, especially in Source Filmmaker, but I tried my best to learn it as much as I could, so every single year I was trying to improve.
El proceso sí fue duro. Fue bastante duro.
Because it's all in your head and you know what you want to put out, but like not everyone will understand what you're trying to tell. And like the hardest thing to get better at was definitely directing and like finding a way to tell a story in 1.5 minutes.
Just like anything else, you need like a plan, a draft, a sketch. So you had to like really think about what's gonna be my story. Am I gonna make it comedy or drama or action?
From makeup to wardrobe to the director, the producers, or if you need a PA or if you need production designers, set dressers. And for me, even though you're so exhausted, I have that feeling of just knowing that this is exactly what I would want to do. I wouldn't rather do anything else.
I'm the voice of the song. A rock and a ball, best friends forever. It was super simple and elementary, but it was cool to be like, oh, I wrote that. Tiny and I would say, brought us closer together.
We got married 2 years later after the video.
And I love you.
I created several short films for the short film contest, which for me was one of the biggest moments, I think, in my entire creative career, where for the first time something that I made was put on a big screen and millions of people watched it at one point in time.
Seeing your video inside the game client later, and all your friends are watching and people are adding you to their friend lists, people I don't know. It was just fun.
When they chose me as a finalist, I was like, ah! Oh my god, I just could not believe it.
Hearing my name, like hearing like the title of the video was really something that I'll never forget, really. I was just like jumping and screaming. I was super happy, super excited.
I remember watching a lot of reaction videos from people who were watching the award for the first time and just really laughing at it. And that just brought me a lot of joy, you know? That was a beautiful moment for me.
It kind of made my family proud of me. I live in a small village in a rural area. I said to a couple of guys, and the thing spread throughout the community. People now know that I have a YouTube channel. I got kind of famous in my community.
I was on my bed still, like I was watching my bed, and then I heard you saying that, and then I was like so fucking happy. I started like banging my bed with my hand.
That was an incredibly validating moment for me as a creator, and to that I do credit a lot of my background with the short film contest.
The short film contest, all the years that I've submitted, they've changed my life in so many different ways.
Эти конкурсы кардинально изменили мою жизнь, и стало понятно, в какую сторону будет двигаться моя карьера дальше. Сразу после первого моего участия в конкурсе короткометражек я смог найти работу в геймдев-студии.
After short film, I was blessed to work with as many tournament organizers as there is in the Dota scene, so I had a chance to work with PGL, ESL, Blast. For PGL, for instance, I worked on those animations that you guys see, like the draft animations where the hero will pop up during the draft phase. And definitely like the craziest thing that I've ever worked on was this year's TI, so the embroidery theme, the opening ceremony that you guys seen.
Now I've been working with animations for like 10 years, which is something I never imagined I would I would do.
After the film contest, I've gone on to continue my career in character design, and previously I've worked on The Wild Robot as a story artist and a character designer, and currently DreamWorks feature animation. A new movie I have been working on is coming out called The Forgotten Island. And I was a character designer and story artist on that as well.
My advice for someone starting out in the creative space for something like Dota 2, just do it.
Please, please, please get over your anxiety of making something that sucks, because you can rest assured that the next thing that you're going to make is going to be even better. So my best advice is just make something. Make something, make it as best as you can, put it out in the world, and then make your next thing, because the next thing is going to be better.
And trust me, 3 years after that very first video, you're gonna be happy you hit that button.
Working in animation is just being surrounded by a community of nerds like me.
Dota is this wonderful heritage for us because it's come from a very bottom-up place. It's very grassroots. It's been built by the effort of the community and the love of the community, and that includes not just the game, but the community around it that's making the art.
So all I have to say is thank you.
Thank you so much to the community for inspiring me and so many others over this last 10 years.
Thank you for your support. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the players. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the creators. You guys mean the world to everybody else involved.
Thank you very much for supporting the game and for supporting our work.
Congratulations.
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 Congrats.
Congratulations.
Поздравляю, Zizi.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on 10 years of the short film contest.
Thank you so much. Now, besides just introducing you to some of the real people behind the winning films, we wanted to celebrate the first 10 years of the Dota 2 short film contest with a little something different for its 10-year anniversary. We asked all of the finalists to come together and craft something special for you. We wanted to make something for the game that we all love and touch upon some of the most memorable moments from the International over its last 15 years that we all share. Hope you guys enjoy.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure.
I'm the best. Did you see that?
No.
It was the play from TI2. I was all, black hole.
Okay.
It's like the most famous play ever.
Okay.
Speaking of famous plays, TI3 had a pretty good one.
Okay.
Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
A TI-10 adventure.
Oh my god!
A rock and a wolf, best friends forever.
My roof gets blown up! I can't take this game seriously.
All right. Focus, my son. Focus. Everyone called me crazy when I said hamsters could learn Dota. But who's laughing now? You have learned all you can about being a rat. Just pick nature's prophet and... No! Not again! Please!
Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Engaging! Open fire!
Oh, my God!
Mega Creeps inbound. EG with their last chance. Can they hold? Here we go. Ice going in. Shatter move the Dagon. It's not doing much, but the other Dagons are triple Dagons. Timbersaw, he's dead. They might be able to do this. Divine Rapier on Void. He's going in. EG with the impossible comeback.
What does a hero truly mean? That is for you to decide.
Years of the short film contest, 15 different internationals, one yet still to claim who will be the champion for it, and it is this one in Shanghai right now. We're looking at our grand finals. Only 2 teams stand the test of time and have the chance to be able to get up there and lift the Aegis. And how far we've all come since the first international. You yourself, Insane, you're having a cameo in the short film celebration there, and how far you've come as a player too.
Yeah, I mean, it brings back memories of the last time I was in Shanghai for TI9 and, you know, the unfortunate moment with the gyrocopter. But, I mean, it's honestly an amazing tournament, and even that moment was life-changing in many ways. I got to see my teammates and how they truly feel in a moment where you need them more than anything. So, like, for me, that moment reminds me of very good things, very good memories.
And someone that we need more than ever. Effie, you've been to so many TI finals as a panelist. How does it feel to be seeing one in Shanghai now?
It's just so special. There are no words. Just from the Dota today to the cosplay contest to watching that short film, everything is so beautiful. It's the perfect celebration of this game and this community.
And Quinn, yourself, you've played in many a TI finals too, to be exact.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly special occasion. It means so much to me and to so many people. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why I love things like that piece so much, that we get to see the history of not just the players, but the people that make the game so special. When I see the Dota 2 reporter, my eyes light up. I'm watching it with my brother. I remember even when he didn't play Dota, watching it and enjoying it. So stuff like that I find so special, and I just love to be a part of this community and this celebration.
I mean, today is by far one of the most emotional days that exists in the season of Dota. It's our final day of TI, and we're on to our last best of 5 here, our last series that we're going to get. Looking at the grand final now, and it's so hard to pick who is going to come out on top. Vision have looked by far one of the best teams. They haven't dropped a single series in that TI 15 run whilst they've been pushed to the limits. On the other end, you have a Spirit who thrive with their backs against the walls, who have loved to do this lower bracket run in a way.
I mean, coming into this, Vision were the team to beat. They were the team everyone was watching, everyone was studying, everyone was afraid of. And as the tournament progressed, that very much was the case. They completely bulldozed through it. But on the other hand, you have the TI team in Team Spirit. It doesn't matter how they do throughout the year. If they show up at TI, they're absolutely going to show up as the anime protagonists. They're here to cook.
And Spirit, I feel like, is a different beast when you play them. Like, we saw them match up earlier in the tournament, and that was an upper bracket round 2. I think at this point, they've had so many series to figure out their draft. They've had so many series to iron out the kinks in their gameplay and just get everything on the same page. And you can tell by the fact that almost all their last series in the tournament are 2-0s.
It's actually crazy to look at Spirit's matchups here. One, they've played significantly more best of 3s, but the only 2 teams in which they've lost these best of 3s to is Vision and Nigma Galaxy, and they lost twice to Vision in that group stage to be the first 4-0, our only 4-0 team, and of course that upper bracket best of 3 that they had just a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, the first one 2-0, the second one 2-1, And third, we'll have to wait and see, but I think that illustrates the arcs of these teams. Vision came in at the top, and they've stayed at the top. No one has been able to touch them, evidenced by the record, but Spirit, they started down here, and they're arcing up towards Spirit, hurtling at them like a speeding bullet that we know the terrifying Yatoro player is. And now it's the collision, right? It's the team that's been on top versus the team that's charging towards them, and what happens when they meet.
I'm more curious than ever. Of course, the Dota is what we want to celebrate and have fun with as well, but also what form of Yatoro are we going to see? And I don't mean what hero is he going to show up with, what playstyle he's going to have. Is the man going to come out with a shaved head? Are we going to see the run back of a Bull Toro in another TI Grand Final?
I hope so. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who on stage and witnessed the horror firsthand, seeing my dreams crumble in front of me, it's just so iconic, such an epic moment in Dota history. And he is, I don't know, for the last 6 years or so has been like the iconic player. And so the fact that we're even questioning what his hairstyle is going to be for the grand finals is, I don't know, a testament to how legendary he is.
And just for context for those who may be tuning into this TI as their first ever TI, Yatoro, every time that he has won the international, he has shown up on the finals day with a shaved head and has just completely unleashed himself upon his enemies as the best carry in TI.
I believe the quote goes something like, at TI 10, he sacrificed his hair to the Dota gods in order to win that final against LGD. So then he did it again in Seattle. So, I mean, if he's not bald, I will be very sad.
I think we could all agree with that one. Then I wonder on the flip side, you know, does that play into Vision's mentality at all? Because for every single member of that 5-stack, they have not lifted an Aegis. For many of them, actually, they've never made it to a TI Grand Final. I think about last year for Vision, how close they were. They were having this extremely dominant Game 3 in the lower bracket final, and the lead slips away from them slowly but surely. They sink in the reality that we don't have control of this game, and unfortunately that's where their previous TI run ended, top 3. Now it's secured at least top 2, but they won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, and I think it's something you dream about for so long, so that when it finally becomes tangible, it becomes in your grasp. Even the idea of being in a grand finals is so distant. There's so many series, there's so many steps along the way that you can't really focus on that. And so then when you're suddenly there, because you've been focusing on the moment, you've been focusing on the journey, wow, now it's very real, and it's quite an overwhelming feeling to go through. And so I hope for them that they're able to steel themselves and actually focus on the gameplay and not let the sort of the grandeur of the moment overwhelm them.
Looking at all the TI appearances of the roster as well, we've included the coach because Puppy has a little bit of a fantasy or fairy tale for himself. Everyone talked about how he got that 4th place. He got that 3rd place at the next TI. He got 2nd place all the way back at Singapore in TI 11. And we go, okay, this is it. The next TI is Puppy's. But there was the caveat. Maybe it was the next TI Puppy attended was going to be his 1st place.
I mean, yeah, that's the script, and that's what it's saying for them, right? Puppy is supposed to win this TI. That's like, if the script does exist, and many Dota tournaments has made it seem like there is a script, then it should be Puppy's.
Yeah, Puppy, it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of the greatest players to ever touch Dota. He's been so consistent throughout his career. He's had so many definitive ideas as a captain. And at this stage in Dota, it feels like such a natural transition for him to come into the international as a coach. And we've already seen the results of him as a coach on Team Vision. He came in, he whipped them into shape. He took 5 of the best players in the world and turned them into the best team in the world. And it just feels like no matter what Puppy can do, he will always have a place in Dota. And look at this, the longevity of his career is ridiculous. On the other hand, you have Miposhka Quinn, who is no slouch himself.
Yeah, it's two titans, really. I think the parallel of Puppy coming in, whipping him into shape, I think Miposhka is the same thing. He was not on this team for a solid chunk of time, and they did not look like themselves. They were in shambles for a big period of that. And then Miposhka joins, and you slowly see them ramp up to the form that they're in now. I think he is such an integral and core part of this team's identity and history. And honestly, I think they would not be even close to the same without him.
He's definitely like made them look more like they used to. And I think we had Laurel say it, and it's so true that they are now able to play fast and slow. And this has been one of the things that's the scariest to go up against, because it's quite easy when you're only facing up against one playstyle to try to match. And it's the same thing that Vision brought up, right? When they talked about Yandex, is that Yandex are the kings of split pushing. But we can split push and team fight. And when you have multiple avenues that you can go down, it just makes the team so much scarier. And that's where I feel like both these coaches have added to their teams.
Yeah, to me, Miposhka in a lot of ways is team spirit. It felt like his team when they won both of those Aegises. And yes, he had a star-studded roster, especially in Yatoro and Collapse being some of the greatest players ever. But he was the player who brought that energy of resilience, that heart, that ability to overcome difficult situations. And if you ever watched the way that he interacted with his team and the way that he guided them, he was the one lifting their spirits. He was the one enabling them to play the late-game comeback Dota. And we saw that in all the moments Spirit had roster changes. They brought in new players. They had to train them. They all had that team spirit energy because of Miposhka. So when he did leave this roster, it did feel like a massive loss. And now that he's back as a coach, they're in the TI Grand Finals.
Slowly we're seeing his voice show up in game even though he's not there for them, and that has been such a pivotal point for Spirit here. And I just love the fact that we're seeing them be Spirit of old, because we missed out on them on the main stage 2 TIs in a row. They make it to a main stage, they drop to a lower bracket, and they are completely unfazed, Quinn. They go, okay, and...
Yeah, I think having someone like that for both teams in your corner, that we've seen them come back from games that they drop very unconvincing losses. They lose a game in pretty, I don't know, drastic fashion, and a lot of teams would crumble from there. Your mindset drops, your gameplay drops, and you lose the series. But they walk off stage, and they've got someone who says, hey, it's okay, these are our ideas, and you trust them. You really believe. They're not just saying it to say it. They're saying it because it's true, and you believe that. They have the presence and the stature to make you buy into that, and I think that's what's so special about these players and why this will be such an amazing series, is that it's not a team on either side that will crumble. They will hold strong and push until there's nothing left to give.
I think what adds context to how surprising it is that Spirit are here, because if you tune in for TI every year, you go, oh, this is an org, a roster, lineups, players that we're expecting to make deep runs. But this is the one year in which we have not seen Spirit win a single Tier 1 event. Every other TI since that TI 10 run for themselves, and even including in that year, right, they were able to get an event win for themselves. This time around, 2 second places was the best that they were able to do in Senior, and so they really did, I think, slip to the wayside in people's minds about the potential threat of what they can all be together as a roster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, and on the other side, you have Vision that's been pretty, like, honestly, ever since they got the roster together, ever since Notice joined, arguably the most dominant team of the season. And I think everybody coming into TI knew what these guys are capable of. So in many ways, it is like David versus Goliath, but it's Spirit. So, like...
It's Goliath versus Goliath in TI terms.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, I think another really cool thing, and it ties back to what you said, like TI 10, I think, is an iconic tournament. It's when Spirit first came to be the greatest team in the world. And I know, like, Team Secret at that tournament coming in, they were like the favorites of that year. They had this super dominant online era, and they come to TI, they lose to Spirit in the end, in this like kind of crazy game with like, I think it's a Like and Tiny situation going on. Anyhow, I'm just rambling, but the reason I bring it up is because we talked to Sumail at some point, and I remember he mentioned that he thinks Vision is the most similar team to that Secret ever since Puppy's joined. So I think for Puppy, this is also like revenge for TI 10. And if that TI 10 mattered more than any TI, I think, to most players that were there. So for him, I think this moment means everything.
I'm intrigued to see it play out this way, because Vision, again, you're talking about it, the most dominant team for this year. We have never seen the most dominant team or the favorite team throughout the year go on to win TI, to lift the Aegis. They've always fallen slightly short, whether it's a second, a third, not even making it through groups. So in your eyes, if Vision were to win TI today, would it be the first time in TI history that the favorites have won it?
That's a good point. I would say that they're an exception to this because they were not the most dominant team for the first half of the season. They were going through the growing pains of their roster changes. They had a stand-in situation. They had offlaner switches for a while. Puppy came in as a coach halfway through the season. It took a while to wrinkle out a lot of that growing pains. And towards the last 3 months, they've been the beast. So maybe they can break that curse by peaking at just the right time.
It's very reflective because both Spirit and Vision had to go through qualifiers. We always have our direct invites every year, and whilst most of those teams placed really well for themselves, we have 2 teams that had to fight through the qualifiers to be here, Quinn. Fight through qualifiers, group stage, upper bracket, lower bracket, you name it, they've done it between the 10 of them.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten about that, and it is such a crazy, and I think it's very accurate, Mira says, about peaking at the right time, and I think this plays a lot into it. You've had a bunch of games. You weren't the greatest whenever, you know, the season was going on. That's why you weren't invited directly. You had to prove your merit in other ways, and so that you've had to grind. You go through these group stage matches, and you ramping and ramping and ramping. That's what you want. You don't want to peak too early, because that's why we see so many teams that are dominant early in the year fall flat later, because you can only be so good for so long. It's the nature of competition. It's so difficult to stay on top. People are gunning for you constantly, and so the fact that both teams have timed it perfectly, whether through luck or through, I don't know, some insane pressions.
That was the Maposhka. He's like, if I do this and at that time and in this month, if we just bring it up and stop playing late game, we got it, boys.
Yeah, they've stolen the stars aligning from another team, and now they're here and they're in form.
I mean, peaking at the right time, honestly, it's a skill you learn as a team. It's something that we put a lot of effort into on Liquid, and I think especially Blitz was very adamant about, like, let's not burn ourselves out throughout the year. We need to kind of think about how we put effort into tournaments, because there's only so many events that you can actually like put in your 100% in. And for TI, you definitely want that. And you don't want to come into TI feeling like a little bit burnt out. You don't have like that fire and that passion for the game that you would have otherwise.
I want to take a step back and look at the TI in which both of you two actually came up against each other in the grand finals, because Aiden, you came in through the upper bracket. You guys didn't lose a single game. Quinn, you came in through the lower bracket. And so starting with you, how does potentially, because you were mentioning burnout, how does fatigue of such a long day, even though it was a 2-0, a long day play into this? Where is Spirit hoping to be able to pour energy from and ramp up and peak a second time for a finals?
Yeah, it's the hardest part of a lower bracket run, and it's not just this day alone, it's the prior days coming into it. They played 2 series yesterday, they played a stressful lower bracket run, and it's not also just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue of all of these are elimination series, and that weighs on you. There's a stress and a pressure there. If everything is on the line, and everything can only be on the line so many times before you break. And so doing that lower bracket run and getting to the grand finals, they've done it before, but it is an incredible feat, both physically and emotionally, completely unrelated to the Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that is really tough and maybe hard to like relate to unless you've been there is the fact that the day before the grand finals, you're also playing a double series day. And they had the first series of the day into the last series of the day into today, again, the first series of the day, and then you get to play another series. And this drain over the course of 2 days is crazy tough.
Well, it's great for them then that they had so many quick 2-0s. It feels like the last 3 rounds for them have just been, all right, we're tired. Let's make quick work of this and go home and sleep. Like, we even had Collapse say, at 5 hours of sleep, we're going to do this fast. And they did it really fast yesterday.
Hopefully he's gotten a little bit more sleep. But Aiden, is there anything that plays on your mind when you're coming in from the upper bracket? Because some people do talk about or allude to Spirit have now had 2 games to warm up for themselves. They're in the group of it a little bit more, and maybe they're ready that off the rip, they're going to be playing at a tempo that you haven't yet done because you haven't walked out on that stage on the side of Vision.
I think usually when you're in the upper bracket, you have this confidence of like, we haven't dropped a single game. You're coming into that series thinking like, we're going to absolutely smash the other team. And I think, I wouldn't say it really is a factor in that way. I don't think you really care that they're warmed up. You're thinking, if anything, like, we've beaten them twice this tournament already. We're going to beat them a 3rd time. It's no problem for us.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think from the lower bracket, there's a feeling of like proving yourself. Like, you can feel, I think, them looking down on you, right? Because they are standing on the podium and you're walking up the steps as they glare down at you. And so I think there's very much a feeling of like, we're going to prove you wrong. We'll show you. You think you're better than us? You think you deserve to be there and we don't? Then let's prove it in game.
Oh, that talking is going to happen when we see our grand finals there. But it's just so insane to think about that no one's mentality over this last year that we're aware of, we're not sure how long that this has been a shift for him, has been so much more about the journey. And ever since then, it feels like we've seen a resurgence of him. We've seen him back to the no one of old. Before, we saw him do a lot of region swapping and org changing. And now it is a no one that is consistent, is willing to play whatever role it is. And I'm so intrigued as to how much progress and how much effort has gone into this, and almost this satisfaction that he must have that because of it, he is now in a grand final for TI.
Absolutely. And the thing with the whole, it's all about the journey, is really interesting until you reach the end destination, right? Now, it can't be all about the journey. It has to be about this moment. And I'm very curious to see how that affects him, because if this has been the thing that he's been relying on, like, just enjoy the road, enjoy all the past steps to get there. Now that you're here, can you stay in that mindset? Can you stay in that idea of like, there's always next year that this team is going to continue on. And even though this moment means so much to you, to not get stuck up on it and not think like, this is where we were meant to like end up and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's so true and it's so difficult. I remember the same feelings when you finally get there of it's very easy. It happened to me to get caught up into, wow, this is what I've always dreamed of, and then suddenly you start thinking about that, and you're not thinking about the gameplay, and that slips very quickly. And gameplay goes from 99% to 97, and suddenly you're making mistakes and things crumble. So it's a slippery slope, and I hope that he's able to stay in the mindset that's gotten him all the way up to this point.
There's a lot playing into this, and we've mentioned the coaches, the impact that they've had on the rosters that they have been helping come to this grand finals. Now we've talked about no one's journey for himself, but more importantly, something that Vision really wanted for themselves was to see this rematch with Spirit. They wanted to have Spirit in the grand finals. When they secured their spot, that's something Dakal has said. And looking at Satanic, Yotaro, there's a lot of different accolades between them. There's a big age gap between them as well. But more importantly, there's a different sort of veteran when it comes to being out on a TI stage. And Satanic has been there once, and it wasn't the result he wanted. It was a top 3 finish, which is still fantastic last year, but that's still that element. Is it going to be different for him mentally stepping into a grand final?
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these younger players from the EE region grew up watching Team Spirit. They watched the miraculous run that they had at TI-10. They saw them lift the Aegis in that beautiful story, and Yotaro became the carry player to watch. Satanic has absolutely molded and shaped himself as a Dota player off of Yotaro. We called him Baby Yotaro for so long. And of course, he's come into his own and stepped into his own as a player, developed his own particular playstyle. But this was his idol for so long. So going up against him must mean the world to him. And is it a TI win if you don't beat your idol?
Guys, I'm getting a little giddy in my seat because I have just gotten word that if anyone out there is, dual screening right now, watching the broadcast as well as maybe scrolling on social media, Team Spirit, a little bit of a spoiler, have posted
a
boy.
Oh my God. Oh boy.
Now, we don't know whose hair this is that has been sacrificed to the Dota gods. It's all I'm going to say. But there is an inkling as to which player would love to have given that up.
My goodness. I mean, you talk about King versus Prince. What better situation to try to take the throne than versus Baltoro?
Can you imagine if Satanic comes out shaved head? I mean, idol. Yeah.
Do you think? No.
You never know.
You never know.
Really?
You never know. I mean, this is, I fully agree with Mira's point, and I think it's so cool that it is, like, he is his idol, and you see that throughout his gameplay, his style, the heroes he plays, and they've gotten all the way to the grand finals, and it really is a dethroning moment. Like, that is what it is. Yotaro is what everyone thinks of the pinnacle as carries, and Satanic has risen and risen and risen to be in contention for that, and now the proof is in the pudding. Are you really better? Show me.
We're looking at the hero pool comparison. There's a lot of common overlapping heroes, but when it comes to unique heroes, we're not seeing as many come out from Satanic, but there's a caveat to that one in Satanic. Remember, they haven't played as many series, they haven't played as many games, but I also think that is a lot of props to Puppy. He's not putting Satanic in a situation that you have to reach really deep into your hero pool and hopefully get the final pick, the last gotcha pick that comes out from our carry. It's a stable, all-rounded draft, and you can just excel in those heroes in which we're picking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down to the different draft styles of the two teams. We saw multiple times throughout this tournament where Spirit just end up in a position where they're last picking their carry against a team that's also last picking their carry. So the maximum amount of bans that can be on carries are being had. And I think Yotaro thrives in that position. That's what he wants to be in. He wants to abuse the fact that he has a big hero pool and make sure that neither carry is necessarily on their most comfort. But I think this is where Satanic can match him. He just hasn't needed to do it yet.
Yeah.
Looking towards our offlaners as well, because that has been the narrative around Vision. It felt like they were unsatisfied with their top 3 last year, and things just needed to change. They ended up bringing in Puppy as their new coach, but obviously Notice now joining them as their offlaner as well. And it was a departure of DM with a stand-in of SSS, and once Notice became that free agent from Yandex, they brought him over into Vision here, and we're looking at him. He is not necessarily a same player in the way that collapses, despite us seeing a similar hero pool up the top there. It is just so different in how they can engage for their team and what they can offer in terms of stability.
Yeah, for Noticed, I consider him very much the best all-rounder in all of Dota offlaners, in the sense that no matter what you give him, he will make it work. Do you need Blink initiation? He can do that. Do you need scaling through your offlane? He will be able to do that. Do you need him to take a step back and sacrifice himself? He will do that, and he will make it work. Whereas for Collapse, he has, of course, naturally shifted his hero pool as the meta has shifted. But what he's the best at in the entire world, and has been, is clutching team fights. He's the best blink initiator in all of Dota. He's the best Aegis stealer in all of Dota. And he is the player that you rely on when things are going bad. He finds a way to turn impossible situations.
Yeah, he has this magic quality to him almost that it just feels like if you have any player in the world at a clutch moment, you're picking him. I don't even care what role it is. If he's playing mid, you're still picking Collapse. He's just that, I don't know, he just has that special sauce. And I think Mira's point about Notice is also very true, that somehow in a comparison of offlaners, I don't think Collapse is the clear favorite. This versatility that Notice has, I think, is something that's fallen by the wayside for a lot of Dota players. People are hyper-specialized in modern Dota. They play one way, and they do it so well that they force you to beat it. And Notice says, screw that, I'll play all the styles at a good enough level that I can win TI. That is amazing.
It reminds me of XXS last year. I feel like he had a similar thing going where, like, whatever the team needs, whatever way I can enable our draft to work, I'm going to do that. And it's a player that you can't really, like, ban against. Like, what do you can't take him out of the game. You know, he's always going to have some sort of impact.
There's a lot of fun being had between these, all of us here, a lot of people in the arena as well. We can hear them cheering, having enjoyment of what's happening over on the Chinese broadcast too. But the arena has been filled out by everyone here in Shanghai. It has been such a phenomenal time. And Slacks, so thankfully, decided that he would give us all a preview of what you guys might be missing out if you're watching at home.
Everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're going to start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI 1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff. But I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say, this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I got to take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be. But we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back, celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want
Well,
it.
congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it. But
Yeah,
the
thank
Secret
you.
Shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff.
Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this Anti-Mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were Radiant Towers behind Anti-Mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. We'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
There's always so much to do at TI just outside of watching the amazing Dota that these players are putting on for us. And this year's theme has just taken it to another level. Everything about it feels so symbolic, so meaningful, and so emotional. And to see it spread around, to get to go through those journeys, having a look at the jerseys and the rings of all of our TI winners of past, I think that's just so amazing to get to witness with your own eyes, because it's not every day that someone wins a ring, let alone that you get to see it as well.
Yeah, I think the theming of this TI and sort of the celebration, the decoration of the arena and the surrounding area has been really, really good. There's commemorative photos everywhere, and just these pictures of people lifting the Aegis, like so many moments captured. And I think it's really special to just be walking around and just see all those pieces of history. It's very nostalgic and very cool.
It's incredibly impactful. I mean, and you're saying back in Shanghai as well. This one's going to have like so many different memories for you too, surely.
I mean, for last Shanghai was like my first TI ever, so obviously it has like a special feeling in my heart. And this city is one of those places that I've always told like my girlfriend, like you have to come to Shanghai at some point. This is one of my favorite places in the entire world. It's where I essentially feel like my Dota journey started, so it holds a very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it's my first time in China, and it's such a cool thing to be here because in Dota's history, China has always been an integral part of it, from teams to Dota culture to the back and forth of, you know, the East versus West storylines we had for so long. And growing up being part of Dota and watching that, it's something that I've always wanted to do. It's always been a bucket list, so being here is so special.
It has been amazing, 2 weeks of it as well, that everyone's just been so privileged in a way to get to experience. But if you guys have been here at the arena every day, grinding out what has been some phenomenal Dota, then maybe you've missed out on just how beautiful Shanghai is.
We are here in Shanghai for TI-15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals, Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is the actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, they're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed. It does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here.
Yeah.
We're going to see
Don't
how
tell
many.
Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger. Yeah. Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all. And we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad. Can I call you Dad?
No, you cannot call me Dad.
Okay.
No.
What about
no.
Father?
No, not Father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No. Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys. What have you got over there?
This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah, carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana. Thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap. I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrian, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos for supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped in. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face. That's the face you
Some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrian. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is.
But Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we've got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
Says here a big jug, Pyrian.
Big jug. Stop. Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my
That's the
God,
biggest jug I've ever seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrian Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcanus. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please don't
broke
touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate. It's so intricate. It's so well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find, so let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right, sounds like a good plan, Fred. Pyrian! Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. So that feels pretty good.
I mean,
it's pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their 3rd Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic,
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here. And yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic. And some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai. And it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the Grand Finals. Next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
A lot of effort and care and passion going into what we've been able to witness as Dota fans throughout the city of Shanghai, throughout our arena here as well. It feels like every time you think this is going to be the coolest thing, you get to see this TI, there is someone or something that proves you wrong and you get to experience something new again. But seeing a replica Aegis, we've got the real Aegis out there on stage now, and it's either going to be Spirit with a couple of newbies, a couple of old faces lifting that Aegis again. Not as many as Ted clearly is lifted, but getting there.
Yeah, it's a chance for the 3rd, right? No one's ever won 3 TIs as a player. Only AOI as a coach and player. So it's the potential for a very special occasion. I remember before anyone had won 2 TIs, it was like, who's going to be the first? And that's a big deal. Cementing yourself in history as not just a TI winner, but a special kind of TI winner. It is, it's a goal even higher than normal TI winning.
And then on the side of Vision and Senior, it would be so many new players getting to lift it. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to the triple digits, and but we could potentially get that today.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit wins, it's entirely possible, right, to get the 3-peat. But for Vision, I think it's really special because Puppy won the first TI, and he hasn't won ever since then, right? He's been so close so many times. And it can finally happen today for him. I think for Satanic, it's about, closing in on Yotoro, trying to make that gap smaller, make sure that he can surpass his idol, really. And for No One, I think probably the most special person here today, so many times coming to TI as the favorites, so many times falling short, and now finally being in the grand final and having a shot at it.
That's so amazing to think about, though. Puppy won the first ever international, and now we've come full circle, and he's still competing all of these years later at TI 15 as a coach. Like, to me, this is one of the most incredible storylines of this entire TI, if not the most incredible one. I just can't believe that someone has been that consistent throughout Dota. Like, this is longevity like we've never seen before. I don't even know if he has comparison in any other esport.
Yeah, the legacy is crazy, especially considering how much Dota changes. Like, there's patches all the time and the game shifts and morphs. It's not a static thing, it's an ever-changing thing. And so to have the commitment to something to stay with it, even while it changes, is doubly impressive, I think.
I know that we've been talking about stepping things up. However, time you think you've seen the coolest thing, there's one more thing to add. Well, our grand finals will no doubt be the top of it, but I've got something else to slot in just before it, and I know Delvin Tsunami would love to walk us through it.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏秀的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like, this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. And it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just, in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and it's just blessing.
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole. I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线，它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
That is an absolute piece of art. It is so beautiful to get to see it, but knowing even more that the amount of time put into this one piece itself, you can't even fathom what it requires, but it's also 20 years of experience being put into what we got to witness, what we get to see, and what we get to use as a means to celebrate it. And I love the motifs. We're talking about it, resilience with good luck. And it reminds me really strongly of a quote that I love where it's, luck is when luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I feel like that is what is going to happen. The preparation happens before grand finals, and the opportunity is now presented for you. And it's going to feel incredibly lucky to stand out there in front of everyone here at Shanghai and lift that Aegis in 3 games, 4 or 5, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, and it's something that you always strive for, but you don't have complete control, right? Dota is a team game. There are a lot of moving parts. There are patches. There are all these things that can change your odds of actually winning, and so you do your job. You do as much as you can, your individual work, either helping your teammates or just your gameplay. But at the end of the day, everyone has to show up and play their part in winning the tournament. I think that's why, part of why it's so difficult on a mental and sort of, I don't know, just preparation level, is that you are just a small part of that. You don't have complete control, and humans love control.
And I mean, I think every single TI winner would account their win to some degree of luck, whether it's luck with a patch or luck with like everything clicked at the right time, or luck with like us peaking and the other team maybe not peaking. Like there is always an element of luck involved in winning TI, and it's cool to see. You know, you just have to have it. If you don't, you're not going to win.
We were alluding to no one's perseverance, his resilience as well. I mean, how poetic would it feel for this to be the one that he finally lifts the Aegis with? For him, we mentioned it, so many times he's come in on the favorite team. So many times favorite teams in general have come in and fallen just that little bit shy. Last year was one of those ones for them, and look how close they were. It was a top 3 finish. They were literally one game away from making it to a grand finals, and it ended there. This time around, going through the upper bracket, you don't have that pressure, but you still have to face the reality of a grand final, of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, especially the TI 2017s and 2018s, these are the ones that no one must really feel more than anything, because if we look at his history as a player, he was known as the most scary mid laner in the world in that duration of time. When he was VP No One, when he was playing on that dominant roster, he was crushing everybody. Even our most famous and popular mid laners did not want to face him. If you listen to Miracle or Samael talk about him in the past, they always say, I don't want to lane against the VP No One. There were jokes about Miracle forcing Matu to play mid against
That's not jokes, it's true. I've heard Matu say it himself.
He still says it.
Yeah, every time they would play VP, he's like, yo, Matu, give me safe lane, please.
But just the fact that he had this history as a mid laner but didn't have an Aegis to his name up until potentially today, we'll see, speaks a lot to his resilience, because a lot of players, they'll peak at a certain time and then we just don't hear from them again. They fall off. But he's brought himself back up and he kept competing, and he still has sights on his dream, and that's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And if you didn't play against it back then, it's hard to fully understand how disgustingly good this guy was. I don't think I won one single lane against him when we played them like 25 times. He was incredible, and those teams are incredible. And I think it's a testament to how hard it is to win this tournament, that they were dominant throughout those years. They were dominant last year on Team Vision, and now coming in again, getting another chance. I think it's something you really just try to be grateful for, that we have the opportunity. You get to play in this amazing grand final, surrounded by all these people that care so much. And they have, I don't know, they've done incredibly well in a lot of heroes as well. There are pieces to this puzzle that aren't just the players, but the heroes too.
And if you look at the top of the leaderboard, it's 2 mid laners, right? It's Ember and it's Earth Spirit, and he's been absolutely amazing on both of these heroes. I feel like for Yandex, for example, we saw them kind of fall short because they were lacking a hero. And that's where having the experience of having played for such a long time comes in, because you know how to play almost all the mid laners, and no one is an incredible value for his team in that regard.
And 2 of the standout heroes that Vision have been owning on to me are the offlane heroes that popped up, the Centaur and the Doom, and that brings me back to Notice and how much she's provided for the team, because the archetype of these heroes is very different. With Centaur, sure, there is a lot of farming and a lot of creep dragging going on, but initially you're playing for team fights, you're playing around the Stampede, you're looking towards map control, whereas with Doom, you're playing for late game scaling, and Vision has done both very well. We've seen them take over tempo, we've seen them pop off and just completely crush the enemy, and we've seen them play slower paced games, take it to the very end and win off of their scaling. And the fact that they can do both makes them so difficult to play against.
I think it's also just that we look towards the supports of both teams as well, because we talk about No One and his resurgence, how he's able to bring himself up to being on a team that is as dominant as Vision. It's his skill, but it's also the surrounding cast that's helping him. And when we're looking at 9class and Ducalis, they're names we've mentioned so often, time and time again, over the last few seasons of Dota, but people might forget that this is only their second TI appearance. Their first one was also that top 3. Their second one is now a grand final. That's so crazy to think about, when they were these annoying terrors with techies and pubs, and now you're like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths of how you're playing as a support and how you're getting under the skin of your opponents.
Yeah, to go from third to second like that in your first two TIs, they are so incredibly skilled. And I think they're not those players that were just instantly incredible at the game. I think they are where they are due to hard work and dedication. They're players that grinded pubs for years and years. And now they're finally getting the fruits of their labor. They are super hard workers, incredibly skilled. When you play with them, you can feel it. Every decision they make is crisp. Their item decisions, everything. They are immaculate players. And their cores would be nothing without the supports propping them up.
I would say these are probably, even coming into TI, the two support duos that I would say were the strongest. And it seems to have been a major factor in the runs. Like, I think especially the Spirit supports, I personally have found to, like, ever since, like, I'd say like a month or two ago, even when Spirit wasn't doing so hot, I just kept feeling like they're outshining their cores. And to do that on Spirit says a lot about how well you're playing.
I mean, it's the supports who got the Aegis steals on Team Spirit this TI, which normally is something we see Collapse doing.
Yeah, it was, you know, on the Spirit side, it was not me and Rue, both of them were able to get it, but we're seeing Nineclass and Ducalis, and I love that their support hero pools don't overlap, but you still have to think about the flexibility, because that Techies, whilst Ducalis is playing it, it could easily just as much be a Nineclass Ducalis, Nineclass Techies as well there.
Yeah, it definitely could. They've got a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of uniqueness. You see a lot of heroes here that nobody else is playing. The Pudge, they really prioritize this Dark Willow. The Techies and the Ogre Magi from Ducalis, they just have so many strengths, and I think it just makes it very, very difficult to play against them, especially as how Dota's map has changed. It being bigger and the gates being added to the game, I think has added so much more importance on supports because you have more options. Not only can you gank mid, but you can gank the other side lane. You can stack camps. There's a lot of choices on what to do in terms of moves and efficiency, and it's put so much importance on these two roles over time. I genuinely think they're some of the hardest roles in Dota right now.
And that brings me back to an interview we had with Ducalis on Team Vision at Dream League, where we asked them, what's going on with you guys? Why are you playing so well? And he said, we're just taking a lot of personal responsibility. I think me and Nineclass are just playing better than we were at the start of the season. And he said ultimately that what takes you furthest in Dota is if you have the best players. And he thinks that they are the best players and they are the best supports in terms of technical skill. And I found that confidence very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that confidence is backed up by hours and hours put into the game. If you pay attention, I feel like Ducalis, every time he picks any hero, it's at least Platinum tier on Dota Plus. Like, he's like the Amar of position 5. He has so many games on all these heroes, he has so many reps, and that's why I think he also, when you paid attention to the hero pools, has slightly bigger hero pool than Rue, right? He's had years to refine his position 5 gameplay, whereas Rue has kind of been thrown into it very recently. So it's cool also to see that kind of matchup of like a lot of experience versus somebody who's coming into a role with like a completely different perspective on it.
I mean, there's someone that's coming into this TI as their first one, and that's not me. We haven't even mentioned him yet, just how impactful it's been that he also joins the team of Spirit around the time that Maposhka is joining as coach as well, and it feels like he slotted in. We didn't even necessarily see the roster change. That's how seamless it felt him joining and removing to that 5.
Yeah, I think it's also very fitting that he's laning with Collapse because this not me guy has the clutch gene. Like almost nobody I've ever seen as a rookie. It's ridiculous. This guy, whether it's the hardest match of his life, if they're down 15k gold, he is still absolutely owning. And so the fact that the two most clutch guys ever that I've seen are on the same lane, I think it's just only fitting that it fits Spirit so much that they're just the clutch guys.
I also find it a benefit of it when it's your first time playing a tournament or like a big tournament like TI. You don't really necessarily have the experience of like fully having understood what it means and all this pressure that's going on. You just show up and you're thinking, I'm just going to focus on playing the best Dota that I possibly can. And I think that it also enables you to be a bit more clutch, to take those risks, because you don't have the experience of trying to do that and then being punished for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of freedom in the series too.
Oh, 25 seconds. I'm just excited.
Are you more nervous as a panelist than when you were playing, walking out for a grand final?
No, not even close. Playing is way more stressful, and that's why I'm excited to see how they look, how they feel, how they play, because it's just such a monumental moment for all 10 of those players.
It's just so insane the way that everyone's feeling, Effie, to feel like we're this close, moments away from our grand finals in Shanghai.
I have such high expectations for these finals. I think it's going to go to all 5 games.
All 5 games would be amazing, and we get the moment everyone's been waiting for, the horn here. This grand final has everything on the line. 3-time hopefuls here, 2-time hopeful in LoL, first-timers as well on the side of Vision, but we know at the end of the day, whoever lifts that Aegis, it's going to be a lot of fun, and it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals here at TI 15.
They battle around the world, for the right to stand amongst legends. We gather where the legends are made. They overcome every challenge that stands in their way. We witness the final ascent to Dota's greatest stage. They carve their names into the pantheon of legends. We cheer as the immortal pattern finally comes into view. Now, at last, we can answer the ultimate question. What shape does greatness take?
It has been 2 weeks leading up to this moment, down to 2 teams in Sania that are about to take to the stage and hopefully lift that Aegis for themselves.
I mean, this gave me chills. This is honestly one of the most magical moments in any Dota player's career. I think, you know, on Spirit's side, they've been here before, they've experienced it before. For Vision, it's the first time, and I hope they really love this moment and enjoy their time.
They've talked about enjoying the journey, take in this moment and enjoy the walkout for a grand final taking to the stage.
Team Vision!
Not a single series has been dropped by this team. They have proven they have what it takes to make it to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They have everything that they need when it comes to preparation. And for a lot of them, it is the first time walking out here on a grand final. But the moment of truth arrives now. What sort of Yotaro and Spirit will you be facing?
Team Spirit!
A 100% success rate when it comes to TI Grand Finals. We've got Spirit walking out there, and I think a little bit of a dismay to some of the Spirit fans. It is Yotaro with a full head of hair, but he doesn't need to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods to show that he has what it takes to potentially be our first ever 3-time TI winner, along with Collapse there, and so many new players by their side. They've done it time and again, bringing in new players, changing up their roster, and still proving they have what it takes when it comes to a grand final, when it comes to Spirit being in TI form.
They are one of the most epic rosters in Dota history. This is their bread and butter. They love this spot. They love the spotlight, the crowd, the pressure. They are the kings of this domain.
I remember a long time ago, once the TI prize pool dropped, them saying, like, we absolutely do not care about that. That it doesn't matter one bit. We want to win as many TIs as possible. TI is the most important tournament, and this is the only thing we care about. They also have the opportunity today to silence all the people that claim that OG are the GOATs, and they are not.
Team Spirit are extremely internally motivated players, and that's always stood out to me about this team, is that they don't measure their successes by whatever it means financially. They don't look at it by, I have X amount of wins, therefore I am done, I've succeeded. When you talk to Collapse or Yotaro, they don't even think about things like that. They just want to play Dota and they want to be better than everybody. And I think that's the biggest factor that's led them to have such a long career on this team and get so many of those wins.
I remember back in TI 12, that Seattle TI, the amount of times Collapse and Yotaro talked about how much they wanted to do it for Lal, right? They wanted him to be able to lift that Aegis. And I think bringing on people like Rue and like Not Me, it gives them that extra bit of motivation again. Yotaro's out here fan servicing. I bet you it's going to get to a game 3 and Bro's going to shave his head. That's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, Not Me shaved his beard instead. Little switcheroo. But I mean, to be honest, he's a rookie. You know, you got to take some sacrifices for the big dogs now. And we've got some spice in the crowd today.
There is mixed reactions between the teams, to say the least, here when we're seeing our players show up on camera.
You know, we've got the narrative set, we've got the tone set by the crowd, the favorite in Team Spirit versus the villain. And you know what? Team Vision have been happy to play the villain all year, so long as they win. You know, these players, they don't care about public perception. They play incredible Dota, and they've shown it to us throughout this season that they are the best. And can Team Spirit, the heroes, beat them?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Team Spirit cares so much about the pride and the glory, and I think Vision is the same way. People are not here because of the money or because of this. They're here because it matters so much to them, because they set it as a goal. This is what they've set their heart on. This is their ego, their pride. This is a battle of emotions, not of just gameplay. There's so much on the line. The pressure, how it builds, it's unlike anything else they've experienced in their lives, and now's the moment to show that you're truly worthy of it.
It's so phenomenal to get to feel how everyone is looking at these players. We've all loved the journey that they've taken to make it to a grand finals, to see each individual player get their flowers, their cheers from the crowd, to feel the energy that TI 15 in Shanghai has been able to offer us. It only makes me question just how excited everyone in the crowd is for our grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the final series of the International 2026 underway!
女士们、先生们、现场的观众朋友以及所有正在观看直播的 Dota 2玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2026国际邀请赛总决赛的现场。But hold up, before we kick off the grand final, Tsunami, I want to ask everyone here some questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
在我们总决赛开始之前，我想问一下现场的观众朋友们一些问题哦。有谁是第一次来到 TI 现场看比赛的呢？
Wait a second, are you asking how many people are here for their very first TI?
What?
What ding dong?
All right, you're very smart. 那接下来我想问一下，有谁7年前上海 TI 9也在现场呢？ That's a lot.
So you're asking how many people were here from TI 9 7 years ago here in Shanghai, and now they're back again. That's a lot of history. 15 years of the International, and now we are celebrating a very important anniversary. But in that time, so many players, teams, coaches, they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears to reach this moment.
距离第一届国际邀请赛已经过去了15年，而距离 TI 9也过去了7年。当年那些熬夜陪你看比赛的朋友们，可能很久没有联系了，可能还坐在你身边，而有一些可能成了云玩家。
This year, 80 players set foot here in Shanghai, and now we are down to the final 10. And along the way, we may have said our final goodbyes to some of the most storied players who have written their name in the history of this game.
但是当现场的声音响起来，我们还是会回到这里，不是吗？我们见证了太多太多的故事，我们熟悉了太多太多的选手 ID， 而我们也不停地在跟他们道别。比如今年的国际邀请赛，我们就跟 Smell 和 Crit 说了再见。
Behind us are the two teams that remain, fighting for a chance that the greatest feat a Dota player can achieve, a chance to immortalize themselves on the Aegis of Champions.
而在我们身后，就是我们本次总决赛的最后2支战队，他们将为一名 Dota 选手所能触及的最高荣誉而战，他们想要将自己的名字镌刻在这枚冠军神盾上。
On one side is Team Vision, They came so close to reaching this point just 1 year ago in Hamburg before their run was cut short at 3rd place by Extreme Gaming.
一边是 Team Vision， 1年前的汉堡，他们距离这个舞台仅有1步之遥，但是他们被 XG 挡在了门外。
Today they are here to prove that second chances do exist.
而今天他们站在了这里，他们想要证明机会可以再来一次。
And on the other side is Team Spirit. What more could I say that you aren't already? They won the hearts and minds of everyone in 2021, and they have simply built on that legacy ever since.
关于 Team Spirit， 我们还需要再多说一些什么呢？这支队伍从2021年起就赢得了全世界观众朋友们的心，而在那之后，他们从未停止过书写自己的传奇。
Some of the players may have changed, but the storied core remains, and they are here fighting for a chance to potentially make a 3rd inscription on this Aegis.
也许阵容会改变，他们的核心却永远未变。他们想要达到他们的目标，那就是举起这门冠军盾第3次。
These two teams have taken very different paths to get to this best of 5, however. Vision made their way through the upper bracket, defeating all of the remaining 3 teams in 4th, 3rd, and potentially even 2nd place.
两支队伍在本届 TI 都有不一样的故事线 ，Vision 一直在胜者组勇往无前。
Spirit, however, have had a different journey, but arguably a scarier journey. They got sent to lower bracket by Vision, and since then they have crushed every single one of their opponents 2-0 in the lower bracket.
而另外一边 ，Spirit 虽然被 Vision 送到了败者组，但是他们的脚步却从未停下，他们依然是那支大魔王战队。
Dove, I think I already have a feeling, but I want to check who the crowd is rooting for. Let's start with our upper bracket finalists.
话说到这里，我们想问一下现场的观众朋友们，你们是来支持谁的呢？
Who here is shooting for Team Vision?
I think it's probably half.
There's only one way to find out. Who here is cheering for Team Spirit? I don't think it's half and half.
我其实也不觉得现场观众是一个对半开的支持率啊，可以明显的听到我们 Team Spirit 的粉丝好像更多一些。
But I know I can get one thing that everyone can agree on. Who here wants to see some good Dota? It has been a long journey to get to this point, Dove, and these two teams have been fighting all year long and even longer than that for many of the players.
没有错，我们本届邀请赛进行到今天，最初有80位选手来到了上海，而最终只有10位选手留在了我们总决赛的舞台上。
It never ceases to amaze me the history of this game. 15 years of the international. An esport that has survived the test of time, and I'm looking around this crowd right now, and I do not see any empty seats. You all are amazing for showing your commitment to this game.
在这15年里，我们见证了无数的战队、选手和教练，为了站上今天的舞台，付出了很多的汗水，也流下过泪水。而我们所有 Dota 2玩家，坐在这里的每一位观众，感谢你们陪伴我们成长，感谢你们15年一直在这里。
So then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the prince to face the king.
话不多说，所有的观众朋友们，现在是时候让我们的王子 Satanic 去迎战国王 Yatoro。
It is time to see which legend can prove mastery of the game as a coach.
现在是两位传奇以教练的身份，再一次证明谁真正参透了 Dota 这款游戏。
And it is time for new names to inscribe their place in history.
也是新的名字将自己写进 Dota 历史的时刻。
Shanghai, are you ready?
Such a beautiful arena here, a full house, a lot of fans coming from everywhere here to celebrate what is our 15th international. And there's cheers for Vision, there's a lot of cheers for Spirit is the way in which I will coin this. And I love just what narrative we've been able to accrue for ourselves between these 10 players.
But you know, I really hope the crowd bias lights a fire in Team Vision and in Puppy, because they've been the greatest Dota team this TI. They are the strongest players, and I would only hope that this gives them the need to rise to the occasion, to prove themselves even more, and I feel like these grand finals are going to be exceptional.
I feel like starting out as a techies player for 9 class, like being the guy that used to place these mines, always annoy each other. I think there's nothing he wants more than to just silence all the haters. I think he loves this. I think it could be no better situation for him to be in than to have the crowd cheer against them and for him to end their fun.
This is the stage you do it. Ducalis asked for it. He wanted the prince versus king, but if you come for the king, you best not miss.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 1.
A lot rides on the line of a game number 1 here. You always want to be taking a best of 5 with your best foot forward here. And it's going to start off with hopefully a strong draft. It is going to be Vision that will have our first pick, which some teams love. Some teams thrive on it. Other teams, they want that second pick because they want to be able to have the overall gotcha pick here. And looking at our first phase bans, Bane, Clockwork, Wyvern, Coddle, Earth Spirit, Tree, and Bounty Hunter taken out with Vision not too worried about opening up with an Ember here, despite we know the threat of a Slark.
The big 3 heroes for this series for me are going to be the Ember Spirit, the Lone Druid, and the Nature's Prophet. And to see Team Vision place the emphasis on the Ember Spirit, they did their homework. They don't want to give it to Laurel. They're saying that our opener in Nature's Prophet is not as important as taking away Ember from Spirit's mid laner.
And this is very interesting. I think this is a sort of a calling of the bluff. Vision, I think, picked this because Laurel historically is not someone that wants to play these sort of more weird carry mid heroes. He wants to play the stuns, the space makers for Yatoro, who's the real star of the show. And so Vision is saying, hey, Slark is obviously super good against Ember, but we think he won't play it. And Laurel says, you sure, buddy?
It's kind of cool because he also did say in his interview that I don't think this matchup is real. I don't think it works. But, you know, one humbling later, and you're on the train, you're like, oh, you know what? If they pick Ember, give me the Slark. I will cook him.
And the humbling came from Vision themselves. That was the matchup in which it happened. We saw this just a couple of days ago where it was reversed. It was Spirit with the Ember and Vision with the Slark.
And I think Vision will have considered the scenario that they would have picked Slark here. And if I know 9 class, I know that he is definitely considering to play this Ember 4. We saw the Ember carry as a potential flex from in one of Liquid series. And I think flexing it to support may actually even be a better option. Ember 4 has been something we've seen in the past. It's not the worst thing ever. With the Distiller playing up Slight Chains and actually not playing up the Flame Guard is definitely a viable playstyle. And if you want to swap lanes, I think it definitely could be an option.
While I do think the 9 class of old would have absolutely loved to do that, I think the puppified version of 9 class will not be allowed to partake in such things. I mean, we heard from him at EWC that Puppy was vetoing so many of his hero suggestions that he asked him all that tournament if he could play his position 4 Juggernaut, and he never got it. I just somehow don't see them going down that route
I will say, vetoing Juggernaut position 4 and Ember, I feel like it's a different situation, right? Because let's say we go down the hypothetical of the Ember Spirit is a position 4 in this game. Laurel is now playing Slark, and he doesn't want to be playing Slark. And now suddenly Vision has changed the dynamic of this game to be a game that they like. And I feel like when they look the best is when they make the game into their game. They take control of the draft in that way, right? They force Laurel onto a hero he doesn't want to be playing, in a matchup he doesn't really love. And when I remember personally playing Tinker, which was like one of my favorite heroes at the point, into 9 class TA. And I was like, I've never played this matchup in my entire life. I don't know what's going on. And I think that's one of the things that makes 9 class such a special player, that he can do that to you.
I also love this Dark Willow pick from Spirit because it's been one of Vision's most picked and most successful 4 heroes. And to say, hey, this is a hero you rely on. You really like it in your drafts. We're going to ban your Coddle. We're going to take your Dark Willow. I think Spirit in finals is incredibly good at taking you out of your comfort zone, of understanding the heroes that you really want, especially in a final, right? You want to play the stuff you've been playing, the stuff you're comfortable on, and they're going to poke at that. They're going to poke holes and make you prove that you can play something you haven't been playing the whole tournament.
It's really cool to see. I feel like right now we're in a position where both sides are like not letting go of the draft. You know, they're both trying to pull it in their direction, make you play our game, and neither team is really giving it up yet.
There are still quite a few things left in the pool, though. The Lina, the Lone Druid, the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been Team Vision's go-to this entire tournament. It's only lost one time in the hands of Satanic, and the only way to beat it has been to consistently run at it with heroes with tempo non-stop. And the mid Slark, while it's going to shut down Ember effectively in that mid lane, doesn't provide the same tempo.
I also would just love to point out how interesting and how much the drafts change over the international. At the beginning of it, we have first pick, you know, Treants and Banes and sort of normal heroes we see. And now at the end, there is a first pick Slark. I think that evolution of Dota and how the meta changes and the counter picking, the creativity from the teams, I think is such a fascinating part to see that, you know, that journey that the draft goes through.
We also talked about how impactful the supports have been coming into the series. For me, especially, I think about Rue, not me. And if you look at the bans that Vision decided to go with, as Mira points out, all the cores are in the pool. Why is that? Well, because you have some of the best support players in the world, and they're forcing out these bans.
Wow.
Yeah, and IO being let through, because it goes back to what you were referencing here, Quinn, where there is this massive cycle that is happening where IO wasn't looked at the start of our TI. It wasn't looked at in the group stages. It hit a peak where everyone was first phase banning it. You might be able to call the bluff of some teams, but ultimately you are afraid of what it can do either as a mid or a carry hero.
Yeah, and it's a hero that Spirit does not really touch, and we haven't really seen Vision play as a core either. But they're pulling it out of the hat saying, hey, we've got this extra trump card up our sleeve that now you need to have answers for, because it's a hero we've seen, when played well on core, be borderline unbeatable. The question is, can Vision actually execute it to the level that maybe some of these other teams that have now fallen by the wayside can?
It's quite heads up of them to take it, though, because while Spirit haven't run it, it would have been an excellent thing to combo with the Slark. And we have to mention, 9 class was playing position 4 IO for the last 2 months. While the hero did shift in priority to core and looks better as a core, this is still one of their more comfortable strategies if they flex it to support. And he's a greedy 4 IO player. He's not like GH playing the enabling role. He's farming those 2 camps, he's max leveling Wisps, and he's taking as much gold as he can.
I also see a lot of the traditional heroes that you would want to play against the IO be banned out. You see Underlord, very good percentage damage, good roots, has a way to like counter the relocate. He relocates in, you can gate in. Nowadays the gate also has the root on top of it, so it's a tricky matchup for the IO. Same thing with the Doom, stops all healing. One of the drawbacks to IO is that you have no stuns, so Bane is quite effective. It's easy to get Fiend's Grip off, and the same thing for the Winter Wyvern with the Curse on the relocate.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something planned and something they said, hey, we're going to consider this for second phase. We'll look at the first phase, see how it goes, and then potentially we can alter our bans, get out the Doom and the Underlord, and then we get what we deem to be a free IO in the second phase. And this is very much not something I think Spirit necessarily would have expected, because they haven't prioritized it up till this point. And so they need to respond on the fly, right? All your prep, some of it's out the window now. You're flying by the seat of your pants.
Wow.
And I think that's a testament to it. Disruptor is a classic combo to IO. You press the relocate, but you get glimpsed right back out, and it removes a lot of this early snowballing potential that IO has, where he can get involved in these kills, explode his GPM, and get online super quickly.
A brand new hero at the TI Grand Finals. I love this so much. They've thought about this. They've gone through every single scenario, and at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a hero people have full faith in, but on paper and on execution, it should be able to give Spirit that slight advantage.
I am so curious to see how this will unfold, because Disruptor isn't in the strongest state that he's been, but he does make a lot of sense, not just with the IO, but with the Slark. For a mid-Slark to set tempo, he needs supports that can play on his night vision, and if you pair up the Glimpse with the Slark just de-warding, positioning his body aggressively, the amount of kills that can be developed by Team Spirit are going to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes sense, right? I think one of the things that Spirit has managed to do throughout the last stages of this tournament is to find heroes that are picked with purpose. The hero has clearly a reason to be in this game. It's good against the IO. It's even good against the Ember in many ways. You get any sort of stun on the Ember, you get the Static Storm on top of it, and he just dies. And against Mirana, she wants to leap away. and we've seen problems in this patch where these Miranas, like GH was playing, it was like 9-1 and 17 because you just can't kill him. But with Glimpse, that suddenly becomes very easy.
Yeah, it's the way Team Spirit drafts. They see what you have, and they respond to it on a theoretical level. They're not trying to pick the same stuff every game. They're trying to pick what makes sense if everyone was playing perfect. And I think that's such a cool and interesting way of drafting. But there definitely is, the risk when picking Disruptor that the hero is just not that good right now. It's a great game for it, but you're walking into lane against Axe. Hero's going to be pressing Battle Hunger on you off cooldown, and there is that burden of execution. Disruptor wants to play from ahead. He hates playing from behind. You have to chase people to be able to use Glimpse and actually have it be effective, so there's a risk in lanes.
Yeah, the game can get out of hand really quickly for a Disruptor on the losing team. When we look at Team Vision, we see the main combination in their draft in the slight change into Arrow. This is going to be how they're going to play through the mid game, and Dark Willow and Disruptor as supports are very susceptible to dying to this combination. They have no means of defending themselves. There really is no counterplay outside of being the aggressor yourselves on Team Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Another cool factor about Vision's draft is like, where is any of these heroes going? We still don't know. Is this a position for Ember potentially? Is this IO going to be a 4? They have a lot of ability to adapt their entire draft with this last pick. And I think Spirit, like we said, they like to conceptually beat what you're setting up for. And by putting themselves in this position where we're just not going to tell you what our draft wants to do at the end of the day, gives them that advantage. And I think it doesn't allow Spirit to have that edge that they've had in all the other drafts leading up to this grand final.
On top of that, it also makes your last bands very cloudy. Because you don't know where these roles are going, it's much easier to miss on those last bands, which you would typically want to be very accurate and take out some key heroes that could be game-winning picks, counter picks against your draft. Well, you don't really know what those are anymore. You can see them banning the Kez, so they're definitely considering this being a support IO.
I mean, that's the only thing we've seen from Vision throughout the year, right? I don't think we've seen a Satanic IO. It's been 9 class, it's been his signature.
Could it still not be a mid IO though, and the Ember 4 that you guys were talking about, which is why they're doubling down that if that's what they want to go, at least Satanic won't get something that he's popped off on and felt comfortable with?
That's definitely possible, and I think they're trying to cover their bases because they're not entirely sure. No one is, besides the 6 people in that Vision booth. Nobody knows what the plan is with this IO. It was pre-concocted for this game when we're going to surprise them. We're going to get off the jump in the right way, and so we just don't know yet.
I mean, I think even for Vision, right, you have the option of like, because I think they're kind of team that will try to do everything they possibly can to get the setup correct from the start. So depending on what they feel like is, do we want a Satanic hero here? Does Satanic just play the IO? It looks like he's pretty quiet, so I'm leaning towards him potentially being the IO and it being a new mid pick.
Yeah, you often can gauge who's picking their hero just by who's talking the most near the end of the draft, and I agree with that rationale. I also think I've seen him play it in pubs. I've played against his IO in pubs, and so it is something that he has practiced. He's not incapable of doing. It's not completely blind, even though it may be new to officials. And they're gonna tank the mid matchup, so no one's saying, I picked the Ember, it's fine, I can deal with the Slark. We've seen many mid players this tournament say that, and they cannot deal with the Slark, and so no one will have to prove if he's different from the rest, if he's cut from a different cloth.
And Centaur is still in the pool. Like, now that you see this IO carry, you can just play for wave drags, farm on the Centaur, and just provide the stun for your team. It went ignored this draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It's a hero that will really never be bad. It's just solid in lane, gives you that is a scary lane. Axe Hoodwink, that is a lot of early potential, a lot of kill threat.
Undying, cool. Okay, I mean, I love the concept of just running at this carry IO with Decay non-stop as the offlane Undying and just trying to make it. Oh, it's mid IO.
They actually swapped. Really?
It's a Satanic Ember.
Wow. So then how is an Ember Undying lane when you don't get to just run at an IO now?
I honestly think this Undying is going to absolutely cause issues for this Ember. It is a really tricky lane. Ember on safe lane is already not quite as powerful as it is in mid. You don't get the bottle refills. You don't have that constant sustain coming out. And Undying creates a lot of pressure. And on top of that, there's a Dark Willow there. He doesn't really have nice escape mechanics. The support in Mirana doesn't super help him out in that regard either. So I think for Spirit, this ends up looking quite scary.
It's also a situation, Vision, I think they're not going to be super comfortable on. Satanic, I'm sure he's capable of playing Ember, but it's certainly not his bread and butter. And same thing with no one on IO. So You're walking into the first game of the TI Finals. There's pressure, there's nerves, there's the weight of trying to lift the Aegis, and now you're on something that you're not quite used to. That can affect your gameplay in very negative ways.
I would say it goes both ways, though, in their defense, because I don't think Laurel is, like, the happiest Slark player, and I would imagine this mid lane, IO is going to absolutely free farm. Slark doesn't really have a way to pressure, so there's going to be a free farming IO in the mid lane, and so for both teams, and this is something special about Grand Finals, right? They both understand each other so well that they've managed to take both sides out of their comfort zone.
But that is where Spirit should depend on their side lanes. They've got SF on one side, they've got Core Undying on the other side, two with very good lanes. How far can they take them?
Look, Vision held their cards close to their chest for that whole draft, and at the end we go to mid IO and a carry Ember Spirit, and if only there were a way in which we could get into their minds and understand more of their thinking. Well, we can't do that. It's Tsunami and Puppey.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by coach of Vision, Puppey. Welcome back to TI Grand Finals, my man. And I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but after the past few years of your Dota career, were you ever wondering if you would be able to make it back here?
I thought I would be here if I just had a better team, maybe. That's it.
Oh, so you're just like all my pup teammates then?
Yeah, fucking teammates. No, I mean, it was a rough time. Maybe I needed a vacation, maybe I needed something, but overall, I always thought that I know how to play Dota, or at least I know how to win Dota.
You have proven that time and time again, and now you're ready to prove it in a best of 5. And in a best of 5, I'm wondering, how do you approach banning and drafting? Do you get to give yourself more of a leash because you're like, well, I'm not going to get eliminated after 2 games of experimentation?
Yeah, but this is not necessarily an experiment. This is something we've tried. So if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, well, we tried it. We did.
And the this that I'm assuming you're referring to is no one on IO. He has 0 competitive games on this hero, and you're debuting it now at TI Grand Finals.
That's what TI is for.
And also what TI is for is watching the games. Puppey, thank you very much for the interview as we send it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Tsunami and Puppey. Indeed, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the grand finals here of the International 2026. Team Spirit up against Team Vision. Folks, everybody around the world, they're just so excited to see these two teams play. Now we're getting them going head-to-head in this best of 5 for the Ages of Champions. You couldn't ask for anything more.
The question is, what do we start to talk about, right? There's storylines, there's incredible different type of style hero picks, there's new heroes being picked in the grand final.
We've got a disruptor.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin, right? So, yeah, Vision changing things up quite a bit here. Spirit with more, you could just look at it, right? A bit more of a normal approach, heavy team fight, strong carry pick. We have to talk about, you know, the young prodigy of Satanic playing something different on a
very different.
While Yotoro, the legend carry himself, playing something much more standard. I don't know where to even start.
Yeah, I mean, how is that matchup going to go down? We're going to look forward to the clashes when it inevitably gets to the point where these two carries are going to have to meet head-to-head. But, yeah, a confident move here from Team Vision, and a risky one. You know, Puppey said, game 1, trying something different. It's TI. It's the time, apparently, to try something a little new in game 1 of the Grand Finals. I'm all for it, and I'm not surprised. I'm sure as this Grand Finals goes on, we're going to see both teams bring out some strategies that we're yet to see in the entire tournament. We're already getting here in this first game from them.
So Satanic playing the side lane Ember. I think we've seen one of these side lane Embers have success. I think it was Sumail in one of the games that we did.
He did win again, but out.
Good. But that was it.
Yeah.
All the other side lane Embers, they've had a pretty horrible start into the games, especially when they're into these Slarks and into quite a bit of counter picks too, right?
Oh, for sure.
Not just the Slark, this Disruptor pick as well, the Willow pick too. Willow is a problematic hero for a lot of these Spirits in the mid game, so we'll see how they do endure. Mid lane though, let's see, because I haven't seen these Slarks lose the lane and get pressured super hard, so I'm wondering how he's going to do if he does get set behind too much versus the IO as well. So approaches, Spirit, as we said, much more of a normal type of strategy, lots of team fight coming together, while for the side of Vision, this is an incredibly strong skirmish draft with high mobility that can punish a bit of more of a kind of greedy type of draft, I guess you could say.
Oh, Satanic! It's not going to be an easy lane for him. It's early days, folks, but I've got concerns. Ember safe lane has looked so shaky in the majority of games that we've seen it tried, and it's just one of those things that conceptually has never been good, folks. We've never seen a meta where Ember safe lane's been the thing. We'll see bottom lane route. It's going to end up ticking out here to the damage from 9 class notice, so Vision will be able to get themselves a kill down on the other side of the map, but it's a huge risk. And obviously Vision, they've got their star player, the prodigy on this. It's so much pressure for Satanic, to be put on his shoulders here in game 1 of the grand finals.
100%. And this game, right, you look at the Flame Guard, yes, he'll be able to farm with it, but they have lots of ways to be able to break through it with the SF, with the raises, either with the Soul Rip. They have so many different answers. It does feel, and I'm looking at the mid lane. This Slark's doing pretty damn good. 11-7 to 11-1 at the moment.
I gotta say, I think this is a little bit better than he should be getting away with. This is, in this matchup, they make the switch up, obviously, to take the Ember away from the Slark, but you'd imagine they would ideally do that in a situation where the Slark would suffer mid, and yeah, as you can see on the numbers, he's not suffering at all here, Lal.
At the least, it isn't an Ember that has well, he still has very low last hits, but we've seen a lot of these mid matchups versus the Ember, where the Ember has like 2 last hits to 15 of the Slark, so at least there's that, but yeah, I'm just watching the Slark walk up, steal the regen of the IO with his, with the Shiv. So he's getting quite a lot out of it versus that bottle, versus the Tango regen that's coming in from a high regen here.
Not me. Making it look easy on this top lane. Able to just chase down Ducalis solo and finish off the kill completely on his own.
Oh, and this does look like one of those games where it's one of the best Willow games I think I've seen. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus Mirana as well. It is a fantastic game just to have these Brambles.
And in terms of the Spirit duo as a whole, right, the fact that we're on this Disruptor, we don't see it really at all, but this game, you're seeing a lot of potential for a Disruptor.
Absolutely. Great ways to catch versus the Ember. You're a great counter pick versus the IO. Satanic again.
It's a lot of damage. He's going to get chased down. Will dodge the Shadow Realm hit. There's going to be another decay in a second here with the stick charges. Doesn't matter. He's still going to live, Satanic, but kept incredibly low and barely finding farm from this top lane. Bottom of the cores right now. It's going to be such a tough early game here for Satanic.
And a lot of the games for Vision, too. We mentioned the power of Ducalis plus Satanic, what they're able to get out of the lane, what they're able to punish the opposing lane with. This is just a lane that cannot win. So trying to get as much as they can out of it, but yeah, Satanic being brought super low over and over again. The decay on the Ember also, it's pretty devastating when you have this much damage from a hero like Willow. Ducalis, careful.
It's going to be all right, but again, relatively so super low HP here on Ducalis, completely out of regen.
Oh, and they're free farming all 3 lanes right now. Yatoro now at this point, he's given the lane for free. They have to actually move Noticed away. They don't want to be playing versus that Shadow Fiend, so movements are coming in from both sides. 9 class in mid, looking for Laurel.
They really need this kill. They've got to try and punish this Slark somehow, because so far, Lal to be top 2 CS here in a matchup where Vision had the chance to switch things up and try and force this Slark into a less favorable position. It just hasn't happened. Lal, he's loving the laning stage.
And Spirit overall, right? If they win the laning phase, very strong team fight prowess and good Vision heroes as well, too. We don't see it picked as much, because the Disruptor isn't picked as much, but Slark with the Night Vision, Undying Tombstone gives great vision. You're gonna get these glimpses off if you're ahead, and no one...
The other tethered across the 9 class. Nice pushback does catch onto the both of them. Ducalis here as well to help out. No one. He's got a TP back to base, though, to refuel.
It's a pretty fantastic start for Spirit here. Yatoro has run away with these games when he's been given this space on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to have a lot of that space in this game, and look just from the way these lanes are.
Extra pressure being brought into the top lane. Rue ready to join.
We're looking for collapse.
Gonna get the Soul Rip heal off. Good counter with the Acorn shot. They'll bring him down. If they can get the chance to finish off another Thunderstrike on it, Ducalis will allow Rue to take the Mirana out.
Not me.
See Nomi getting chased down by 9 class. A few more right clicks should do it and try and hide around the trees, but 9 class will find him.
But it will be a trade.
Yeah, Rue's going to have to glimpse into another Thunderstrike soon if necessary. Shouldn't be. The creeps and a right click will do the job. So Spirit, bring attention top. Same to be said, though, for Vision. Still, overall, Spirit coming out on top of these trades.
But I like the movement, to be honest with you, from Vision. I think this was super clever, just breaking the lanes, moving the supports to help the Ember. The IO is ahead of the Slark now at this point, and they're not that far behind on the Ember Spirit, all things considered.
Yes.
He's 500 behind the Shadow Fiend, so as a side lane Ember, you know what? Not too shabby with these type of moves that we've seen them make.
Oh, look at this early move from Yatoro. Not normally a place you expect to see the carry here stepping up.
Oh, 9 class.
The tier 2. 9 class is going to be massively surprised by the fact that there's a safe lane SF here behind the tier 1 mid. With 6 minutes in.
And here the catch, the glimpse. Is it enough? No one has a regen.
I mean, Yatoro's stepping up. He's going to be able to line up a couple of raises. Won't be enough, but still a massive aggression here from Yatoro. Making moves this deep pre-7 minutes.
Wisdom Rune, are they going to end up having to sack it, though? We do see the positioning here from Vision. There's a Tombstone on high ground.
This might be hard for Ducalis and Satanic to battle.
He sees it. He can hit it up on the high ground.
Ducalis might get taken out first. Collapse turns towards him. Ducalis
the Soul Rip.
No one will come over to help out. So they'll at least make sure they get the kill in return and will manage to take away that wisdom.
So that's the, when you do make these type of moves, Yatoro wants to go for the mid lane. They don't have the Slark going toward the left side. They get outnumbered. They will have to give up that double shrine there, which is very important, as we said, for Vision, being able to get this. And it's Satanic who gets it too. So he is a side lane Ember, but gets that big bonus of levels that is pretty necessary.
And that's huge. He needs everything he can get here out of this laning stage. Satanic
trading.
We get caught by the glimpse. And here's still pre-level 6. It's a bit tough. He'll get the chains off once it collapse. Managed to hide in the trees. He'll get away for now, Satanic.
Didn't have the mana for the kinetic field there on Rue. Just a bit lacking on it, so won't be able to get that follow-up catch. Yatoro, though, getting this crazy amount of free farm on a much more normal carry hero. We just have to keep referencing that, right? Satanic, sure, he has played quite a bit of Ember in the past, but let's see how it's going to end up matching up in this game. I see he's queuing up the Mage Slayer.
I like the build. We saw some alternative ways tried, right, with the safe lane Ember. I think what we have Mickey going for like an Urn into Radiance build. Didn't work out. We're actually seeing Satanic still considering options
Switching
here,
it up.
queuing up the Kaya and such. Definitely would help in terms of just kind of speeding up the farm, allowing him to stay out on the map a little longer with the mana. So it's probably one of those situations he hasn't been in a lot, considering what to buy as the carry Ember. So it's going to be very interesting to see what one of, if not the best carry in the world, does with this sort of position.
I'm just wondering, even though the lane, as we were saying, it didn't end up absolutely atrocious, it still wasn't great, how he's going to keep up in pace with something like a Shadow Fiend who just can double raise onto some neutral camps, push out lanes super easy. For this Ember, it's so much slower how he can farm, and it's rare to say this, where Satanic, he's been a #1, #2 net worth in 95% of their games. This is one of those games he's going to have to play a bottom core as in the game, so, and into hard matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, just the carry matchup in general. The fact that he's doing it against Yatoro, the other one that very easily could be labeled the best carry in the world, on an SF. Like, Yatoro could not be more comfortable in this position. Game 1 of a grand final, some ways, done pretty well historically when he gets to them, and he's on his Shadow Fiend, one of the hottest carries right now in the meta.
And he warmed up on it already today, finding a solo kill on Watson earlier, which was super impressive. So we're going to see a lot of aggression come out from Spirit. We talk about Disruptor in the past a lot when we used to see him is when you're ahead, you really can press your advantage. So they're looking for kills right now. In Night Class, they'll find him.
A quick grab, set it up for Yatoro. He's going to be able to take down the tier 1. I mean, it just feels like Yatoro is going to be able to do so much.
He is.
While Satanic, he's just going to hope that there's going to be the time to get to a stage of the game where he can make plays. Top, they'll try and look to punish Collapse.
He's turning on him.
He's pretty scary. Collapse drops down the tombstone. Satanic, he has to just run.
Can he run too? Brute Not Me is trying to close the gap.
Oh,
Satanic,
he's going to go
caught.
down.
Oh boy, and it's early days, but this is devastating for Vision.
It's...
And even another glimpse, Rue is there.
They're going to get another very likely. Carlos will try and leap away, just accepts his fate. He knows there's no further way to escape the reach of Collapse.
Nice
Spirit double.
With a much more normal approach to the
really
game,
was.
and it's just looking so much easier to play with this type of advantage, so many catches. The damage isn't there for Collapse at this point. He just walks up, he doesn't even have really that many HP items, just gets the ulti off. They are lacking in damage early on the side of Vision.
And Yatoro is nearly double the net worth of Satanic.
Oh boy, Owen.
I'll tell you what, this is not doing wonders for the games where I like to pick some safe lane Ember at home. I'm going to get reports as soon as the game starts now.
They will find him.
As we're seeing, this is not the position for this hero right now.
They've got to do some heavy lifting with the IO and the 2 supports to get some space. Notice it's been quiet so far here, so maybe if you can get to that timing of the Blink Dagger and look to get involved, but really, when I'm looking at the damage, I'm looking at some lackluster approaches here for Vision.
I can't find it.
Their burst can come out if the sharpshooter's there, but is that going to be enough when the SF is starting to get this much of an advantage? And now notice...
They're going to have the glimpse into the Requiem. Okay, the call does put a stop to the Requiem. Doesn't matter, though. Or maybe it will. It's close. Okay,
he
lives. He lives. All right.
Raindrop actually protecting him.
Gets to live, and I'll be honest, I think Noticed, he's probably the one that you're looking at to try and save Team Vision from the state of the game that they're in.
Yeah. And the mobility that can come in from the IO. See how much no one can connect with these relocates. He's halfway towards the Aghanim's.
Okay.
Said their skirmishing is strong on Vision, but if they fall too far behind, their team fight is very lackluster in comparison.
They're falling pretty fast.
They are.
Another tower here taken by Yatoro.
Okay, they're going to try to use the Moonlight Shadow to maybe sneak something in here, but it's still very difficult without Noticed having the Blade Mail or the Blink. And stacks, and they're starting to be formed. So Spirit, on top of playing super oppressively here, they've got this backup condition to just make Yatoro continue to be this beast. And Ember, he can't farm stacks. He can farm small neutral camps with the stack, but not an ancient stack.
And you can tell right from the item build-up. Oh, see in the mid, they do get the catch into the call. All right.
Nice kill.
Ball's gone.
It's something for sure.
I really do feel, as I say, this is a game where you're looking to notice if you're Vision. He's got to do some big moves to get them out of this spot. Going for the Blade Mail, of course, into the Blink.
I think, yeah, I like the Blade Mail first. I mean, Blink first is also very dangerous to do because you can just blink it and die and you don't have follow-up. The Blade Mail, it's going to provide that damage that they're kind of missing.
You might kill the SF.
You might be able to. Brew, positioned here for notice.
Okay. He did get himself out of this last time, notice.
There is an ulti this time, though, from Rue.
Yeah, there'll be no hesitation. Dropping down the Static Storm. Yatoro's able to step up, lay down the raises. This time,
reload.
No chance of notice running. No one's going to come in.
They get the catch.
It's a tricky one, especially with Lal around as well. Vision, they've got to be careful how they chase for this. Lal ready to pounce aggressively straight towards them. Acorn shot in the bushwhack completely off the mark.
Satanic.
He steps up. He'll drop a Remnant out, but he'll get another one away, so we'll still be able to jump out despite being glimpsed back.
They bring the numbers forward on the side of Vision and can't go for any type of trade play here because our Spirit, they just react to the numbers themselves. They bring everybody over. They know how ahead they are right now. Playing with this Disruptor, Max Glimpse is online. They can keep bringing this number advantage. Even if the IO relocate comes in, they can just send him away. Nine Classic, a good connection here onto Collapse, so they have follow-up. It looks like it's coming.
Backup's coming up for Collapse. It's all right. Now they'll get the glimpse. I mean, this is the dream sort of position, right, to be playing with this Disruptor. We don't get to see it a lot, but in these sort of games where you're starting to get this sort of momentum, this is where Rue absolutely controls every single play. You cannot run. He will bring you back, and what better carry to bring the enemy back over towards than an SF? Yatoro's going to clean them up every time that Rue catches them.
He's still continuing at almost double net worth of the Ember Spirit. As we said, Satanic, it's very rare that he's put in this bad of a position.
Yes.
So how is he going to really recover?
I
They're
don't know.
trying to bring numbers, but Spirit's reacting every single time. And yeah, this is, like you said, the Disruptor pick is looking incredible. They have all the vision tools with the Slark, with the Undying to be able to give him these glimpses over and over again. It's early, but it's a 5K lead, and it's about to jump to a 6K after these stacks get finished up here from Yatoro.
Just a very tough road ahead for Satanic. If he's able to make this work, it's going to be unbelievable.
Okay, notice this feeling like, okay, I can't actually go for the Greed Blade. I need a blink. We need a way to set up and slow the pace down.
I don't mind it. I mean, it definitely shows, Vision, they realize the spot they're in ain't too great. They got to do something drastic. Blink dagger timing with the smoke. They need something big. The dream catch, of course, would be Yatoro. Let's see who they can find Vision.
Will they have the damage is the question, because I'm looking at the build from Collapse in this game also. He's maxed the Soul Rip. So there's quite a bit of sustain that can come in even if they do get the catch. And Yatoro has Mask of Madness.
See, not me, but not me is not the one they want to go for. They want Yatoro. Yatoro is going to step up. Notice, he's thinking about it. He's going to make the jump in with the call into the arrow.
Static Storm.
They'll get laid down. Yatoro will get hit by the sharpshooter, but he's able to get off the rank.
Too much heals.
The notice is gone. No one to fall. Dakalis has to retreat, but Lal chases him out. Yatoro throws out another raise. They cannot go on this SF right now. They hit the call, they hit the arrow, but it just doesn't matter every single time. Backup's going to be there, and they don't even get close to killing him. Even with multiple ults connecting, the sharpshooter comes in. Yatoro doesn't even get anywhere close to dying.
Spirit, they're 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead of the play. They've got double vision in the area. Thank you, Collapse, for the goals, of course. Double vision in the area to cover. They know exactly that move's going to happen. And Yatoro, he loves to play super aggressive on this Shadow Fiend. This team, it's insane how we've watched Spirit level up in just a couple months here. Not looking to play slow, late game type of potential. No, they're all about the aggression, especially with this lineup. They're not slowing down, Owen.
No, which is of great concern for Vision.
Yep, and another catch. He's just dead. I'm struggling to see the recovery.
I mean, I think you can see the struggle in sort of working out how to recover in just the build that Satanic's got queued up. There's no other carry that you're going to be playing at all in this meta, right, where you go Kaya, BKB, Radiance. It's just, that Satanic himself, he feels how awkward of a spot that he's in, that he's been put in, having to play this Ember in the safe lane, that there seems to be very little way to kind of farm and build your way out of this hole.
I don't think we're going to see this again. This, Slark type of thing with the Ember teams. It's been tried too many times in this tournament. It's just looking so hard to recover. No one, he's got the Ags. Let's see how much he can do with this one. He's gonna farm very fast, but he's still so vulnerable going into these fights versus the SF and the Slark.
With the Remnant there, Satanic will make sure it doesn't get tripped up by the Willow combo.
The thing too is like, a lot of times when you're playing with the IO, it's not, of course, it is about the IO, the spirits, how much damage they do, but it's also, you're able to provide this extra sustain at times. When you're playing versus this Slark too, he just steals it. He walks up, throws that shiv onto somebody, and you're just preventing all that extra heal.
They'll find Root. It's going to be enough to kill him.
Can they get out?
They get out. I don't think noticed this. He's gone. Well,
not me, though.
Able to find him, but indeed 2 supports taken down. Time's been bought there for Yatoro to turn up. Carlos will manage to leap away. A favorable trade in terms of numbers.
Yep, not bad
They get both the supports. Sure, they lose a core, but in the position they're in, they'll take that.
Collapse, dodging the bushwhack. He's got Octarine already, so these decays, they're building up, reducing their health, taking up himself. And also, so I keep mentioning about playing ahead on the side of Spirit when we're talking about the Disruptor. The other thing about playing ahead, too, is they have a Slark. So look at the vision on the map. All the wards, they're just getting taken away. So just completely controlling that versus vision, so limiting any of these aggressive moves of trying to outnumber in any way as well. It's so hard for them to make a move like this. Look where Yatoro's farming. He's just like, okay, I'll just take your Ancients multiple times here. I'm at no risk really at this point. He continues to have absolutely insane net worth. He is the net worth of 2 core heroes right now. Catch on the Undying. They've got him.
All right.
Ceaseless Sturge, he's right back into the mix.
Spirit might still bring the pressure in around this tier 2. Yatoro ready to turn up.
Looking for the wraparound here.
I mean, they might go for round 2 on Collapse. Oh, okay. No. Max is already going to be out through the Twin Gate. Not looking to set up, though.
9 class.
Back off.
Oh, no one's also caught in the back. Laurel does see him.
He's going to look to relocate out of this.
They got the glimpse.
They do. They
Perfect timing.
One of the age-old counters there to the Ion. That's one of the reasons the glimpse can be a bit too much sometime for him.
They're just running at them at this point. Oh, and 9 class, he's trying to get away, but they've got the vision on him, hiding in the trees.
They're not going to quite see him in time, so he will live, still losing their mid vision.
No space on the map, Owen. The only place that they can play right now is where they had that vision on team vision, and they're just still getting run at in that area. They'll kill the Undying, but as you said, Ceaseless Sturge, he's back immediately, and with the Octarine, it's a much faster cooldown as well. 360 seconds rather than that 480, so we'll be able to utilize that in the next move as well, potentially. See if Vision can bring the numbers again. Not me. Does still have this ward on the high ground. Panic.
Bringing the brambles. Into the fear, Lyle ready to pounce in, closing onto Dakalis. He'll get the leap off. Soul Rip from Collapse will allow Spirit to continue to rack up the kills here against Vision.
And Spirit too. They have a building hitter. While on Vision, they do not have a building hitter.
They don't have a single building.
They do not have a single one at this point too. So overall, just have to play to farm and try to catch back up with these items that they can get. Looking for the BKB timing. So double BKB, potentially triple BKB timing that Vision is going to look for versus that heavy team fight. But it's not just that team fight. That physical damage, it is there too from Yatoro that will be able to bypass it. Roche soon on the menu probably for Spirit. With this damage, I think it's time right now.
Step straight into there with the amplified damage.
Yep, they've got the Undying too, so he can pop the ult. He can keep pushing it forward even faster with the Tombstone too. They'll even save the ult potentially here for the fights. It's just going to be brought down so fast. Little to no mistakes from Spirit right now. And Vision just still trying to get these items online, trying to make the recovery for Satanic.
Yeah, very much making a statement for, maybe that Slark does actually have to be first phase if you want to open with December.
Yeah, potentially so.
Might just force you to kind of have to come in with these sort of strats that just don't seem to be anywhere close to working.
9 class trying to be cheeky here, finding a place to farm. Rune knows where he is.
They're going to see him.
They've got the catch.
Static Storm. Make sure there's no way for him to play his way out there. At the same time, Spirit, they've also got the creep wave moving in top. Notice we'll get the call onto Yatoro.
Got Aegis.
And no one's come across. Satanic.
The numbers are being brought in. They're buybacking on 9 class.
Let's have a look. They want to try and put everything into this play, Vision, see if they can find some sort of kill. But Collapse, he's ready to just run straight at them. Comes in with the ultimate, tanking up, heals up with the Soul Rip. Vision, they can't even touch him. He's fine. They've got to back off.
A cool build too. Collapse going for just a casual Glimmer Cape. He knows that the big burst damage that's coming out for Vision, it's that magical damage from the Mirana, from that Hoodwink as well with the Shard too. So that Glimmer is going to be very, very strong. He's kind of like this pseudo support to be able to protect Yatoro as well with the heals.
I mean, because at the moment, right, that's all that matters,
That's
really.
all the damage.
If they can save Yatoro, he will do everything. He'll kill them all. He'll kill their base. We'll see in the
Catch
mid.
on Laurel.
He'll get the call.
Got him.
Laurel's gone. Noticed, I don't think he's getting out, though. Yatoro turns up with Collapse. They're able to take him down. Now over towards Ducalis. He's out of leaps.
They've got a glimpse if they needed it anyway. Rue wants another target, though. He's got a Blink. He's got a Tumbler's Toy if he can look for one. Panic trying to be cheeky here. Cut wave to get this extra farm. He's got the BKB.
Look at the courier.
Playing with fire here. Should be okay. Rue's like, you know what? I don't even want to chase him at this point. He's got the BKB.
So Yatoro was over there by the Remnant. Nearly actually in position, and now
he has to be careful. Satanic.
He's going to have to BKB possibly. Okay, did get the Remnant off.
They got Vision.
There, he can maybe time it, and he can.
Okay.
Able to jump back despite the glimpse.
That's the last Remnant. He's really trying to hang on to that BKB. But it really is just hanging on to it as Yatoro trying to give some more of that information. 8,000 lead for Spirit, continuing to play super oppressive here. And Rue, he is starting to build toward that Aghanims as well too already at this point. Blink and a point booster picked up. Vision starting to bring the numbers. Eyes on notice to see how big of calls he can get.
Gonna be off the call. Doesn't matter though. Relocate comes in. They'll still get Rue. They'll get the two of them.
Getting the supports over and over again. Pretty decent when you are this far behind.
Calls from Spirit are watching at the side just in case anybody steps up here. They can still fight despite the death of their supports with how large they are.
First BKB reveal from no one as well. They're trying to get to this timing of those triple BKBs for Vision. Yatoro on the hunt.
Give a slippery kill to Chaseful.
Can't quite find him here.
Tries his luck there with the raises, but off the mark.
Potentially looking for, you know, that Tormentor cup of play. It's going to shift soon. Both these teams, not really the biggest Tormentor teams either. Vision just desperately trying to find these places to farm. You look where Satanic is, look where no one is. They just really want to get to this item timing and then look for that fight when the Aegis does go down. Probably their best option, because they still are super behind at this point. They need to get the BKBs to counter that heavy team fight. Spirit's just chasing them all over.
Collapse just bullying Satanic, making sure that Satanic doesn't get the full freedom that he hoped for.
Satanic has to be pretty careful here. Yatoro, does he have the damage?
BTP. Ooh, one hit away from being close enough to kill him, I'll tell you that.
Top, Ducalis. They also get noticed.
Look at the glimpse back, straight into the fear. Very nicely timed. He gets the blade mail off, but it doesn't matter. Notice is gone. Ducalis trapped by the kinetic field. Perfect timing with a glimpse into the fear there from the supports of Spirit.
Two of the better heroes to punish. They're trying to split with Collapse.
They're trying to make some sort of a play against Collapse with this relocate from no one, but it's not going to happen.
Now no one.
He's probably in trouble. Okay, he has got the BKB. He's going to try and chase down Rue with the Spirits, but the Soul Reveal comes in. Nobody in Spirit going down in this mid lane. As Vision continue to hemorrhage these kills.
3 deaths there, and it was a 9-class buyback earlier too that they were desperately trying to look for these extra kills up top. Ends up being brought down. Yatoro very close to having the Silver Edge. He is continuing to be double net worth of the Emperor.
I mean, he's just having a completely free game here. I can't imagine a better way to start off a TI Grand Finals if you're a carry than the one that Yatoro is having right now, and he is making absolutely everything out of the situation he's been given.
Not only is it 24-12, but look at the tower situation, right? As we said, Vision, they cannot touch the towers, especially because of how far behind they were at the start of this game. They're almost full HP. All the ones of Spirits have barely been touched at this point, while 2 tier 2s already have dropped on the side of Vision. And noticed his BKB is the timing that he wanted to get a bit of acceleration onto it. He's now died, I think, 3 times trying to make the space for the team, so his BKB is going to be so delayed at this point. Rue is going to have an Aghanims, maybe as that BKB comes out from the axe, so he's going to have extra answers even to prevent them from using it if he does get the initial catch. Vision. Panic. There's a Silver Edge Yatoro stalking him.
Lines up and ready to go for this final tier 2 on the bottom lane.
So hard for Vision to put together a team fight. Spirit will take every single one of these battles at this point. Level 20 as well now hit for Yatoro. Satanic. I feel like every time we see Satanic, Collapse is on top of him. He's just following him, being super annoying.
It's in the mid.
Another catch on Laurel.
They do manage to bring Laurel down. Yatoro's considering if he wants to fight back here. The BKB was used by no one.
That is 4 times they've been able to find Laurel. Noticed.
He'll yet to get Yatoro.
Can he get the glimpse? He will.
Straight back into the field and the Static Storm into the Requiem. Oh, there'll be a relocate
nice
save.
reload.
A nice one. All right, no one able to bail his axe out for now.
They're going to look for the fight after this. They're going to kill the Tombstone off. Doesn't look like they can go for the fight themselves. BKB still cooldown for no one. He'll play caution. Spirit also will back up. They'll respect that save. Space needed. No one is pulling ahead a good amount here over the Slark as they have been able to find some nice kills onto Laurel with the chain stuns. If no one can end up being that rock that they really need for the team. Gonna go that Shiva's build that we do see for pretty much all the mid laners on the IO. But it's slower paced damage in comparison to something like Yatoro, who is accelerating toward more lifesteal. Is gonna go that Satanic build, stalling out any type of BKB. Knows he doesn't need it for now, maybe eventually at some points, but we know Yatoro. He plays for the Manta dodges. A 9 class, dead in 2 or 3 hits.
Also, Rue won't be able to tease much out of Satanic there. Satanic quick with a Remnant away.
And even though they're not keeping up, right, but not making the Gold League go so much faster in terms of per Spirit, the gains just aren't that big for Vision. I just don't know how much this Radiance for Satanic is really going to do, because we did see Mick try for it the other day, but as soon as he showed up to the fights with the Radiance and the BKB, he did absolutely nothing.
And it's a different build-up. The fact that Radiance is going to come so much later.
It is later as well.
It's, as I said, I think, you know, Satanic's trying to do his best to adapt to this situation that he's been put on off the back of this draft. It's just not easy to make this safe lane Ember work.
Laurel now has the gem, so should be a lot safer. We have seen them pick him off a couple times here, but now with the gem should be much more protected in terms of not getting caught by the Blink Axe from that distance. Also going for the BKB early. I like it.
It's all right. You do something cute here.
Thinking about it. He can line up the Requiem.
He's going to try and open things up here with the fear. That will do it.
We saw him solo kill Watson earlier. That was almost a solo kill as well, too. Did get a little help, but super impressive play. A flawless game from the legend himself. 8-0-3.
I'm pretty much maintaining this net worth position where he's so close to essentially being double the net worth of Satanic.
He's double the net worth of Laurel even, too, of his own teammate. Absolutely crazy performance from Yatoro this game. They're not able to slow things down. Noticed his BKB is about to be finished, so let's see if they can connect with this triple BKB timing, how much they can do. But again, the Radiance was slowed down. And it's besides the gold lead, look at the experience. It's a level 16 Ember. Yatoro's cracking level 23 in a second.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Yatoro, he is not going to care one bit about a Radiance on this Ember Spirit.
9 class, Laurel stalking him.
Bit of a tricky kill to chase for.
Forcing him away.
Now, meanwhile, over towards the mid, we're seeing them grouped up and ready to try and make a move here. Vision, the smoke out.
Trying to catch Spirit if they're split up in any way, but Spirit have been so careful in this game. The Satanic is going to be coming out very soon for Yatoro. They haven't had the damage to bring him down yet, and now they're going to have to somehow bypass the Satanic, which is one of the best answers versus the Blink Blade Mail Axe. Roche soon on the horizon too, something that Vision can't let Spirit get Roche. If they do, game is going to be pretty much impossible for them. They're looking for Laurel again.
They've got him a fair few times.
Not going to be able to find that catch. All right, Radiance done. But at the same time, Yatoro gets a full Satanic. The damage isn't going to come out that fast from Vision. And there's heals. There's ways to protect. Collapse, as we said, he's playing this pseudo, the extra support in a way, right? With the build that he's gone for. He has Blink, he has Shard. So if they do get the catch, he even can get the saves as well. So again, just difficult to see how Vision approaches these fights.
Well, we'll try and check out the situation. I'll find 9 class. Yatoro steps in, a couple of right clicks. That's 9 class gone.
Godlike. Vision needs every number too. So even if they lose one hero, contesting that Roche already was super hard, now impossible. So they're gonna have to just accept the fact that they're playing versus this Aegis. Push might come onto their high ground pretty soon here with the banner as well. Yatoro, super tanky, can probably just frontline. And how's Rue doing for his Aghanims too? He's got 3 components already finished up. So yes,
pretty close.
Vision's got some BKBs, but they might be put in a position where they can't even get them off too. Satanic, Oro.
Satanic is not taking any chances this time.
They're trying desperately to get any type of building damage. Got a decent amount bottom here, but it is just that tier 1.
Ready to get this bottom wave pushed out. They'll pick up the Tormentor first.
Finally. These teams hate Tormentor. Brew will get blessed with it as well. A nice one too. The kinetic fence is quite good this game versus the Mirana, versus the Io, even versus the Ember in some situations. Can be quite annoying. Extra little bit of lockdown. Just, yeah, so much sustain, so much save at this point on Spirit. Vision, what's the next big gain they're getting? Okay, no one is going for something a bit different too. Queuing up the Hex. So looking like they just want to get this chain control to not allow this, you know, Yatoro to just go absolutely crazy. But as you said, there's saves, there's heals, there's this tombstone.
Toro ready to make quick work of this tier 2. Plenty of minutes left. They want to try and push up high ground with this Aegis.
They've got a creep wave coming in. Ags, it's done. Rue, he has it finished in at 10 gold now. They're going to smoke up. Potentially look for the catch as a hero shows on the side of Vision.
If anyone steps out of the base, they'll get quite a nasty surprise.
They have the Slark Shard as well, too. So Tombstone, Slark Shard, Soul Rip, Glimmers, so many things to protect Yatoro.
Gonna get the call.
That's a heal.
Soul Rip's there. They're keeping him healed up pretty nice. He'll get the match off. The push back comes out after, but there's gonna be the save from the Tombstone. Fear connects onto no one.
Satanic to heal up. Yatoro will back away and respect the damage. They force everybody from Vision back.
Can play it safe, work on sorting out the other lanes here. Spirit.
They also, now they do have that Ags Disruptor, so Vision has to be so prepared to click those BKBs, but it's going to be difficult because the blink is there too for Rue, so can't just blink and drop that Static Storm.
It's just going to be ridiculous amounts of damage coming out from Yatoro. It's just over 1,000 gold away from having that Daedalus.
And the wards just continue to get taken out. The gem that they picked up on the Slark with this advantage, constricting the map. Collapse. They saw someone outside for a quick second here. They want to get a glimpse. Can't quite find the angle here. Not letting Vision get outside.
Talik's just trying to find some sort of corner of the map. 9 class is going to go for a very aggressive jump out of the base to try and set up onto Rue. Lol, he'll be able to punish that. Rue's perfectly fine.
They've got, yeah, the depth shroud as well, too. Just so many ways to cover and protect each other. Satanic desperately trying to find that Aghanims. The quietest game I think we've seen from him at this international.
I think it is.
Toro, arrow will connect.
Takes a lot of damage.
They've got so much sustain and so many ways to protect him.
Keeping their cool, able to continue to hit the tier 3s, force out the fortification here in the mid. Toro can back up, pick up that Demon Edge.
90 seconds still on this Aegis. This is an aggressive relocate positioning from no one here. Is this Disruptor could catch him?
Quick jump. BKB
got the BKB off. Okay.
Make sure he gets that there before the Static Storm.
They're going to try the glimpse timing, but he still has the BKB active, so he will be safe. Good thing he clicks that BKB when he does, so he's dead.
I think as soon as he saw people turn up, he knew that there was a high chance that that play would be looked towards by Rue.
Yatoro standing strong by himself here. He still has the Aegis.
9 class! He's going to take it out a couple of hits. They're going to try and battle Yatoro.
He's too strong!
These hits are going to hurt!
Oh my god, so close to Satanic even getting brought down. Yatoro showing he can fight versus everybody with this advantage. No fear.
Yeah, this is, especially in situations like that, I can only imagine, Fog, that Satanic is like, please let me play something else. I do not want to play this carry Ember. I really don't. It cannot be fun fogged.
Not if Yatoro, especially not if Yatoro's getting to play Shadow Fiend, right? You're looking like, look at the difference in this guy.
He gets the SF and I get this. It just doesn't feel fair.
Really doesn't at this point. Now no glyph for Vision to stop this push. Can they get Yatoro off of the racks? No BKB for no one either for this push.
They get the call.
Try again.
Really any follow-up. They do get the arrow. Collapse has already jumped in. Satani's going to try and go in on the back lines here aggressively with the BKB. He's going to try and chase out Rue, bring the Disruptor down. He'll succeed. Takes Rue out the fight. BKB's about to come to an end though, so he'll have to jump back defensively. Did manage to get that kill there with that play, Satanic.
That was a pretty cool one. Just jumps past everybody. Did have to use a lot of the remnants. They did have to use their BKB. That was both the BKBs, right? Just to find a support kill. So it's something, but it's a very expensive commitment just to find a disruptor here at this point. But they have to do that, right? I think this is exactly how the Emperor has to play. You cannot let Rue get his spells off because you will just get destroyed in the team fight if he gets a static storm on top of you. Even the bigger static storm, a chasm stone casually picked up from the disruptor too, so even more massive to be able to get the connection onto them here. Some decent execution we're seeing, the attempts from Vision, right? Getting the call, pulling him back, getting that connection of the arrow too. But yeah, just still a bit too far behind to bring down Yatoro at all. How's no one's Hex looking? He does have the gold for it, but saving for the buyback for the moment.
Yatoro. Notice sticks around. He might regret it, but the blink in time.
Look at the build he has to go for unnoticed. He's like, yeah, armor isn't the solution, guys. I need to blink Blade Mail and Ghost Scepter so I don't just die to this.
Against this SF, certainly so.
No one. Forced to pop the BKB defensively again.
He's going to try for the call, but Yalal, he was already up the BKB. There'll be no follow-up damage to threaten the Slark. The Ghost Scepter buys him a little bit of time, but as it comes to an end, Spirit will bring Notice down.
Yatoro just running the show beyond godlike. And that was what? BKB used from no one. Notice still has his for the potential for the defense. Satanic also. But not having the IO BKB, he can just get popped. Yatoro. Aggressive force staff.
All right. Him in the bushwhack. A little stunned, but the tombstone's there. Satanic gonna have to use a lot of his BKB to just try and take that out. They manage to do so in time. The call comes out.
They get him.
They've done it. They've killed Yatoro.
For the first time this game.
That's massive. Vision doing what seems to be the impossible. Now, Collapse, on the other hand, he's got a lot of HP to get through if they want to try and get Undying. Collapse is going to try and chase through out of the action. Collapse building the HP up. And Collapse, he's kind of cleaning them up. Satanic's gone. Double kill for Collapse.
Got the blink.
And he's ready for more. Jumps over to Notice. Notice trying to pop, and the decay comes in. Collapse, he don't need Yatoro now at this point. He's the new carry in town.
They had to use everything to kill you. They executed it pretty beautifully to bring down this SF, but Collapse
maybe
goes,
even more.
I have 52 strength. He wants more.
Rounds 4 from La. Won't quite be able to get slow onto either of them or the leash. Collapse, he still wants to get in.
They finally defeat Yatoro. They kill him the once at least. Good. They synergized that pretty beautifully there too. I didn't see if they broke the tombstone.
I think they
did, right? Because he got stunned
right
afterwards from it. So it's pretty perfect that ends up happening, and they get the call right afterwards, so he doesn't get the Satanic.
So it can be done.
It can be done, but they end up losing a lot out of it as well too. 9 class looking for a cheeky catch here onto Laurel. They've got back up.
Well, listen, no one trying to come in to help out, but the BKB's up for Lal.
Static Storm.
See them get the grab onto no one. Lal falling low, but Collapse coming in with the save. Heals him up with the Soul Rip. Keeps Lal strong. No one will relocate back out of there in time to survive, but the Carlos has been left out on the map.
Laurel too tanky. Too much regen. Gets to steal a lot here with the Shiv versus the IO over and over again. Plus the healing from the Undying. Absolutely seeing that come into play there. Vision, they're trying their hardest. They're doing some really cool execution plays, but at this deficit, you can just see how hard it really is.
It's just too much.
Yatoro back onto the push. We're on it dead for 25 seconds. Vision needs absolutely every little thing they can put together here. Collapse now, level 25. He's going to have like 10,000 HP when he pops that Flesh Golem.
Instead of Rex taking in the mid Spirit, they can head over to the Roshan.
Safest play possible. Refresher Shard Some really good ones they can put that onto. Either the Disruptor, they can put it onto the Undying as well, too. Some really good options that they can do. Even onto the Slark. I mean, everybody's a good option to get that Refresher Shard. They'll wait for a moment here, though. We'll see it again. Yatoro had just died over there from that great chain stun that they were able to do, but yeah, Collapse. A different beast after they've expended so much.
I mean, they sort of think about trying to do something about him, but not a lot that you can do about this Undying right now with that amount of HP built up on him.
Just walking at them. Getting so much farm, too. He's got the Cloak of Flames. He's got the Greedy. Yatoro, we'll give him a cheeky smile. He's like, you know, you got me.
Exactly. Same to be said here from Collapse. He is absolutely loving it here on his Undying.
Roshan time, 18k lead. Vision. I don't think they can contest in that area. High ground defenses, they can execute if they do at utmost perfection, but around the Roche, kind of suicide. Full disperser for Yatoro.
Yeah, he just... Refresher Shard available here for Collapse.
Oh god, Collapse has a full Hex now too. Oh my goodness. Just keeps flirting out the items. He's keeping up in farm with an IO core. Very impressive that he's been able to do. We see Satanic. His farm is pretty impressive too, but still, at that back foot. Even bigger rate. I mean, this static storm's going to be massive. We don't see Disruptor very often. I actually forgot that was even a talent for him at 20. With that Chasm Stone too, this static storm's going to be huge.
So many things that they're going to have to pre-BKB.
Yeah, they either have to pre-BKB or if they have to jump the Disruptor and kill him at the start of the fight. So they're just gonna get decimated from that Ags. Push coming in toward the north side.
Tora.
The Aegis posing the question, do they have the answer? Collapse now finally switches his neutral item.
And immediately Satanic has to put this BKB. He's so terrified about what they'll throw at him. A quick tombstone dodge off the arrow.
I mean, he needs to use that.
He has to. It's so scary.
Otherwise, he's going to get hexed.
Well, 9 class outside of the base. Collapse is waiting from inside of the base. 9 class going to get glimpsed back. I mean, they just can't do anything about the fact that Collapse is just standing there between them.
He has 7,500 HP. Good luck bringing him down. I mean, put some Vessels onto him. Vessel's going to do like 300 damage per tick. No Vessel charges remaining, though, on Ducalis, so unfortunate for him.
Somebody's got to do something.
Jumps in. The Tombstone jumps out. There's no BKB for Satanic. How does he commit into the fight?
I don't know. They've got to try something.
Arrow, just to try to push him off, but Yatoro.
The racks are falling.
Standing strong.
Can they even get him the once now? Backup set up perfectly around Yatoro.
Notice, as the Krellas now picked up, they spend their gold on the side of Vision. Can't protect the racks. Smoke. Spirit, they're going to continue in this area. Continue the push. If anyone steps out, if Rue sees them, he will just blink Static Storm, grab them. Vision. Desperate move here.
They're on the low ground. Notice he's going to try for the jump, but he doesn't find an angle to get the call off. The Static Storm's laid down into the fear from the Requiem.
He used his gold, too, to buy the Krellas. He does not have buyback.
Spirit should have what it takes here to finish off the final set of Rex.
Fear connects.
The Satanic is going to try and jump the backlines. Maybe look to see if he can kill off the support. So put the BKB, look to chase down the Willow. Can he at least get that? There's going to be also keeping safe. No one's just getting shredded by the right clicks of Yatoro. No one's gone. He's out for 100. They're getting close to killing off Collapse. He'll heal up with the Soul Rip and the Decay.
In his Tombstone.
He's still alive. Satanic is trying to run. No one coming with the center to bail him out of this. He'll be able to live, Satanic.
They're just way too far ahead, Owen. They're all too tanky. Yatoro's damage, he shreds. I can't believe no one actually gets away.
And the Collapse, he's back in with another jump. They get the Hex onto Ducalis. He's out. He'll buy back. Satanic's going to jump in with the slide chains over towards Yatoro, but it's a triple kill for Yatoro.
GG.
This game is over. GG is called. As Team Spirit will take game one. Yatoro finishes with a rampage here in Shanghai.
The legendary carry himself having a pretty free game this time around. Vision trying something here that we've said multiple teams have tried with this Ember to dodge this Slark. They put the IO mid, but the Slark was doing pretty fine. They did get some kills on Laurel, which was pretty impressive, but the biggest problem really was Yatoro is absolutely massive.
Yep.
Supports are getting a lot, and Collapse too. Love the build he goes for, knowing that he can play the pseudo kind of supportish style, get these extra heals. they run this one over, Owen.
They really do. I guess at the least for Team Vision, we did it from Puppey at the start, right?
They're trying
They already knew they were trying something, so they should be able to easily move past this into game 2. But as for this game 1 strat, it did not work out.
It was a strat that we weren't necessarily sure how it was going to play out. We saw so many new things. Disruptor, it's its first pick here for TI-15. We're also seeing no one playing that IO for the first time, and Satanic playing an Ember Spirit carry for the first time himself. I know we've seen Ember carry so far in this tournament, but Satanic himself having their first competitive games on those heroes, and you're like, is it game 1 of a TI finals where you want to do it? And I give them full credit to having that confidence, but at the end of the day, what Spirit cooked, Quinn, was just another level.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question, is this the place to do it, is no. I think you want to go back to your comfort. You want to go back to the solid strategies you played for the entirety of your career. We look at Satanic, you think of him as the hard carry that scales into the late game, that's going to put the team on the back, and how can you really do that with an Ember carry? It just wasn't the same level impact we're used to seeing from him, and I don't blame him. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Puppey in the coach interview that they have tried it before and it wasn't unexpected for them. And he thinks that TI is for trying things and that's why they did it. But in practice, it didn't look that good. That IO mid didn't even manage to have a game against the Slark. The Ember lost to that Undying pick, which was brilliant because Team Spirit set up a situation where both side lanes would win and the mid flex didn't matter in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just comes back to what you brought up about how maybe Puppey is saying no to 9class's ideas. And for me, personally, I feel like Satanic's been the player of the tournament, or the player of Team Vision at least. And put him in an Ember against Undying lane, you're not really setting him up for success. And I feel like you have a guy on 9class that could take that upon him. He could play that Ember. It's something he's done in the past. Their lane didn't go well anyway. It's not like he's a particularly strong hoodwink player. So for me, it's just a little bit questionable how they approach this game 1. But to be honest, in a best of 5, you have a lot of room to do these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter for the next game. It's 0-0.
Room for error, room for growth, whichever way you want to look at it here. But it definitely felt like a game of bluffs in some way as well, because whilst the execution was incredibly high from Spirit, it felt like that they were coming in almost as a continuation of the best of 3 that they had in their upper bracket 2 days ago, where it's, we actually know what you like, we know what you don't like, and so they try and put Lal on an uncomfortable slot that he hasn't necessarily shown or proven himself on the same way he has other heroes, and vice versa, again, where Vision are thinking, we've got this Ember that we can move to other roles. We've got this IO that we know is comfortable mid, but at the end of the day, Quinn, I'm not really sure how that mid matchup played out. You said that it should be something more favorable to IO, but we didn't see that in eventuality.
Yeah, I think it probably should. It ended up being where Slark takes a relatively decent early CS advantage, and I think you can chalk a lot of that up to no one's inexperienced on the hero. It's quite a very player-specific hero. You need a lot of reps into how you move the spirits back and forth. It's a very finicky, I don't know, very IO-specific mechanic that not any other heroes have. And so I think I chalked it up to inexperience, and I think it's not just sort of a fault of Vision, but it's a skill that Spirit is really good at. And I think specifically in finals, I've felt this myself, that they are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. It's not just Vision doing it to themselves. They're picking things and banning in a way that forces you to do that, or you feel compelled to it, almost like they're mind controlling you.
On that topic of potential inexperience on the mid IO, that may very well be true, but watching it play out, I don't think IO has any inherent advantages against Slark. The way the hero functions in the mid lane is it just farms. You trade farm, and for mid heroes to punish melee heroes, they have to make it so that if the melee heroes walk up to hit a creep, that they take absurd amounts of damage, and that just doesn't happen with IO until later levels, and I think fundamentally the concept there was also wrong.
We're going to look at the earlier mark between these two, right? Looking at about 10 minutes, I feel like that's that moment where you're wanting to see a little bit more movement coming out from your mid. You're hoping that they're going to be up there, the playmaker, or the solid rock for your team, and hopefully that they've had a good enough lane for themselves. But when it comes to this mark, it's not necessarily a glaring obvious who is doing that for their team, right, Quinn?
Yeah, it's very even, and you've got the pressure on the side lanes, and I think that's Spirit, that's how they love to play. They want to have Laurel just chilling, playing some matchup that's whatever, that's normal, that he's fine in, and they put pressure and they put the precedence on their side lanes to do well and have good matchups, and I think that came to fruition completely this game. It's exactly how they want to play. It's a bread and butter Spirit draft.
I feel like the main thing that I take away from that is the net worth. The Wisp has to be a lot more farmed coming out of that matchup. Honestly, it needs to be almost 1,000 gold higher at minute time.
Okay, that is a big difference. And you mentioned something briefly, Quinn, where you're talking about it's a lot down to the side lanes. What's happening on the action there as well? How much more can their mids offer, depending on how well their side lanes are going? And we've already talked about it. This is the first official we've seen Satanic on that Ember Spirit. And luckily we have Purge, who's going to give us more information about how it played out for him.
Yeah, they tried out the Ember Spirit with the shift to the safe lane. They thought they could make it work. Last I saw was Team Liquid playing it. And it's definitely a little bit harder here. Satanic did his best in the lane. He did some nice little tricky things like dodging the Willow blasts here. But after a quick level 2 on Willow, she got a D-ward here. This really nice root is going to guarantee the kill on Satanic. That got him a first blood. And the lane didn't really get that much better for a bit here because that level 3 now for Undying is very, very fearsome. He did use Flame Guard to protect himself when he got gone on a bit here, which is going to give him a little bit of protection. But the downside is they have a lot of nuke damage here. So they actually were just bursting through his Flame Guard and almost killing him. Here's his final death here that you would normally get successfully, but Satanic, of course, so he's going to slight dodge that one as well, even using another Fairy Fire to survive. He had a tough lane. They did gank the Undying, but they did do this nice move on the Wisdom Shrine, which allowed them to, at the very least, get the Wisdom Shrine. But it forced a ton of rotations here, and Clap still got one support kill. So, but this was a nice moment for Satanic to catch up. And in the end of this, he's actually kind of close in net worth if you take a look at it. All things considered, yeah, he's really not that far away. So that was great. Then Yutoro did some really interesting things in this game. And you probably spotted him in the stream at some point showing up somewhere he's not supposed to be. So watch his path here. He was thinking about killing the Axe, but Axe basically got zoned because he's SF. SF wins his matchups. And then he's just fishing to do mid pressure. There's a catapult at this moment. So this is a really good time for him to be here, because if he's just successful at helping to get a kill, then they get a whole bunch more damage. And this is probably the moment you saw him on stream when he came here and double raised the enemy mid. This is kind of crazy to look at, but if you look at what happened on the map here, he's basically forcing the IO to go farm these camps over here, which means he's super far away from the mid lane. So it basically makes it easier for them to pressure the mid lane and for his Slark to get as much farm as he wants. And a short time later, he basically does the same thing. He's going to clear the wave. He's going to walk towards mid. He's going to take this nice little ancient stack, which is beautiful for him, and he's going to do the same thing. Hiding behind the tower, looking for a hero. He ends up spotting out 9 class, which guarantees the vision, which guarantees the kill, and again, guarantees the tower. So this early pressure that Yutoro did to rotate, it didn't take a huge amount of him. He lost a little bit of gold, but he got some nice ganks in. That pressure really opened things up on the map. The mid was opened up. Collapse had this really sick play, getting the kill on Satanic, and as a whole, the lanes just went great for Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Purge. We're seeing it play out in real time. The Yutoro of TI-10, that's what he was praised for time and time again, was how early he was willing to rotate to mid, how he was willing to help out other cores despite this more traditional viewpoint of a carry being the #1 farmer. You're supposed to always be farming if you're not out there in your lane. And at the end of the day, he goes, well, there's other means to get kills. There's other means to be able to shut down our opponents, and that is pushing the mid laner out as far as possible.
Yeah, I love those clips. I think that it really shows some of the skills that Yutoro doesn't always show, but somehow when it comes to TI, when it comes to the finals, he just builds this extra awareness of places he can be, places he can pressure. These are split-second decisions that you need to make in very specific moments, or you're just going to miss the opportunity, and he's so in the moment. He's so clutch in these finals. Almost no one else would make these moves, but Yutoro in zone is just a different beast.
To add on to that, it's just Team Spirit's understanding of which lanes to focus on has always been some of the most impressive out of all the teams in Dota. But they had this knowledge that if IO doesn't have any kind of farm, they won't be able to make moves because both side lanes were shut down. So if they moved their emphasis to the mid lane and pushed no one into the jungle, then there really was no tempo or counterplay for a very long time. And I do have to give them props for how they set up the Disruptor. Playing Disruptor with Slark's night vision and an SF coming mid, you're just happy in that situation, aren't you, Insania?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I played Disruptor, 2 of my favorite heroes to lane with were TB and SF, and it's just because they provide so much overwhelming damage. Whenever you glimpse someone back, they just immediately die. And that's like what they do on the lane, but then Yutoro takes it one step further, and he just makes sure that he's connected to all the moves that Disruptor wants to make. When Disruptor wants to move mid, well, he's there to provide the damage. And now suddenly, anybody that's within 1,600 range of a Disruptor is just dead.
Yeah, you can see it even from just the positioning the SF is not playing like a typical turret and that he's standing behind everyone. For the majority of this game, Yatoro is standing in front of everyone because his supports wants to stand behind. He's charging at them so then the Disruptor can glimpse them back. That's such an unusual sort of switch of priority in how you're even just standing. These are the little things that go into the greatness that is these Tier 1 carry players or Tier 1 players in general on the biggest stage that he sees in the moment. This is a time for me to walk up and chat up for my supports who are going to sit behind. Compared to the inverse, that is amazing awareness in the moment.
The domino effects that can happen in Dota are so beautiful because, like, when you think about it, you're like, okay, Slark, night vision, and yes, Disruptor, he needs vision. But if your side lanes are so overwhelming, you can play on the first night after minute 5. That's when the laning stage occurs, and that's when a lot of the kills were happening after those first 5 minutes. So from the first night to be able to make that many kills happen off of your vision strategy, we don't see that very often. Usually it's the second or third night that this really becomes significant. I don't think I've ever seen a first night be that impactful.
It's rare. It's honestly super rare that you have like a Disruptor in a winning lane, a Slark mid of all things, and then the carry willing to connect as well. So I think all three of these things have to align for us to have this beautiful early game.
I just love it. The way that the draft played out, well, like, this is one of the biggest cooking sessions that we've seen Miposhka be able to do. A Disruptor that hasn't been picked at all in this TI. Like, the fact that it goes 2 whole weeks completely overlooked, even though SF, even though Slark have been gaining traction. SF was definitely one of those things that in this patch coming in, people were first phase banning. And so we talk about this cycle. Now it's back in the hero pool. Now there is adjustments that need to be made. And more importantly, that pressure is on Vision. We've seen them lose games, but they're in best of 3s. And it's normally a game 2 that they're losing when they're already up. So now they're going to be starting the best of 5 on the back foot. Yeah, there's room for experimentation because you need to be able to have 3 games to win, but you've done your experimenting in a game number 1, and so when it comes to a game 2, even though that experimenting didn't work, do you still have faith that you need to go down that route?
I feel like you've mixed it up. I don't think they went for this Ember. The idea was Lard doesn't play Slark, and coming into the series, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
So, you know, Spirit kind of catch them off guard. They got the Slark, they played the Ember, and now you're just going to shift priorities. You have so many other heroes in the Ember Spirit. You're not reliant on this hero. You know, there's a difference between a team like Vision and maybe Nigma that needed to play the Ember. These guys have a lot more up their sleeve.
Yeah, you're here for a reason. You've proven throughout the entire tournament that you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the tournament. That was not a fair showing of their true potential. They're playing extremely long off comfort on multiple roles. Go back to what you're good at and show the world and show Spirit why you're in this final. You deserve to be here. This is not the moment where you push over and say, they're just better than us. This is where you steel yourself and you go back to this and say, we're here for a reason, and now we're going to show you.
Yeah, that felt like a statement by Puppey that if they take Ember away from Team Spirit, then Laurel doesn't have heroes that they're uncomfortable dealing with in terms of tempo. Because if not the Ember, what have we seen Laurel play that pushed the Team Spirit supports forward on the map? I mean, another hero would be Pango, but it hasn't been that successful this tournament for him. And Puppey basically just said that our plan is to take it away. And if they do plan on taking it away again, it would just be with Slark being factored into the bans. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you open up doors for potentially a Bane, potentially a Winter Wyvern, and we just honestly, I feel like we just got to see how they react to this. It's hard to make any sort of predictions about what their take from the game is, because for me, at least watching, I think you don't want Satanic on Ember. We want him on some sort of win condition. And if this is the plan B, then I don't like the plan.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting how the sort of the order of these drafts pans out whenever hard counters like the Slark versus Ember arise. Ember, through a lot of this tournament, I think would be getting first pick, but there's this one pesky Slark. And so that means Ember is will be a second pick only hero because you need to pick it on the end of the first phase, so then you can ban the Slark in the next phase. Compared to if you try to pre-ban it, then they will just respond with the Ember ban. So you can actually never get Ember if you're first pick. And these things can arise and change how teams prioritize draft order and how the lineups are created, because maybe Ember was crucial and now you can't get anymore from that pick side.
It's always the back and forth when it does come to drafting. Are you a team that loves to and thrives on that first pick, or are you a team that wants to wait until the end to be able to be more reactionary and know that you have that depth within you there? And we're seeing all of our players, they walked out on stage, sitting back down in the booth, and we've brought this up time and time again, is how necessarily do Vision feel after a loss, right? Are they a team that gets a little bit downtrodden about it, or are they a team that goes, hey man, you chalk it up, it is what it is, and we just look towards a whole brand new game here? And I honestly think it's the second of those two options, because even though we've seen them be the team with an early GG in a game at TI, there were still a lot of laughs. There were still a lot of smiles. And I think the camaraderie between Vision is much stronger than maybe public perception sees.
I think so too, and I mean, no one was smiling at Satanic at the end of the game. Someone was chatting, and they seem to be okay. I think they have this understanding that when it's a draft issue, then you go next. Like Insania loves to say, every game is 0-0. You give up on the last loss.
Yeah, I think you just forget about the last game. I think you can draw some drafting lessons, but that's mostly for Puppy to do. And I think for the players, it's just, we're going to go into the game, we're going to run it back. We had a series against Spirit before where we lost the game, and it's nothing new to us. We've done this before. And I feel like they've proven throughout this tournament that they are not fazed by losses. This has happened so many times. And this whole idea of, like, they used to be a team that tilted out a series or stuff like that, it just doesn't apply to them anymore.
Yeah. And again, they have so many approaches they can take in a draft, Quinn, like their Lone Druid or Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got plenty of tricks in the bag still. And I think they've also gotten, I hope, some of the jitters out of the way. If you look at some of the clips that Purge was showing, the Ember Spirit walks back into a bramble, or no one maybe is CSing it's a little bit off in lane. I think some of that is, it's a grand final. It just feels a little different. It's a little bigger, grander, scarier. You love to see it.
Bro knows it's him.
You love to see the smiles in finals. I think it's very easy to get sucked into, especially when you're down a game, the stress and pressure of we're down, we need to come back, we need to fix things, there's problems, and these can mount up and feel like this overwhelming dread sort of enveloping you. But I think the ability to not, only try to win, which is the most important thing, but also appreciate this is a very special moment you may never get again. You never know whenever these things will happen. Dota is a very competitive game, and people fall by the wayside all the time. And so I think being able to laugh and appreciate the moment, the privilege you've been given, I think is something they should all very much look to do.
We also saw just briefly there, we had Not Me come up on the screen, and I think it's a face not a lot of people are familiar with for two reasons. One, this is his first TI appearance. You're making it to a grand final with a veteran and a decorated org such as Spirit here. But on top of that, he shaved his beard off. And I know coming into the grand finals, we were all discussing, is it going to be Bolt Toro? Well, over on the Chinese stream, Delv was talking to Maposhka and asked Maposhka about, oh, did you guys consider shaving your Toro's head? And he goes, it worked twice. We don't really think it's going to work a third time. And as the rookie, Not Me had to tank it, and he was more than willing to shave his beard instead.
I love that this is kind of an initiation ritual for Team Spirit. I mean, there is a very specific culture in this team, and you can really watch it unfold in moments like these in the TI Grand Finals.
We've alluded to draft alterations that need to be had. The preparation and the pressure of those said drafts really falls on Puppy and Maposhka, and so we'll see how it pans out for game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 2.
Spirit is up 1 game here in a best of 5 for our TI 15 Grand Finals. We had Vision with first pick in game number 1, and it has been flipped this time around. It's going to be Spirit with their first pick, and so it does bring back all of those theories that you guys were crafting. Where does this Ember take priority now? Where does the Slark fall in the draft if you're willing or wanting to take Ember in the first phase?
Yeah. There's this really cool thing you could do here if you're Team Spirit. Like, let's see, we're going to see Vision's 2 first bans. And if they notice that there's like 2 heroes that they want to ban out, that we know they want to ban, and we don't want to give them the opportunity to do it, you can ban out the Slark, forcing them to ban the Ember, and then giving you one of those heroes that you want to play in the upcoming situation.
Yeah, it's definitely something you consider, and with the way the bans have been changed over the years, the order of them is very important, and trading bans in that forced way is definitely a smart and cool tactic. They choose to pass on it in this instance, but it's something that may come into effect in later games as well.
With the Nature's Prophet taken out by Team Spirit, I think if you're Team Vision, you can comfortably lean back on your Lone Druid. I mean, there's always the concern of the first pick Winter Wyvern coming out from Team Spirit, but you have 2 bans here. Instead, they ban the Bane. Bane covers for Ember, it covers for Io.
Yeah, I wonder if these will be the bans that they continue with throughout the series. I know in the finals we played that sometimes you're wrong about the first phase bans. It can be a bit tricky to actually get those right, and it's so much easier from a third eye perspective, or from after the series to feel like, oh, obviously we should have banned this instead. Nature's Prophet was too broken. But sometimes you get mixed up and you ban the wrong heroes in the moment, and I think considering those and really making sure, is this really integral to their draft? Is this what binds them together is such an important thing.
Vision are looking at their final ban here, and what's been left in the pool from game number 1 is that Wyvern, it's also the Earth Spirit and the Coddle. And now it feels like you're in a tricky situation because at least 2 of those are getting through, along again with maybe that Ember.
I mean, I think that you have a lot of things to consider here, right? If you ban the Slark, then Spirit picks Ember. Are you happy to play Earth Spirit into Ember? We've seen quite a lot of success in that matchup specifically. Winter Wyvern has been Spirit's go-to first pick, I feel like, in every single game that we've seen them play. When it's there, they always go for it. So it's a tricky situation. You have to kind of look at the matchups that you get and what kind of trade you want to make here.
They definitely could go for a Spirit trade. They've left Earth Spirit, a hero that's been very, very dominant. Laurel's very capable of. Ember is a classic response. It's not really a lane counter anymore, but in the game you buy Vessel and you buy Mage Slayer and you can negate some of his fighting with your own fighting. So they could be saying, hey, you take one Spirit, we take the other. But Spirit declines the trade and says, Yatoro cooked so hard last game, we're just running it back because we don't think you have answers.
I wonder if they think that Notice hero pool suffers very hard against the Shadow Fiend because there is always the potential of a Darkseer coming out to counter the SF, but maybe they think that that's very easy to deal with any kind of Dispel, any Enchantress, any Largo.
I think the Darkseer against SF matchup is very much a laning, or it's not so much of a laning matchup, and I feel like the way that Team Spirit are playing right now, I feel like if they can guarantee that they have side lane pressure from Yatoro's SF, they're just going to go for the SF, looking at the matchup, seeing like nothing really pressures us. They might be counters us down the line, like we saw them earlier today run the TV themselves. So there are ways to deal with it, but they just want to get that pressure early on. They don't want to let the lanes snowball. And Team Vision go for the Earth Spirit.
It's a very solid response. There's nothing wrong with this at all. And to be honest, I already like this opener more for Vision than I did last game. This Earth Spirit hero, it's just so good against all the turrets because you have a way to gap close. And so you get on top of the Shadow Fiend, you make him start running. And the whole advantage turrets have is they can hit you while you run into them. So if you close that gap immediately and you just roll on top of them, well, now suddenly he's running away. And those are valuable seconds that he's not hitting you and dealing DPS.
Yeah, on the flip side of that is Earth Spirit, we've seen him kind of struggle when he rolls in and there's a turret hitting him. Like if he misses his initial stun and he doesn't have backup, you're getting 5-shotted by the Shadow Fiend. So a lot of it is execution based at later stages of the game too. And Darkseer does get taken out. I think once the Earth Spirit shows you can't let Darkseer through, it just creates too strong of a combination.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think, you know, if you have the opportunity to ban heroes, of course you should ban the heroes that counter you down the line, right? You don't need to give away the possible best matchups with your opponents. So good ban from Spirit here. I'm trying to think, because we've talked about how important the supports have been in this matchup, and I think, there you go, the Coddle's out. This was a hero that pairs very well with both Ember and the Earth Spirit, any sort of Spirit, really, Coddle's happy to play with. And 9 Class has proven to find opportunities to make moves with this hero that no other player has done at this tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think also, I mean, like the man on camera, he has been so impressive. And the fact that there's a clockwork first phase ban, a hero that no one else really cares about that much, but he is so terrifying with the accuracy of these cogs. They feel like they have to first phase ban it every game. That's so much value. That's why you're getting the Shadow Fiend, is because he's so proficient at that clockwork. These things add up like crazy.
Rue is good too. I do think you have to account for a potential Ember still on Vision, like maybe an Enchantress for Ducalis or something, because it's still in the pool. We know Laurel's going to play it.
Yeah, so there you go.
You've got
nice
the
call, Mira.
Dispels for the Flame Guard and the mid-pressure. I do wonder, though, if you're getting run at nonstop by an Enchantress as an Ember Spirit, like, what do you need from your supports when...
I think you want pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Enchantress, the biggest thing about this hero is if she's free to attack. She doesn't actually have any spells, and so it takes her a little bit of time to get the creep, to walk there, to get the right angle, to wait for Enchant to come off cooldown so you can slow with the creep. There's a lot of prerequisites that sort of have to be met, and if there's a ton of fighting and there's gate ganking and all these things, the pressure in the side lanes, well, she doesn't have the time and the freedom to go mid and make moves there. So I think you're kind of like, yo, team, can y'all put some pressure elsewhere and let me like do my thing here?
And I think that is Spirit's MO, right? Like, they want to have that side lane pressure to prevent you from going mid, to prevent you from pressuring this Laurel potential Ember Spirit. We haven't even seen it yet, but of course we have to consider it here.
I love this. They're moving the priority up on the Slaughter because we saw it get banned out in the final phases of bans. And I know that they were going for more of a different trajectory when it came to Spirit, but to be able to have it so freely right now, I'm excited to see what it's going to bring in a grand final.
That's really cool. I mean, I love the combo of Amplify Damage with SF, but outside of that, Slardar was kind of the lane counter to Earth Spirit for a while last month, and people gave up on it. I think another nice dynamic with Slardar is Lina, who's very popular in this patch, has been shown to be countered by Slardar the last couple of days.
Yeah,
He's still
you're
in the pool.
you're reducing options, right? You pick Slardar, you know they're not going to pick any Linas from this point onward. Also, I think what Spirit does is really cool here because they have the flex on the Slardar, right, between the mid and the off lane. But because they already see the mid laner, they know that they guaranteed have one good lane for the Slardar. Even if there comes the hardest counter pick of all time on the safe lane, you guaranteed can put the Slardar in a nice position. But they could still put it on the off lane if you don't address this. So now Vision have to address the Slardar in the off lane, so that, or they're gonna just end up playing against it mid. And it's a really cool draft here from Spirit. I love what they're doing.
Do you think Enchantress is enough versus an offlane Slardar? Because you can dispel sprint and maybe go for a kill combo?
I think it's a decent hero, but the thing with Enchantress is she doesn't really do anything except auto attack, and Slardar has really high armor, so he tanks that pretty decently.
It's also kind of a cool situation in that Vision, whenever you see Slaughter SF, you want to pick the high armor carries. You want Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, you want Illusion Bros that can outscale the Shadow Fiend, but it's tricky to actually pick it on 16-17 on the Underlord Rubik spots because you're going to get counterpicked by the offlane because of that Slardar flex. And so because he can go in either lane, if you pick that carry there, well, suddenly a bunch of magic damage is getting slapped down right after, and you don't have as good of a matchup anymore. And so as it goes to the last pick, they have the option to ban the Terrorblades and the Phantom Lancers, these heroes that counter the Shadow Fiend, which, you know, sort of goes more into just a very nice order of things from Spirit.
We're going to be waiting not too much longer for what Spirit are deciding for themselves. And it is that Undying. And again, it still keeps a lot of things open for themselves because we know how strong of a lane an SF and Undying can be together. But we also just saw in game number 1, Collapse won't shy away from picking up that Undying too.
Yeah, there's absolutely the potential for Collapse to play it. I mean, we touched upon it earlier in the tournament, but this Undying has some purpose when playing against Earth Spirit, where if Earth Spirit rolls in, and nowadays Earth Spirits tend to have a very low level roll, max out the other 2 spells, Undying can slow you, drop a tombstone, and you just can't get out of that fight. And all the Spirit heroes, they love to kite, they don't like getting slowed, they don't like being rooted down into one place.
And these are 2 of some of the highest strength gain heroes in Dota, in Earth Spirit and Underlord, and an offlane Undying is a very strong counterpick as he scales.
Yep. Keeping the flex potential open, it's very, very nice. And Mira mentioned it earlier, but Earth Spirit rolling in, Spirit loves to conceptually counterpick you. Well, now you want to roll into the Shadow Fiend, well, you're going to get amplified, Undying is going to hit you, and now you're going to get completely exploded by the physical damage. And so they've turned what you thought was a counter back to countering yourself. And they're flipping that script and changing the way the matchup dynamics work and proving that matchups are not one-dimensional. They're based on all the other heroes at play. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Spirit does, right? They always look at how to conceptually beat what you're doing. They also take out the TB. It's a great matchup against the SF. We saw them run this exact same matchup earlier today, so I like the position that they're in. I feel like when I think of Earth Spirit and how he deals damage, it's by being tanky. It's by staying alive, letting that Magnetize run. It takes time. But when you don't have time to do that, suddenly this hero isn't that super high magic damage hero that we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament.
What's another carry that Spirit might be looking at taking out then that also fits a similar sort of playstyle or item timing that TB does?
I mean, you're looking for something with a lot of armor. You want heroes that naturally buy agility or buy ACs, buy like something that has a lot of natural armor.
Yeah, we saw the Luna from Yandex earlier or yesterday, and I think that could definitely be something they look towards. It's some hero like that. It's a traditional Agi carry that, I mean, I love that for them, for Vision now, that they get Satanic to play what he wants to play. He gets to play the heroes he's practiced for his entire career. The anime protagonist hero, that's what Satanic is best at, and they've set him up for that compared to last game where he's playing the complete opposite.
A lot of his go-tos are kind of uncomfortable in this position, though. I mean, I think the only one that looks decent is the Templar Assassin, but we did see her lose to Slardar yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiny Ban, I think, makes a lot of sense, right? It's just his ultimate gives him armor. It's a tricky position to be a carry, I think. I'm trying to think of good options. To be honest, the TA, I personally only really liked it when we saw it against the Centaur the other day. It had a clear purpose. It's going to destroy its lane. It's going to abuse the minus armor. Here against Slardar, potentially, I feel like that is a draw-ish lane. It's not like a super dominant one.
See the full lane now, have a little bit more information. It's a strong lane. It's not a lane that's easy to pick super hard carries into, and I think that may be a little bit of sort of a pre-countering. We're picking the Axe hero that's going to Blink Blade Mail call you. So if you pick these traditional Agi heroes that are low HP, high armor, well, the Axe is going to be super good against that. And so it's a nice sort of preemptive, we know what you want, and we're going to make that a little bit more uncomfortable for you.
And things like Lifestealer get solved by the Slardar that came early in Spirit's draft. I mean, Miposhka's kind of cooking today.
Yep, and like any sort of TA routes against Axe are super scary because you one-shot yourself on that Blade Mail, so they deny that potential too.
I think you can choose to just play tempo on Vision instead if you feel that you may fall trapped to lane counters or matchup counters, because you still do have the tempo of Earth Spirit. You have this Enchantress that's going to be running around taking towers. You have the Underlord who can connect on any kind of plays you make. Maybe go for a Luna.
I mean, to be honest, I like Luna. I was thinking about Lone Druid for a bit, and then I looked at Spirit's heroes, and I'm like, okay, absolutely do not pick Lone Druid into this, because there's so many ways to deal with this bear. The bear won't be tanky. And to be honest, I like the Luna. Watson pulled it off. It looked pretty good. It buys the right items. It has a lot of armor. It even has damage reduction that it provides for itself. So it's a pretty cool pick here.
Yeah. You want some building damage too. You've got a lot of guys who sit behind you. You're tanky.
Okay.
This is risky. Historically, Lifestealer is pretty bad against Slardar because when you press Rage, then he Amplify damages you and Shadow Fiend shreds you. You need to run into the fight. And while it does have a good lane, I think, and can get ahead early, you need to be quite farmed so you can actually get to the Manta, get to the AC eventually, and then the matchups can turn a little.
Yeah, and we mentioned how this Earth Spirit needs to stay alive in order to be able to deal damage. Lifestealer is one of the few carries that can actually amplify his mid hero in that way. So I think Vision are trying to then once again answer concepts, not focusing so much on individual hero matchups, but try to look at what does our draft actually need to be able to win this game. We need to keep our Earth Spirit alive, we need to get value out of Magnetize, and we need to make sure that Satanic is on a good lane and he's playing the game from ahead.
In situations like this is where I look towards Enchantress as the X Factor hero when you need to win your early game. This is where Decalis needs to put it upon himself to take the towers, to rotate, to go to that mid lane, do a couple of smokes, try to win as many lanes as possible, go through the gate.
It's a collapse Undying, by the way, which does mean our Axe is position 5.
Okay, so they flipped the script. That is, it's so on the fly, and I think it's really awesome from Rue, but I wonder if he'll be able to pull off, not because I don't think he's capable, because Axe 5 is just not particularly good generally, and you're saying, Rue, you're going to have a much worse game, and Collapse is going to have a better game. They're trading, one of them has worse, and now the other one has better.
Yeah, so forget what I said about Satanic having a good lane, right? They're deciding, like, we're not going to let that happen. And Spirit are prioritizing the things that they think are more important, right? They think Satanic being shut down is more important than Rue having the best lane possible, or, like, the most comfortable hero possible. So they just believe in his skill.
What about it makes it so that a Lifestealer is having a more difficult lane?
I mean, to be honest, you're just getting decayed. You're a strength hero, and so every time he presses his first spell, you're losing 4 damage. You're losing 4 damage, and that just keeps happening, and you're getting out-traded, and it's an 8 damage differential swing, right? Undying is getting 4, and you're losing 4, and so you keep getting out CS, and that keeps mounting over time, and it becomes a big problem.
So you're either losing the damage or you're getting pushed out of lane, is essentially how we are going to see Satanic play this.
Yeah, pick your poison.
You're just going to get outlasted, unfortunately. I do want to comment that the 5 Axe, I think, will have a good lane too, because Ruvik Underlord aren't going to bother him so much. You're just going to press Throttle Hunger, SF's going to press Raises. It's not that difficult of a swing either.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is really strong, and I think that's where he's going to be comfortable. The question more comes in, like, in the mid-game. He's been crucial in making moves, right? Does he know how to find those opportunities with Axe? Because sometimes seeing those things can be tricky if you're not really comfortable on a hero. But to be honest, I think from Spirit's perspective, this kind of switch, it shows that they're, like, really thinking about the game, and it's really impressive to see them do it.
Well, we've loved getting to see that little switcheroo right at the end there, seeing the Axe go into position 5. But let's get a couple more details about it, because Tsunami has Miposhka standing by.
That's exactly what was on my mind. Miposhka seems like quite the last-second pivot. Support Axe. What was the idea?
Idea was like we picked Undying and Axe, so we can flex them between both roles. For example, they picked Axe, and we just decided that Undying would be much better at lineup against Lifestealer and Ange with Spooling. So, but Axe is still just under Shadow Fiend. He anyway will be useful. He anyway will get his blink. He anyway will stun some heroes. I mean Agar, and he will do his impact anyway. But Undying will just kill them later.
So you definitely planned this out quite a bit, and I'm wondering, you are now on a 7-game win streak right now at TI. Obviously from players, I hear what a hot streak feels like. You know, your clicks feel better. You always know where the enemy is. But as a drafter, do you also feel like, oh man, I feel hot right now?
Maybe in that grand final, I would say yes, because I feel like also support from my players, like they believe in my ideas sometimes, like they trust me. For example, we let our spirit enemies, but we choose to pick Shadow Fiends. That was my idea, and just wants to like how to like play very tempo and just kill them until he get his items, for example. And we can see how it will go. But they believe in me. I believe in my teammates, and we just has a very good synergy right now.
And the harmony is working out great. Maposhka, good luck in game number 2 as we send it to our casters.
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here between Team Vision and Team Spirit. And before we get into breaking down what's going on and what we're going to see, I believe we actually have some quick words from no one in the booth. Let's hear what he had to say.
I mean, this guy played X5 in the TI Finals. Good luck to him. What can I say?
Oh, there we go. Good luck indeed. I mean, as we saw, they know themselves, right? Team Vision, and according to Puppy, this is where you got to try the different stuff. Team Vision tried the different stuff in game 1. Didn't work too hot for them. So indeed, no one's like, well, Spirit, you could try something a bit different, putting Rue on this position 5. Let's see if it works for you.
I mean, Spirit tried something different last game too, the Disruptor, and it was unbelievably good. I was shocked that it's the first Disruptor when we did see it start playing out versus Ember versus Io. It did seem like
maybe that's what it is. Rue's like, I just want to play something different every game.
Could be the case. No, I understand. Look, this pivot, very appropriate in the game. They saw how good of a game Collapse also had on that last one. As soon as they see that Lifestealer pick, it can be annoying for Satanic. You're already starting to see that damage differerential. Lifestealer's damage early isn't really so high in particular, just because you have very good attack speed that builds in that you can get these extra last hits. But yeah, you're just going to constantly get the K spammed. You're going to get hit also from the Hoodwink. Can be a bit annoying in the laning phase. So from what I see from Spirit is they're really looking to dominate these lanes. But I think overall, Vision's approach is much better this game.
Oh, then game 1. Absolutely.
Infinite.
No doubt about it. This game, we should get to see some back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
We should get to see Satanic be much more in his element. Sure, as you say, and as we heard from the panel, there are many ways that the Lifestealer can be pressured and can suffer in this game, but it's not a carry Ember. Satanic on the Lifestealer, it's going to be super comfortable, and even if they do bring in this challenge, he's going to be able to rise up and meet it when he's on something like the Lifestealer.
Exactly. And the Axe pivot, right, to talk about it, Amira mentioned it there, this Axe lane, playing versus Rubik, you can trade pretty decently. Rubik doesn't really have that highest damage in particular in the laning phase. You get hungered. Axe has crazy high HP regen, decent armor to trade with too, so you can be that protective force for a Shadow Fiend, and you provide the catch later on that the team is going to watch a BKB piercing disable. They have multiple of them to deal with the Lifestealer. Ready, we see 9 class starting to pull some waves. You're playing versus Shadow Fiend with Underlord. It's a very difficult lane to be able to pressure Yatoro. Mid lane, pretty even so far. In fact, dead even. But let's see how Satanic deals with when the levels start coming out down here, because this just does not feel like an easy lane for him to just freely last it. Can potential just get burst.
Yeah, especially not when Collapse is going to absolutely be in the zone after his game 1 Undying performance.
And I love that Not Me did this. It's a usual thing we see on the Hoodwinks, but some players have strayed away from it lately. It's just buying a Blightstone. I mean, Orb of Blight, sorry for the name change, but it's very strong versus something like Lifestealer. You're very low armor. It's very annoying to deal with this constant harassment, and Collapse's damage is high. If he gets a couple right clicks with a Blightstone, it's going to be crazy how much he actually deals to this life.
Not actually that easy for Satanic to step up to the creep wave. Each and every time he's having to use this rage to just not get caught by these bushwhacks from Not Me.
So it could be that case. Well, sure, it's not a side lane Ember where he's just struggling to get that full recovery, but it's going to be Yatoro with absolute free farm to a bit of a slowed down Satanic again.
They're going to try and go for a bit of a dive here with the Tombstone. Satanic will turn to try and take it out, but a little bit of a soul reveal comes out onto the Tombstone, and Satanic, he's going down. First blood here for Collapse. They will get Not Me.
It's a big creep wave, though. Punishing Collapse with it is not easy. No. Too many creeps.
He can easily walk this one off. I mean, already showing that with this aggression spirit, they're ready to punish Satanic early.
They don't want him to have the free game at all. And talking about the Lifestealer as well, too, they went for this last pick, but by no means is this a free Lifestealer game by any means, right? They're playing into the Corrosive Haze from the Slardar, the minus armor that comes up from the Shadow Fiend, the Axe that has the call versus him, and a difficult lane as we're seeing. So already seeing the approach from Spirit to shut things down. No one, though, he's going to be that one to watch. His Earth Spirit has been phenomenal in these games. Absolutely can punish these side lanes if he's off to a good start, and he is off to a good start into a counter pick matchup.
Nine Class. He's got to be careful. He tried to strike from the side here, but Collapse and Nomi just turned towards him.
He's dead. Blood grenades on him. Actually, okay, not me should have the connection.
They should get him with the decay. They do. So another kill here for the duo off lane of Team Spirit.
These two are owning. Like, not me in so many of these games has been incredible for this team. One of the newer pickups. Laurel. Get something to that.
Living on the edge there here against no one. We'll have to sit back here once he's got the South. Bruce coming in with the rotation.
Oh, this is clever.
I mean, the Battle Hunger slowed things down. They were able to prime the bash into the crush. That'll do it. They bring down no one here with the rotation. 9+ is going to try and turn up and get through in return. The call's going to buy him a bit of extra safety. Not enough to survive the tower, but enough to maybe just set up for Lowell to get a second kill here in the mid, and at the same time down bottom, they've just killed Satanic again.
They're breaking the game, and the movements that they're doing is forcing these reactions from Vision that they're not used to having to do. They probably want to have their usual game plan where they're like, okay, Enchantress is able to get a creep. I'm able to swing toward the mid lane, play around this timing. This is so fast from Spirit already.
So early, and of course top lane, Yatoro.
Free farm.
It's happening again for him.
It is.
And in a situation where this came out very early in the draft, Fog, the question is, did Vision, can you see at least what Vision did try and do to adapt and say, hey, we cannot let the SF, Yatoro, get as free as a game as he did in game one? Like, do you see an idea here?
I see them having damage mitigation at the least, right? The Underlord plus the Rubik, just the Fade Bolt, plus the Atrophy Aura that comes into play in mid-game team fights can be very strong. And they have a gap closer that comes in from the Earth Spirit. But if he falls too far behind, this Earth Spirit, Panel was talking about it too. If he rolls in, you're going to have level 1 roll very early into Undying, SF, Slardar, and stuns. It's not an easy game for him to just roll in and get out if he does get committed in. Max call. Won't be able to bring down Noticed.
Pulling him away from the wave, making sure that Yatoro continues to get all the space in the world in his safe lane.
Amazing start that they're having here. And Collapse now at this point, it's gone to that 7-minute mark too, so even if he does die down here, he will be able to respawn instantly and continue that pressure onto Satanic as well. And they'll have to bring a lot of resources to kill him too, even if they want to. Trying to poke onto Collapse here. They have the creep from the Enchantress, but he's still healthy. Satanic's damage just continues to get limited every single time these decays come out. -8 this time. Yatoro with a similar rotation that he did the last game. They are reading it. They do get the scan. Spirit bringing even more reinforcements to potentially look for a tower push here and force Satanic to jungle.
He's not going to want to step anywhere near the lane whilst he's aware that this play was looked towards. Spirit know that they know though, and will return Yatoro back up to the top lane.
The nice thing I will say for Satanic in this game, though, even before he has Radiance, he kind of can turn up. Sure, not in like a very aggressive way, but playing into this Infest to protect his Earth Spirit could be these small moves that they can look for if they start to fall too far behind. Mid, Laurel.
Fast is going to come in with the rotation. TP's coming in as well from Spirit. No one trying to stand his ground here with the magnetized damage, but backup's coming in. No one should be careful. Laurel just kills him off. Laurel should die.
Bushwhack.
Catches down onto the two of them coming in. Collapse turns up, takes out 9+ Vision. They've got to back off.
The Tombstone's down. They can't handle it. Something I didn't really look at either about the game is they don't really have the best ways to hit this Tombstone. Lifestealer doesn't want to rage and commit for it. There's double supports that are ranged, but not the greatest ones to be able to go for it here. Takalis will be able to finish it off here at the least, get that +125. But Collapse, Spirit, you can see the way they're playing. Very active on the map, looking to respond to the moves. Top.
They're going for Yatoro.
Good connection.
He's got backup for Not Me. Just went there onto no one. Not Me. Ready to set up onto him. Heavy damage here with the Acorn shot.
He's dead. The Amplify puts him.
That is a very, very painful death for no one. Turning up to the top, immediately getting destroyed on top, and Notice getting dove, taken out. These are so painful, these early deaths here on these cores, Fogged.
Not Me is owning. Look at the damage from the Acorn shot with the Orb of Blight, with the Amplify. Earth Spirit just comes in and dies immediately, put at negative armor. These are incredible moves from Spirit, and teams have talked about the best way to deal with Earth Spirit currently in this meta is shut down his early game. The hero is a lot about that momentum. Yes, he has absurd scaling, but if you slow down the Vessel timing, this hero can fall off pretty quickly with how much damage he can put out versus these tanky heroes too, which they do have. They have a Slardar, they have the Undying. Laurel having a hell of a game this time. Last game, he did struggle a little bit in the mid-game on the Slark, although his team was owning. This one, Laurel is performing incredible here versus that Earth Spirit. 3K lead at first 10 minutes.
They've got their work cut out for them yet again here, Vision.
And Laurel.
Not an easy spot to play from here.
And overall, Laurel, have to keep mentioning the type of game for this Slardar. The fact that he's having such a good opener, he's very good versus all three of these cores. Underlord, it goes a bit of both ways, how good the Pit and the Firestorm is, but
Collapse. Coming with the body blocks onto Ducalis.
He's getting slowed down here.
Buying time for Laurel to close in. Ducalis, he's gone. See, no one coming up the counterplay. Will be able to roll forward, gets the silence in onto Collapse. He'll heal up here with the Soul Rip. Doesn't matter, they'll still kill him.
They ditch him completely. They don't lose anybody else, and he's back to life. Ceaseless Sturge immediately is going to be able to rejoin the fray, so they cut their losses instantly, and now potentially going to go for another remove here. Not me and Rue.
I mean, they're preparing for no one returning to the mid.
Has an invis on Not Me. No one's not careful here. He could get caught.
Gonna see Ducalis come in just so that there is some sort of backup for no one.
These levels on the supports from Spirit, they're both level 6 already. High burst potential here. So much damage amplification. The Slardar, the Undying, as we're seeing come into play. They have to be very careful how they set up for these moves. 9th class, let's see what he's able to steal. That's a really good one. He's gonna be able to find the crush.
Just don't want to fully commit onto Lyle.
No, not just yet.
Not me, still getting some pretty valuable information.
This is reminiscent of last game. Yatoro in the enemy triangle. Farming Ancients already at this point. Lifestealer not in a position to be able to do anything like that. But the important thing for Satanic is, though, he hasn't been pushed out of his lane at least. Isn't forced to just jungle right now. He's top 3 net worth. Last game, he was already by far the bottom of the core, so a much better start for him, all things considered.
Definitely has a much greater chance to carry this time. No one.
Not me.
Tried to make a bit of a go for this.
Oop, the innate.
He's going down, surely. Yeah, Ducalis will take him out. So tried to go for a bit of a cheeky move there against no one. Does not have enough burst on his own to take out the Earth Spirit.
Tried for a solo kill there onto him, so not me. Feeling himself. Super deep aggressive wards as we do see. Not me, I think both of them. Rue was placing one of them around the triangle. Secondary one as we do see there, placed from Not Me. So they're going to get a lot of read of movements of where the Earth Spirit is going. So we'll see if no one can get the next connections. Laurel, Blink already finished up. Very early timing. Tread, Soul Ring, Blink from the mid lane already.
Starting to head down towards the bottom lane. Not Me's got the catch with the bushwhack on a 9 class. The Corrosive Haze is there. The right clicks come through into the crush.
They're snowballing right now. With this Blink Dagger also, Vision has to be very prepared how they bring the numbers. They have good ways to bring numbers, though. With the Earth Spirit, with that Underlord, they can look to match it, but have to be careful how many kills they hemorrhage versus this Laurel Blink at this point, because it's so fast that he's been able to find it. Brew now at this point also, he's playing the 5-axe. He got away with it completely. Now able to just sit back, get some jungle creeps too, gonna build toward that Blink Dagger. And Yatoro, now they're looking to push Satanic off of that lane.
Satanic won't have any interest in showing his face, at least not until the Radiance is done. He's making decent timing on it, considering everything that's going down around him.
They're going to try for another move here. They're attempting to get no one into something here, but he has to be careful. He can just die if he rolls in again versus all of this amplification.
They've already taken the tower, and by the looks of it, Spirit, they're already backing away. With the roll forward, but they're indeed through the gate.
Whoop. Couldn't get the courier either. Tried to get the finish off onto it, just can't. One step ahead, Spirit. Reading the movement. Now the courier will die.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No one really trying to get involved in a move, trying to get himself into a better position. This is one of the rougher starts I think we've seen for an Earth Spirit.
He's fallen behind, and the record's been pretty flawless so far from no one on his Earth Spirit.
It really
this
has.
game, he's having a tough opening.
Just so many ways to kill him. Just so much damage that they're building up. And again, the aggressive wards. They put the same ward they had around the triangle before, just really limiting the moves that Vision can make.
And maybe feeling the pressure, losing track of the timing. It's 14 minutes in. We're going to see Spirit get both of the wisdoms.
Oh, wow, that's a big deal. Brew able to just walk in and sneak it. Moves aren't connecting. Spirit reading them perfectly. Level 8 now on the supports. Not Me. Almost the same level some of the cores on the side of Vision with this type of start. Collapse deviating the build this time around is going to go for the Lotus first rather than going for the Octarine. Very good Lotus game when you're playing versus the Magnetized versus the Silence. He will be able to get these saves off potentially. And it's the same build, at least in terms of skill build. Maxing the Soul Rip is going to have that extra sustain. Probably going to play as that semi-pseudo support, but also, you know, we saw how much he was able to do even with that anyway as a carry. And Yatoro's timings He is having that clear separation. 2,800 over Satanic. His Manta coming out soon, but Satanic close to the Radiance.
He is. It's an infinitely better game than the game one with the Ember Spirit. Still, though...
At least for him, but for no one, he's having a much rougher one this time around.
He actually is, honestly. Even compared to the IO from game one, this one's actually feeling tougher with the fact that he's already died 4 times here on the Earth Spirit.
They're seemingly having all the answers for it. Just the Undying plus the Slardar feel like such great responses versus this hero, because he goes in and just dies. So much damage, they have so much control. Tower now, can Vision protect this one here? Don't think so.
He'll have the Radiance.
Okay, see what he can do when he turns up to the fights with it.
He's TPing over. Maybe see if they can do something with the Radiance timing, but Spirit, they're already away.
No one, even though he died, one thing that he does gain from a death, he does get a Spirit Vessel charge. Sure, it's not that big of a positive, but it's something slight. So they're gonna look for a move here to connect. I don't think they can just let Spirit do whatever they want in this game. I actually see it noticed, even running in the smoke. He buys the shard.
This would be huge if they can get Yatoro. Something that it took them a long time to do in game one. They're just gonna be off the mark. They didn't quite read the position that he was in, and Yatoro
look at the
not
line.
Get found.
Hey, look at the line drawn. That's Yatoro reading the move. He knows exactly where they are. Not going to get the connection. No one will at least get an Arcane Rune, but again, just continuing to get slowed down, not finding connections. Oh, and Rue's about to have a Blink Dagger on the axe.
I mean, they're getting crazy farm on the supports and crazy levels.
That makes it pretty hard for you to play this Lifestealer freely. Can still just get caught inside of these multiple BKB piercing disables. So noticed, we do see a lot of these Underlords do this, buying that shard, but I was surprised he's running in with them with the smoke here. Laurel?
Oh, he's got the blink up.
He gets it before the blood grenade. Nicely done, Laurel.
Can't catch them. Still gonna try, no one. Rolls forward, they'll look to collapse. They'll get it with the silence. Notice comes through with the Fiend's Gate. They'll take the Undying out. Takes the full 5 of them, though.
A needed move at this point to react in this type of manner. They won't be able to get Laurel, though, unfortunately, because he does get that blink out before the blood grenade hits. Brew now, that blink, it is done. So much easier for Spirit to make these moves around the map. But Vision, as you said, Satanic, it's eyes on him. With this Radiance, gonna go for the armlet. He's playing versus all this minus armor, and he's Lifestealer, just a great build for him, of course. See how much he can do.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the difference, right? Last game, it was like, well, he's probably not going to be able to carry the game as an Ember Spirit. This game, there is a chance. There's absolutely a chance that Satanic can carry this. It's still incredibly hard.
He might get caught here.
They're going to get the jump with the Crush. Here comes the damage. Up the telekinesis, but Rue's waiting with the blink call. Gets the lockdown on the Satanic. Satanic trying to run over to the safety of 9 class. Will be able to jump in with the Infest. But the chase is going to continue.
They're surrounded.
He's going to blink up in a second. He'll get the corrosive phase on towards 9 class. 9 class is gone.
Laurel blink in 2, 1.
In a second. There's Rue with the jump. Gets the blink call. Dragging Satanic back. Lal jumps in. Bushwhack's there to lock it.
No one's here.
Coming to help out.
Big connection.
We'll get the double with the help of Notice, but no one still dies. And Lal and Yatoro, they can continue the chase over to Notice. Notice tries to turn. The bash comes in. The neutrals do hold Yatoro back momentarily, but the Bushwhack for Nobby still reaches forward, sets up for the raise. Notice falls. They're able to at least bring a fair few of Spirit down with them, Vision, but still losing all 3 cores themselves and not being able to do anything about Yatoro.
Couldn't protect Satanic, but the best trade they've gotten this game so far, this series in fact, getting these extra kills, no one getting the connection. The Radiance damage did start to build up, but just like Yatoro, just like last time, an amp damage spawns right outside the pit. Gonna be able to commit for this Roche. The scan will connect.
They're a little scared. Well, not scared necessarily, maybe just looking to see if they can find a kill before they go for the Roche.
Panic. Careful. The axe is in position for the call.
Investors on cooldown for 10 seconds as well. Rue, he's got the setup into the Bushwhack. Satanic, he's got again.
This amp damage.
And Yatoro with the amp damage. A couple of right clicks. The uphill miss. Doesn't matter. Still gets the job done. Double kill for Yatoro.
Even Gaben on Spirit's side here. That amp damage spawning down here. They're going to be able to commit for the Roche. Laurel has a medallion too that he got with his tier 2 neutral. Level 2 corrosive haze. This Roche is dead. Back-to-back deaths for Satanic. The last pick Lifestealer, even though he's having a much better entry into this game, still having those 4 deaths. They have a lot of answers for him.
A difficult one yet again here for Vision in this grand finals game 2.
But better than last time. Still
It
ways
is,
to see ways to enter these fights. But yeah, Yatoro, he is 4K ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't manage to turn this game and we go to game 3, surely there's something that they can do to ensure that Yatoro's just not getting these sort of starts 2 times back-to-back here on his SF. He's making this grand finals look easy so far.
He is. And Collapse now, maybe starting to try to get into no one's head as well. No one rolls top, the rune spawns bottom. Not going to be fortunate for him. Collapse will get a shield rune. And with this minus armor, can actually just go for an immediate Tormentor. Super efficient one,
nice
as well,
one
too.
as well.
He gets it on Not Me, one of the better shards that you can get. And for the side of Vision, they don't really have these BKB piercing disables. They have much harder ways to start fights and force fights. It really has to be around no one. And as we've seen multiple times, he has to be careful, because once he's committed in those fights, he dies in just so fast to all this physical damage. Hard for them to make these moves aggressively. Toro.
I mean, they want to
He's
try and
deep.
stop the push. They get the setup here with a bit onto the 2 of them.
This is a good connection.
Okay, can they bring him down quickly the once? They can. The Aegis gone.
Oh, this is a huge catch. Night Class gets the sharpshooter steal too.
They're trying to bring back up over to help him out. They'll look for the Requiem, but they're stunned from the Centauri there to put a stop to it.
Yatoro's going down.
Taken out. No one gets the kill. Rue, he'll TP out of there. A Vision finally being able to take out Yatoro in a situation where he had that Aegis. So a rare sort of misstep from Yatoro where he may have just felt that he was a bit further ahead than he is. You know, he's incredibly far ahead, but not that far ahead enough, Fog, that he can just step up with the Aegis without his team behind him. Vision, they'll punish that any day of the week.
The last game, when they did this type of move, they had Collapse with them. This time, not having Collapse, absolutely crucial. They see that on the side of Vision. They bring all 5 heroes with the Fiend's Gate. Nice move from Noticed. Easier for him to get involved this game. So not having the initiation from the Earth Spirit this time, but having the Ags on the Underlord actually making the difference. So good timing from him.
Solid bit of a slowdown there from Vision. Well needed as well. If Spirit were allowed to continue to pick up objectives with that Aegis, this game would have fallen into an incredibly dire position. But hopes here now for Vision.
Laurel. Regen has been found. Sharpshooter won't connect.
One. Moves around to make it a little less appealing for Spirit to commit for Ducalis. Trying to get him out of here won't happen. Ducalis goes down.
Goes away.
Also get the call onto 9 Class as well as the Battle Hunger. They should be able to pick up both supports. He'll try and lift himself away, but lulls him with the blink. Double kill for Yatoro.
Speed from Spirit. No Magnetize available. No Underlord Gate. They immediately run at them. We'll be able to catch those 2 supports, but not core kills. Instant smoke, though. They do want to find another one. Titanic showing himself up top. Armlet is done. Gonna go for that Manta. I like the build. I mean, it's pretty standard this game. Going for the Armlet, Manta, AC, playing for this physical damage. Wants a way to dispel that Corrosive Phase 2. All makes sense from Satanic.
Can they connect with this smoke rotation? Even if these 2 do, it won't be the easiest of kills.
No, they probably want Yatoro to be in there if they want to go for a triangle play. So it looks like it's not going to be the case. 9 Class, I like that he buys this shard this game. Knows that he needs to be the save for Satanic or for no one to bail them out of a potential bad scenario. I like it quite a lot. And no one starting to recover. Has a way to protect himself now too. Does have the plate mail. So will be able to potentially survive versus that high burst. They're getting aggressive again. Ulti's at the ready. They've got Fiend's Gate.
See who no one can find.
Really big slowdown that they were able to do onto Yatoro once. Can they find another core kill? Because Yatoro, this time, does need a BKB this game. Not going to do it before the Shadow Blade, but the next item after that will be that BKB versus the Magnetize and the Underlord. So they do have windows. If they get on top of him at the moment, they will kill him. How's Collapse doing with his build? Okay. Still does the Lotus, going for that Octarine, then the eventual Blink Shard for the save. But this time also, Collapse being slowed down himself. Not having that same insane performance as he did on the Undying last time. Things have been slowed down.
Won't get any kills with that move. They do manage to secure Tier 1 tower.
They get a rune as well, too, for no one. So he's going to have the amp damage potential for the next fight, and almost a Shiva's, too. So things starting to come more and more together for the side of Vision to take these fights versus Spirit.
Spirit. Gonna spot Ducalis. Down in the river. He has got no one by his side if no one wants to fight, but seeing the three of them make it come.
Three-man connection.
They're going to try, but the BKB's up for Lyle. No one's rolled in for this. They've got the call on towards him. Lyle coming in with the right clicks into the crush. The saves there, though. 9 class 7 to drag no one back up the high ground. Lyle still on top of it, though. No one will fall. It's not me. Get the double.
Titanic.
They're looking to collapse, but Notice doesn't have enough damage on his own to kill this Undying. Yatoro can turn over towards Notice. Rouge jumps back in. Will die for that play, but may have just set up for Yatoro to finish the kill. No, another telekinesis save, doesn't matter. Not
me. He's there.
With the wraparound, gets the triple with the finisher, and now he looks over towards I-Class. Falls forward from Yatoro. They take out another. Satanic is going to try and battle them, but he's surrounded by
3v1.
He's got to run. Ducalis comes in with the heals. Under the tier 2, they'll hit with the sharpshooter. It's tempting to dive this, get a few more right clicks in onto the Enchantress. He's up to the high ground. Should be fine.
Trades coming in, a couple decent bailouts, attempting to save no one, but still gets chased forward. They have the lift, they have the infest, but the chase forward's there. Not me. What a catch from this Hoodwink. He's level 16. He's higher level than all the core, like almost all the cores. What is going on? This Hoodwink.
He was just in perfect position each and every time to react to what 9 Class wanted to do.
They're looking to line it up for him again here. They have the Requiem.
It's tricky.
That's the Rage off.
Going to try and turn towards not me, into the trees with the Scurry. Rage is about to finish, so he has to start backing away.
I mean, not me is level 16. He has 25 armor. Good luck hitting him with the Lifestealer. It's getting redirected to the trees. Super tanky as well. Knows that he can play aggressively there. Yatoro with the Shadow Blade, looking for more.
Look at the cool, but again, 9 Class doing his best to try and bail his cores out each and every time. The Ghost Scepter, keep him safe for now, but it's going to come to a finish. Lyle's in with the crush. That's going to be Notice gone. Lyle considering diving for more here as he pots the BKB, turns his attention over towards 9 Class. The bash is there into the crush. That's 9 Class going to buy back. Come in here from Notice.
Look at this Magnetize.
They're looking to try and fight back into the tier 2 and deal with the Magnetize damage being split between all of them. It's bringing Spirit down. They've lost 3 of them. Yatoro will get the Requiem off to push them back. Turns towards Ducalis. Won't be enough to kill the Enchantress. No one knows he has to push forward. They have to try and punish Yatoro now.
The dust, it's wearing off.
Towards him. We'll roll forward. They'll trap him in the pit. Yatoro, if they got any more detection out, they don't. Yatoro should be fine.
They used all of them. I believe the double dusts were already popped. I think Noticed and the support had already used it. It started to wear off. What a connection. It is a buyback from Noticed, so it's expensive. But look at that magnetized damage. He clipped onto absolutely
the whole team.
Some good connection, some good kills. But as you said, it was a buyback having to be used to be able to fight back there. But at this point, probably pretty worth it.
I think, yeah, you'll take anything that sort of stops Spirit from building up that net worth lead even more. It's going to mean that Vision are closer and closer to buying time for Satanic to get to the point where he can carry this game as the Lifestealer.
Yep. This game, they do have some great scaling. In that last game, you can see they don't have that scaling. Spirit, of course, also has some pretty scaling themselves, too, with all this excessive damage that they can amplify. But a good strike back there, Vision. Getting Satanic in a position now where he's got Manta, he's got the Hyperstone, getting closer and closer toward these extra armor items for the team. And definitely seeing there's damage amplification on the side of Spirit, but there's damage mitigation on the side of Vision from the Underlord and Rubik.
Very, very dead here in the river.
Spirit still looking to snowball with these kills.
It's all right. Ready to hit hard here with the Silver Edge. If they find anyone around the tower, Satanic. Oh, gonna get the Rage off, but still heavy damage through. Nice Manta dodge off the call, allows him to get the infest off. He'll still get caught by the bushwhack. Another big magnetize comes out with the BKB's up for no one. The Ghost Scepter's buying some protection in for no one to notice, but not enough to keep no one alive, as no one will fall.
They try so hard to protect Satanic, but Spirit, they know exactly where he is. And no one, even though he's got Shivas and Ghost Scepter, still vulnerable. There's so much mixed damage.
I mean, it was a very cute attempt to try and survive there with the Manta dodge of the call, but still not enough to get away from Spirit.
It's insane how aggressive they're playing, Owen. It's 29 minutes, 29 kills. They are not playing a farming series by any means. They want to put this pressure on as much as possible onto Vision, force them to play reactive. That's exactly what it is, right? A reactive game from Vision, which usually it's them on the aggression. No, and it just continues to get caught. 7 deaths now for this Earth Spirit.
Bringing in the mid wave and the bottom wave.
And it's for me, it's for Yatoro. Still only the one death is very impressive in this game. Having a lot of magical damage to go through him. Looks like he is going to go back for that BKB potentially here too, which is going to protect a lot versus the control.
He's going to be pretty much invincible with the BKB.
Yeah, he is. Inching forward. Double Shivas being picked up here, so they have committed onto these.
They want to
timing.
They want to go with this.
Yeah, they want to win these next fights before that BKB comes out from the SF.
Vision. Time to try with the smoke.
Rue. No catch.
Get a clean catch to start this one. Not a lot the Rue can do.
Catch also looking for another one onto Not Me. Satanic's on top of him.
All right, they'll get the chase down. Caught him in the pit. Now get the two supports.
I think that's the first aggressive move that we see Vision actually able to connect with. It is just the two supports again, but it's around a good timing. 20 seconds until Roche is going to be spawning, and they didn't commit the Magnetize. They did use Fiend's Gate, but they have Magnetize for the upcoming fight. They're going to buy Gem as well, looking to constrict some of that Vision. Yatoro.
He's going to have the hit here with the Silver Edge. Descartes not standing any sort of chance there.
Ooh, not me with a buyback coming in.
I mean, they know
Roche's
coming up.
Roche, yeah.
Yeah, they do not want to let Vision get that opportunity.
Oh, and Not Me also. He has a greater healing Lotus. Something to always watch in these fights. We did see a crazy one the other day from Lorenov with that Enigma play. These Lotuses can be pretty massive in this game. Look how much he can heal. Right, 1,400 heal that he's going to be able to apply onto somebody, plus the Soul Rip that they have. Doesn't end up getting them anything here, but they were afraid of the potential Roche play here.
Getting big pickups. I mean, Lal, he's pretty much got this Nullify done. He can get that relic sent over.
And they did commit for the double Ghost Scepters plus the Shiva, so those Ghost Scepters aren't going to be as good in these next upcoming moves either. No BKBs for Vision just yet. Quite vulnerable versus the Disables. Probably, yeah, Krella's going to come up for Underlord, BKB for no one eventually at some point. Keeping this game, it's stuck at 6K. Spirit looking to blow it open here. Yeah. Is Vision going to be prepared for the move? It looks like they are right now. No one in prime position to break the smoke. He is leading it.
They've hit with the scan. Spirit know the Vision's up here.
For a different angle of approach here.
They were maybe seeing if they could catch Satanic a little split from the rest of the team. I mean, they know they're up on this high ground.
Not me.
It's going to roll in first with the Shivas.
Got Greaves.
The Nullify to take that Ghost Scepter off. The Fiend's Gate comes in now. The turn towards Not Me able to jump back with the Sharpshooter with a follow-up pitch there. Tombstone save, buys Not Me a little bit of time, but they'll take the Tombstone out, kill the Hoodwink off.
That's 90 seconds, no Hoodwink. That's a pretty massive kill that they find here. They're going to chase for more. Yatoro.
Try for Descartes. I'm not getting nearly enough hits off.
Yatoro going more greed.
I like it.
He's going MKB. It's a very Yatoro style, trying to stall out that BKB as long as possible. See if Vision can punish that.
No one. He's ready to try and look for Lal. With the silence onto him, but Lal does still have the BKB ready to press if he gets pressured, so it's not an easy hero to chase for.
They have this 5v4 advantage at the moment. Really looking forward to get more catches. Take some of these wards out as well, too, at the gem. Fighting back nicely here, Vision. Gonna start that Roche. They have the stolen Corrosive Haze. Owen, this could catch Spirit off guard with the pace that Vision's gonna be able to kill it.
Spirit's got to make a move quick if they want to try and stop this, and they are going to be fast with it. The smoke's there.
It's only 4 of them. They do have the MKB, though, so heavy hits from
they're still pretty strong in the 4v5 with the lead they have. They're going to get up straight away on the No One into the core with the telekinesis, and their Night Class trying to save him. Get him out of the side, but he will not be able to keep him alive. No One comes
Yatoro, though.
With the buyback. Satanic turns over one.
He's dead.
They brought down Yatoro. He's out for 90. Satanic backs out of the fight for now. Back in the river. No One with the buyback comes back in. Helps to bring down Lal. Helps to bring down Collapse.
They're killing them all.
Kill on through. Night Class, will he live? The zombies for the Tombstone kill him, but it doesn't matter. Vision, they take the fight. Will move into the Roche. This Aegis is there.
They're doing it, Owen. Showing that they have a fighting chance in this series. Bringing it to Yatoro. Yatoro going for the greedy play. As soon as he gets got on top of, he is at risk.
Yeah, I mean, I love, foregoing the BKB to get the big, hard-hitting items, but that is one of those moments where,
absolutely
your teammates probably pinging the lack of BKB, as indeed Yatoro gets completely surrounded, and they were so quick with that play right. No One immediately buying back, saying, hey guys, they're going to throw everything on me. You'll see it here, the buyback, there is no delay. As soon as he goes down, back in, he knows this fight is there for Vision to take.
And Yatoro's just stuck inside that Fiend's Gate. He really can't move, has to just try to stand his ground. They'll give no one the Aegis since he did use that buyback before. I think Satanic is starting to feel like he's in a state where he doesn't need that second life either. He has the AC. HP pool is starting to build up also from all these V stacks. Vision now.
Here we go.
With a clear advantage in this game.
Finally getting some real good control in this matchup after a very tough game one and a rough kind of first 30 minutes, but now with that play, setting the score even on the net worth.
And getting that kill, right? Not me. Using the buyback earlier, dying. It causes this type of chain effect that comes in here for Vision. And maybe finding another kill. Yatoro.
They're going to find him.
Will be able to live, but they do find Rue. Big moves from Vision.
How much do they want to go for? Aghanim's nearly done on Satanic. 500 gold and he's got the point booster.
One of the dream answers versus these turret heroes. Just jumping inside of them, it gives you multiple different lives essentially on this lifestealer to play with. Getting aggressive again. Satanic starting to beat on these towers. For Spirit,
they'll get another Tormentor.
They will. And now it does feel like, though, Yatoro might need that BKB for that next fight.
I think so. I don't know if he's going to want to turn up if he has to before that BKB's done.
Now maybe he just goes for the Satanic because he's lacking in some items, right? Like some slots. Where's he going to put it in? Is he just going to replace the Mask of Madness with the BKB? We'll have to see what the choice is from Yatoro. Great strike back here from Vision. Now having a gem for themselves. Ducalis also getting close to a BKB himself. Can't write off the Enchantress's scaling. Does have this Hurricane Pike. His damage is going to start to build up. Such an important moment for Vision to be able to find this connection. A Hex soon to be picked up also for Notice, so they're going to have these chain disables versus the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they'll go for Yatoro every single time they see him in the fight.
He is priority target number one. Laro's been able to sneak himself out because he does have that BKB, but as we said, Yatoro, he is stuck in the fights. Satanic, these items, they are quickly flurrying in. Like you said, that Ags is done. The Basher's starting to get queued up next.
On me.
The victory.
They found him around the mid. We'll try and jump away, but they're ready to drop the Fiend's Gate. Lock him down here. No one, not missing a spell at all. Everything's landing. Not me. He cannot escape notice, surely. There's the Acorn shot coming in. Satanic, ready to help finish the job. And for 70 again. A long time here to not have the full 5-man up on Spirit.
Just on even footing, you're seeing how much stronger Vision is. Sure, there's no gold lead, but you can feel how much stronger their lineup is now at this point, and having this Aegis too. Gonna start beating on high ground with the banner. Yatoro has the Ogre, or the Mithril picked up here, so you can see he does need this BKB for that next upcoming fight. A Hex, though, is picked up, so he could get chain stunned before he gets it off as well.
And Satanic, he's just taking the barracks.
Posing the question to them, how do you push him off? He's still dead for 35 seconds. They need their entire squad.
Might just have to sit back and watch this mid-brax fall. Vision. Get away with the objective. No interruption.
Very good connections. Yatoro, BKB is done. He sells the Mask of Madness away. He doesn't have that lifesteal to stand his ground, but at least has the magic resistance versus this heavy disable that's coming in.
We'll have that window in 30 seconds where the Aegis expires if they want to try and strike then.
I think that's probably the biggest move they could do, right? You smoke, you look for the Earth Spirit, and if you kill him, you're going to have a massive number advantage since he's not going to have that buyback to rejoin into the fight. Initiation's still going to be crucial for both sides. Collapse also now. Switching the build again, right? Now he's got an Aghanims this game, so looking to build up in the longer team fights in particular with these decays.
Vision.
Catch again.
They're ready with the setup. You look towards Lyle, force the BKB out of him immediately. Rue will get the call for it only onto 9 class. They'll take him out very quickly with the damage of Yatoro. Hex is onto Yatoro. Satanic turns towards the SF. Yatoro put the Manta back away. Now try and turn stand his ground. The Infest comes in to try and save Ducalis. Allows Ducalis to get the BKB off. Rue comes in with no one. They've got the call control onto no one. They bring him down. No one's gone. But they've lost Rue and they've lost Lyle.
Can Yatoro get out? It looks like he can.
And Collapse is burning up a lot of HP in this fight.
They're buying back on Rue.
Satanic's kind of chomping through that HP though. Collapse starting to fall. Rue's going to be able to come in and keep him coming in with a big call, but he had to fight back for this.
Yatoro?
Yatoro tries with the Requiem, but the range was up, and now with the Infest, he's
in trouble.
Straight into Yatoro. Yatoro will slide.
He's alive?
Yatoro able to separate himself just in time from Satanic. Satanic tries to continue the chase, but Lal comes in with the crush. Lal will have to be so careful. They fall back for this.
Yatoro? Yatoro? Yatoro?
Still alive. They take down the four of them. Only Notice left alive.
Holy crap!
As well.
What is this outplay?
Insane plays from Spirit coming in with the buybacks, and Yatoro turning back up to the fight on barely even 10% HP.
I think he gets saved from a soul rip in the midst of things. I don't know how he survives this, just dancing on the fray of the fight. What a play from Yatoro and the buybacks from his team.
Oh, he pushed it to the limit yet there, Yatoro, and it pays off.
And confidence from the team to rejoin Collapse, because Collapse is just building up that strength with the decays. And this is insane outplay. Yatoro literally playing with, what, 10% HP?
Even less.
For what? For 50% of the fight as well,
watch him in this fight.
This is insane. It's literally all eyes on Yatoro of how he's playing on the outskirts and allowing his tanky cores to give him that information.
I mean, that's the thing. He trusts so much in his teammates here. Even at the start with Lal and Rue going down, Lal and Rue with these buybacks say, hey, the fight is not over. We're getting back in there. And Yatoro, he says, okay, he's ready to turn, continue to fight. He does not run. We'll see it here.
Absolutely insane. Look at him just standing his ground. Satanic, he gets the infest onto him, right? But I think this is the soul rip, right, that saves him here? It is. So the last second soul rip.
At the same time the damage was coming in.
Absolutely.
And Yatoro says, well, if you save me like that, I've got to save the state of the game. Ready to find the angle to get back in. Very much knowing that Lal and Rue are going to be able to live long enough to provide Yatoro the chance to get the damage out and allow Spirit to find the team wipe.
There's a reason these two teams are in the grand finals. You're seeing the display from them. And you have to feel, I mean, Satanic's like, you got to be kidding me.
I mean,
how is he alive?
It's like, what can you do?
What can you do?
That's a what can you do kind of situation. Yatoro's doing this.
Unbelievable stuff. Satanic now finished up for Yatoro, so he does have that secondary life collapse. Surviving that whole fight, too, has the BKB. Wow. That was, I mean, I could rewatch that replay 15 times because what an absurd team fight. I mean from both sides in particular, but my God, Yatoro.
Yeah, those are the kind of moves you've got to be making as a carry to win an international.
Truly.
He knows this, Yatoro.
Absolutely, Owen. Level 26 now for him, back up to this 4K lead. Oh, that's a bit interesting, too. Don't see that one get picked up too often. Doesn't take the Shadow Rays, applies attack.
I don't mind it. And I'll tell you why, because that little bit of a change can sort of catch you off guard. When you're trying to kind of hold back on the Rage and the Infest, it might surprise you. That little bit of a difference on the Requiem timing, it can trip up even the best of carries.
I don't think I've seen anybody take this talent
It's
instead
big
of
break.
the other one as a carry.
And these are the sort of moments, again, in the international grand finals to do stuff that's going to be just that little bit of a difference in feel and vibe that catches the enemy cores off guard.
This is such an amazing game. Best game of the tournament so far here for me. 40 minutes in, super even.
Yeah, both teams absolutely with a chance. As much as that fight was phenomenal for Yatoro, did obviously mean that they had to use
it was a lot of
buybacks.
It was.
This can be punished by Vision.
Hey, buybacks feel like it's going to be the name of the game, this one, right? Earth Spirit did use the last buyback, ends up winning the fight. This time, it's Spirit with the buyback, so could see it go the other way again.
Well, that's the
right
thing,
afterwards.
As impressive as it is to win the team fight in that fashion, it's not the way you always want to do it, right?
Sure.
The plan is never to sort of let your carry get to sort of as close to death, the edge of death, as the situation was there for Yatoro. That's not always plan A.
And
so
now, also,
Vision, next time round, if they're able to push him over the edge that little bit more, the outcome could be vastly different.
Level 25 starting to get hit. Lifestealer level 25, Underlord, Shadow Fiend, and the Slardar and the Undying. So 3 level 25 cores on the side of Spirit.
So much money on Satanic. He's got pretty much 5k gold.
because he has to eat the Aghanims, and he's still considering what he wants to do. If he wants to get more damage or a Bastion.
I mean, they're going to see Yatoro. Satanic's going to go straight over towards him. Rude's able to keep it covered in with the call. Has a bit of control here. On towards Satanic. The hex out to Yatoro. Yatoro punches. Satanic. He's trying to stand Yatoro. But Satanic's bringing Yatoro down low.
Too much damage.
Him down. Yatoro's gone. This time, Satanic reigns supreme. Ready to go over towards Collapse. He'll try for the BKB TP out. The damage is
too
there.
much.
Satanic gets the double.
Oh, and just like that, might be able to push toward the base. The Undying respawns. Does have the Ceaseless Surge available, but no Yatoro for 80 seconds.
I mean, it's always going to be the difference maker, right? If they can kill Yatoro at the start of the fight,
that's the key.
A much different outcome to these team fights.
And 9 class now, I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him be able to steal Corrosive Haze. So that extra physical damage, it makes the difference.
Oh, not me, might try for a steal. Oh, no, he's not going to get the chance. They were ready for it.
They had to outplay pretty hard in that last fight on Spirit with the buybacks, but now truly seeing Satanic able to stand his ground. He's able to just stick on top of that Shadow Fiend, has the damage. That's a big Aegis too. Refresh your shard as well. And 9 class, honestly, do not steal another spell. Keep that Corrosive Haze. It's probably the best one he can get this game.
Yeah, because if they get that sort of situation where they can just surround the SF, that's just going to make that situation so much more easier. They will kill him so quickly with how much Satanic has ready to take him down, especially when he's going for, obviously, with this Daedalus next. He wants to make sure that he pops Rage, hits this SF, and Yatoro is just dead. There's not going to be a situation where Yatoro can stand and trade back against a Lifestealer with a Daedalus.
That also was a fight with Spirit, as you said, the triple core level 25s. Not Vision with the triple core 25s. Now no one does have that Magnetize available for himself.
Satanic.
2 seconds till Yatoro respawns. They will respect it. They'll start backing away.
True. He finds some sort of grab.
I see them. A great ward
risky. Very quick with the blink out, but Lali's caught out on the low ground. Has to put the BKB. Turns over towards no one, but no one gets the BKB over himself. Yatoro pumping in the damage into no one. No one's gone. They get the core control on towards Satanic. Satanic pops the Manta, who's considering diving for more. Will hold back.
They don't want to chase on high ground versus this Tombstone. Still a bit dangerous.
1 for 1.
Collapse, inching forward, 9,200 HP.
That's a lot of health.
They have so much % damage,
I mean, Collapse, he wants to still kind of go for this. Chasing them down.
Panic.
Also the BKB on Ducalis. Not me. He tries to get the grab on the Satanic, but Satanic's ready to turn straight away. Heal it back up to full. He'll infest over towards not me. He's gone. Satanic has closed the gap on Yatoro. Yatoro has to separate himself with the Silver Edge. Tries to turn
the backline
off on towards the Lifestealer. They've killed off 9 class. And notice though, he's ready to have the call. Rue comes in, gets the call onto the both of them. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Satanic. They bring down Notice. Can they deal with Satanic a second time though? 9 class ready to reach back in to help out so Satanic can bring Collapse down. They may have got the Aegis, but again, Satanic comes out on top.
Buybacks after buybacks after buybacks. They've got the numbers to go for it here. Collapse is actually going to go for it himself. I mean, Vision going to buy back and force the issue.
They could do big damage. There's 3 heroes dead on Spirit without the buybacks.
Panic. Inching forward with the catapults. They won't be able to retrieve that gem. Does get picked up from the courier.
Do they want to try and push for the 3rd set? They don't know that the buyback... Okay, the buybacks actually back up here for Rue on the axe.
Okay.
But no buyback on Lal.
Go back up, get the Daedalus finished, take the outpost, take a second here to consider their options. They can look for the aggressive play. No one is respawning. Might just look for the jump onto Yatoro. He's got BKB at the ready. I mean, they do have the control.
Love this Daedalus pickup. Not something you always see as an item of choice for the Lifestealer, but in this matchup, in this game, it's the perfect pickup.
He was debating which one he wants, but he wants to just be able to rip through Yatoro, because Yatoro doesn't have Butterfly, so he can't just go for this hard right-click damage item. Yatoro is starting to think about going for that Butterfly.
I mean, that's the thing.
He sees that.
There's going to be this window where, ideally, Vision wants to bring the fight to Yatoro before the Butterfly's online. When that gets picked up, things get a little more complicated again.
I feel like Vision has a window right now when this Underlord respawns to potentially just go for the Mega Creeps.
I mean, for sure, they know that Spirit's buyback situation is going to be in shambles. Nobody really having the buyback available on Spirit. Yeah, Yatoro, he's going to spend up.
He has to. Needs every little bit, as we can see. They need to outplay in these team fights on the side of Spirit.
And maybe that timing will be the difference maker. Sure, there's the Daedalus there, but Yatoro has got the Butterfly to respond. He's got that evasion.
Let's see if he sees it, because now also Good to see the Lifesteer by the MKB himself, too.
He has the luxury to switch up his build, Satanic, and he's sitting with 5.6k gold in the bank still.
Okay,
so
Spirit
can make alterations.
Smoking up Spirit. They're probably trying to catch Vision off guard before this 5-man unit, but Vision, they're running as 5, even with Noah. Noticed. I love that he's joining in with this because he has the Hex. He has that instant disable to potentially just blow up Yatoro.
Again, we just have to be aware. Spirit, 0 buybacks at their availability at the moment.
Inching forward here, no one. A Bloodstone, a Cheese, multiple lives, a Refresher now for the Underlord. The fight is going to be so hard to maneuver.
They're going to be long
Spirit.
and messy.
There's going to be so many of these pits.
No one. Going to try and check out the situation. The will turn straight away with the Christ. There comes the damage. The call comes in. Yatoro bringing no one down low. They've taken him out. Satanic, he'll jump forward. Looking towards La, but he has to start backing away as the range comes to an end. Yatoro slides forward. Wants to chase Vision out at the base. The Ghost Scepter keeps Dotus protected. Collapse. He'll jump forward over towards 9 class. Bushwhack to lock down the Rubik. He'll try and lift himself away. Spirit, they'll continue to chase 9 class out. The rest of Vision, they're out of here.
Spirit just so good at recognizing how they can fight and no one not giving respect to the damage. I think he thought because, oh, I have Infest, I have Cheese, I have Bloodstone, I have enough to be able to take through all of this. No, you do not, my friend. The damage from Yatoro is there.
I mean, you maybe underestimate the fact that Yatoro has this butterfly and the damage has just stepped up that much more with that pickup. The fact that he spent up, foregoing the buyback gold so that he could have this next big pickup for the defense.
Look how much damage he did, right? 5,600 from the Shadow Fiend in just a 4-second window. It's a lot of DPS, Owen. Game continuing to deliver. 50 minutes in, just a 7k lead for the side of Vision. Spirit showing they can fight even without the buybacks in that fight.
Do they want to go for more? Full minute without 9 class.
It's up to Yatoro. Might look for the jump. I mean, if a hero does show, they can pop them. Satanic, a little bit harder to grab, but the other heroes for sure. And you do see Satanic. He queues up the MKB immediately when
it's going to be needed. And what's it going to be? What, arm out for the MKB?
Absolutely. Nothing else to replace. So.
Well, unless you want to play without phase boots, or is that?
No, you need mobility. No way.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the armor. Nice game. So close here. Both teams playing so beautiful. Execution, absolutely everything here at this point. As we saw Ducalis, they've started to pick up some of these Aeon discs, but there's always the answer. We've seen this Nullifier from Laurel a couple of times now, really tripping them up. That's why you did see no one selling that Ghost Scepter. It's been some time that he sold it, of course, but yeah, they have the answer for these Ghost Scepters in quite a few moments. I think they'll just go for a quick little Tormentor here on the side of Spirit.
This selection needs a shard. It's, okay, Rue. All right.
Pretty decent one.
And not a bad one.
Yep. Hanging on to the Greedy still for Rue, looking to still get that increase, greater healing Lotuses. How many of these do we have across the board here? I think it's just, okay, it's 2. So Spirit have these extra heals to pump into Yatoro. Vision not having those Lotuses at the moment. Amp damage bottom. Oh, and
ooh,
this is a big one.
And they still have the bottle right, so they can ensure that they hold it for the prime moment in the fight.
No one's going to keep it.
No one? Okay. He wants it. I wondered if maybe they would have given it to Satanic, but not going to be the case. No one, of course, has this Earth Spirit. Still does a crazy amount of damage.
As long as he doesn't die at start of fights, right? He needs to be a little bit more careful how he just rolls in. Either that or 9 class has to, all 9 class has to be there for the lift bailout if he does roll for that.
Because that is the thing, right? No one, he does have to be the one that initiates. Nobody else is really going to be going in first out of the line.
They can use this just a Fiend's Gate to give vision, to give the information.
Sure, okay.
I think that's the key thing. So for me, no one in that last one, he kind of just YOLO'd without vision. I think next one, you throw the Fiend's Gate at least to get some information, and then you can maybe pick and choose if you do want to roll in. Because as you see, they have the damage for him. They will blow him up in one shot. Rue will just blink call him. Laura will just corrosive haze him.
They know where Spirit is now. Here's the gate. To try and start things off. Collapse.
A lot of damage building up. Look at the
corner at the side. Yatoro seeing if there's going to be an angle to get in on this to try and help Collapse out. They're trying with the wraparound, but Collapse, he's already gone. Satanic takes him out very quickly.
He's got Ceaseless Thirds, though. He did use buyback before, but he can rejoin into the fray with these boots of travel. Bots too, in fact, so can TP right into the fight. See his team. He probably tells his team, guys, don't help me. I know I don't have buyback, but I've got the Ceaseless Thirds built in.
Roshan is back up. Both teams take this down very quickly.
Oh, big steal, actually. Didn't notice this one. 9 class has the tombstone with the shard. So even he can bail out in multiple different ways now. He can lift, pull them out, tombstone protect no one as well, too, in some of these scenarios.
Vision, they're going to try and see if they can get a grab outside on the map.
Kind of bluffing that they're doing the Roche to potentially get a catch on top of the ward. Ducalis stepping forward, trying to protect his ward. Will get taken out.
And they're going to drop the tombstone here.
Very aggressive.
Just to sort of hold this area and make it that much more difficult for Spirit to try and get anywhere near to the Roche.
Noticed. We'll start the Roche. Spirit gonna look for a wraparound play to get over here. It's dangerous. A try. Bottom. It's a strong rune, an arcane rune. Not me. In a very aggressive position to give some information.
He's super deep, but he's kind of getting away with it.
I like that play from Notice. Tanks the sharpshooter just so they don't see how low that Roche is even. And now Satanic does get this Aegis. Has the Nullifier himself as well to be able to stick onto some of these pesky targets. These Ghost Scepters won't be as strong now at this point. Laurel hanging on to a lot of gold here. He has not really increased too much in the last few moments.
I mean, what is the item?
He's thinking about it. I saw him queue up like 2 different things, so. Bloodthorn can catch them off guard here. Maybe he does just do some type of armor item. See what the option's gonna be for Laurel. Because he's literally just been an Ags BKB Nullifier for 30 minutes. He's getting in. Not me. Too slippery. He's got the blink. He's safe. Aegis. For 4 minutes, Vision looking to hunt. Spirit looking to just avoid and just play for the high ground D. They have to protect this last set of racks. They don't want to get caught outside by any means in the fight.
Very close to having all their buybacks back online.
How long? I pretty much have it, yeah. Now 300 gold left for Collapse if he can find that. Just needs 1 kill in the fight or a couple of these creeps that are coming into the base.
We've got to watch out for those because as we've been seeing so far this game, both teams very ready to come in with buybacks to throw extra lives into the action.
Refresher shard, it is on no one now. So it does have insane amounts of magnetize. If he can keep it spreading, it will last forever.
See what they can do with the push hit Vision. Rax slowly but surely starting to fall.
Hollis pops the BKB himself. Won't have to deal with that Nullifier so far.
They're just trying to see what he can force out of Spirit.
Buildings are dropping.
I mean, he's doing a decent amount here. He's going to get caught by the core, but the tombstone save will be there.
Magnetize is starting to spread.
And they have to start backing off. I mean, Ducalis is pretty much just taking these racks down on his own.
They're going to get the Magnetize.
They can't get him off the racks. The barracks is taken. Mega Creeps out here for Team Vision.
Super clever way to go for the push, not showing Satanic at all. Just, okay, you want to go for Ducalis? Go for it.
Because it's a hard call to make, right? Yep. You don't want to overcommit onto the Enchantress, but at the same time, that's the Enchantress taking your barracks.
I like this much better, right? Instead of no one just YOLO rolling in, play it slow. You don't need to force too hard there. Spirit, let's see if they can come back from Megas. We saw one in this tournament.
I think that's the only time it was done right.
And I want to
in a long time.
I was talking backstage. They were actually saying in multiple TIs we have not seen many Mega Creep comebacks. So if Spirit can do this in this type of way,
especially nowadays when it seems harder than ever.
Oh yeah. Hydra Breath now starting to get picked up. Yatoro looking for that extra bit of damage to go through these tanky cores. 25s across the board, even the support's starting to get it. We're getting toward these later stages, Owen. 3 minutes until Tier 5 neutrals. Vision still has Aegis for 2 minutes. They want to take advantage of it. 9 class hanging onto this tombstone.
That's even with the Mega Creeps. It's going to be hard to sort of push this game over the edge because of all the buybacks the Spirit have available. Lal, BKB to run. And they've got their hands on the Collapse. Collapse, he died pretty quickly. He'll be able to get into the tombstone. Satanic's going to have to use the rage though to take the tombstone out and will succeed. Bring Collapse out of the fight. They've got Collapse. They did lose to Carlos in return.
Panic lifted out.
And Class able to take him away to safety.
No, Magnetize is building up, Owen.
He's keeping it going. Yatoro's getting very, very low here off to the side. They'll heal him up and provide him with the Lotus. He'll heal back up with the Satanic. Buyback did have to come out here though from Collapse to try and continue this hold.
Go back up and reset. They're happy with that. The Magnetize plus the Mega Creeps were literally killing Yatoro.
Each and every buyback that they can get out is a step closer to being able to close this game 2 up, Vision.
Oops, Ducalis will feed away his courier there. Bit of gold. 1 minute left on Aegis. said, buybacks have been the name of the game, so Collapse not having it. He will, fortunately, though, 30 seconds, he does have Ceaseless Third, so he has that kind of built-in buyback for himself.
That's a rough one there for Lal, though. Spending up for the heart and losing the courier, so won't even get the benefit of taking this risk to put the buyback to the side.
He lost his heart?
It's gone. The courier sniped.
That's 3 minutes without it. Now his inventory looks really sad. That might be the saddest 59-minute inventory when you look at it without that courier, of course. Lines being drawn. Satanic saying, let the lanes force in. We've got 50 seconds until tier 5 neutrals. They could set up for a potential gank to find one of the Spirit heroes when they are looking for those neutrals as well, since they do have the Fiend's Gate. A lot of global potential. And the buybacks. It's something to keep looking at here. They're going to have so many numbers on the side in Vision.
Still not in too much of a rush, Vision. They can take this bit of the game pretty safely. They don't have to jump high ground anytime soon. Just finish this next round of items.
Abyssal now for Satanic. He is 6-slotted.
Getting harder and harder for Yatoro to play his part in these team fights. He's done a great job up until this point, but against the Mega Creeps and against the items now that are online for Satanic, the matchup's not easy to play.
Because he's all the damage. While for Vision, there's a lot of mixed damage coming in. Collapse.
They get the setup. Roll forward straight away. They're in on the Collapse. He's out. Buyback still on cooldown.
Ceaseless Thirds, though.
Okay, so he's got this final life, really.
Yatoro looking for an angle to catch 9 class, but the Ghost Scepter's there. Spirit jumping forward. Very aggressive from Not Me.
I mean, he tries to see if he can get a catch. Won't be the case. Vision already out.
They're trying to take fights on their own terms on Spirit. Vision, they're trying to take fights on their own terms as well, too, with the patience that they're taking, stepping back 60 minutes. Let's see what they find.
1 minute until the heart is available again for Lal.
True.
And we've got to keep our eyes on Yatoro. He's got a lot of money. So just sort of a question of how he's going to shift up the build. See them.
No one.
Chasing them outside of the base. They get the call on
two.
Do they have the damage, though? They're going to try and focus no one first. Neon just keeps him safe. We'll use the big heavy to try and roll away. Collapse stays on top of him.
Eating him.
The heals, though. Yatoro back up to pretty much full HP. This time round, Yatoro wins the battle against Satanic.
Gets dunked. The base, the creeps are doing it.
They get back to defend. In fact, they might just do it. The TP back, can they hold? They'll get the creeps off the base in time. They'll kill off Ducales, but my goodness, that was a little bit too close for comfort there, folks. The Ancient falling incredibly low.
Oh, and they use the glyph as well, too. There can just be a position where they just buy back and all in for it.
We'll see if they do something in line with that.
Anybody got a Crimson Guard on the side of Spirit? They need one desperately right now.
They're going to have to make that purchase. Not me.
On bottom.
They've got room with the call. They've got enough to burst through 9 class, though. He's got noticed by his side here. We'll get the lift up. Brew. Can he finish 9 class off? The battle hunger stacking up. He will.
Rapier picked up here.
It's absolutely required. There's the Crimson for Collapse.
Okay, they've got some of these tools, but look at them waiting. They can just Fiend's Gate in and just all in.
They really could. And I think they might just do so.
Oh, and amp damage, Yatoro.
But is it enough?
This game is absolutely insane.
Can Spirit really turn this around? They've been mega creeped. They're Ancient falling down to nearly 10% of his HP. No fortification left for Spirit.
Who's got the Crimson? It's Collapse, too, so it's a very strong Crimson Guard. If he pops the Flesh Golem, he pops the Crimson, it's going to block almost all the damage that they're going to be able to dish through it. Crimson also purchased from Noticed. Both teams.
And on the plus side for Spirit, right, it's only really Satanic that can tear through the Ancient. Nobody else is hitting too crazy or...
Sure. That's true.
So if they keep track and keep hold of the Lifestealer, they'll have a chance of keeping their Ancient alive.
Oh my god. It is going to start healing, so it looks like they can't just fully all in for it here just yet. Rue is also, look at the positioning. Rue is like, okay, I'm the BKB piercing call. I'm the answer if they do try to go for it here. Collapse is the answer to protect Yatoro. Swift Blink, Divine Rapier, Stygian Desolator with the Audacious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Owen. I gotta stand back up.
These heroes, some of them are gonna die and eat like 2-3 hits.
Yeah, I gotta stand back up.
You gotta watch out for Yatoro's moves.
Level 30's been hit as well, too.
I mean, if they get their way out of this situation in the grand finals of the International, this is gonna be insane from Team Spirit. It still looks like they're absolutely against all the odds here. Because Vision, they must feel so close to being able to get this Game 2 victory.
2 minutes left on the glyphs. The lines are drawn. All the lanes starting to get forced in.
Here we go. Vision ready to put an end to this Game 2.
Tense moments, not me, trying to shove out the waves. Might get caught. He is.
They've got him with a Hex, and he does not, oh, he does. He has to go for buyback, so not me. We'll be ready to return.
Creeps have gone in. Back door is gone.
And here comes the jump. They're going to get the gate on towards Slar. They get the lift up and force out the BKB. Yatoro ready to present himself. Turns up. Magnetize. Kept going here by no one. Big damage. Forcing no one to have to roll away.
Magnetize spreading. The Fiend's gate.
I mean, Vision approaching. Yatoro's getting very low. He's going to put the BKB. He has to heal up on the back of the creeps. He's had to use that pretty early. Satanic ready to now close it on towards him. The pit dropped down on towards Yatoro. Roll fall from no one. Yatoro caught in the stun. He's gone. This game looking to be over as the Ancient remains exposed. Vision close up Game 2. It's 1-1 here in the grand final.
My God, what a Game 2. Oh, and we've got 3 more games potentially.
What a step up from Vision. Very much showing that Game 1, it was just a draft issue.
Hell yeah.
With the strategy. This Game 2, they turn up, they come to play. Sure, at the start, we see Spirit popping off again. Yatoro's SF looking to get out of control, and still the very impressive KDA, but it doesn't matter. Team Vision with the itemization, with the plays this time around, and the recovery. No one was having a very slow start on his Earth Spirit, but at the end, he had to be the one to go in. Him and Notice very much making the calls of when to start the fights, and they chose the right times. They made the right progression. They get the win. It's 1-1 here with Team Vision taking Game 2.
Everything was so perfect for Vision. It all ended up coming together for themselves, and we thought that this Spirit advantage in lanes was going to be enough to see a similar of what happened in Game 1. But Vision go, we're not bending over that easily. It's not going to be that sort of game number 2, and I am so impressed with how they were able to keep their composure, especially when it comes to pushing high ground, Quinn. You get into this position, you're pushing it, you're at the advantage, and you think it should be easy, but at the end of the day, it isn't. And too many times at once, if you go all in, that game slips out of your hands. So massive props to Vision and how they tackled that.
Yeah, Spirit just got a little bit cocky, and it only takes a couple of fights before Earth Spirit's inevitability kicks in. He starts getting the levels up. The 25 gets nearer and nearer, and once it arrives, you've got some big problems that you do not have answers for.
The Lifestealer as well, right? I mean, he did get countered on lane pretty hard, and it was a very difficult start for Satanic, but as this game progressed, it looked like it was impossible to fight into this. I mean, this fight here was so beautiful because Team Spirit created a situation out of nowhere, essentially, but this is where it started to look really good for Team Vision. This is where it started, even though they lost this fight, where I started to think, oh, wow, I don't know how Dire's going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes all of this for you to win a team fight, you know the situation isn't really great because there's only so many times you can have, you know, Yatoro, greatest player in the world, probably, do these things. There's only so many times he's going to be able to do it in a team fight. But honestly, like, I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? They're getting countered in lanes. They're playing up against all of this pressure, but they're just biding their time. They're trying to contest whatever moments they can find, whatever small opening they can see. And eventually, Team Vision managed to find, like, just enough of these, like, trades in these early game fights where the game drags on and Spirit can't close the game out. And that allows them to have a pathway back into the game once Satanic finally finishes up all the items that he needs.
But noticed on that Underlord, to me, was the absolute standout this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, but this game. I mean, those circles of death that he was dropping in the late game with the refresher, it felt like there was no way to navigate. The way that Team Spirit won that beautiful fight in the triangle, they can't do that when the ground is essentially denied from them. He wouldn't allow them to roam around and look for openings, and that percentage-based damage was really cooking as the game progressed. He held his composure, he found openings, he got that triple kill in the bot lane when Spirit overextended, and he, to me, was the rock for Team Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they made a very specific choice whenever they swapped this Axe to 5 and Undying to offlane. You're saying, hey, our scaling is going to be a little bit worse. We've got a lot of heroes that clump up in one spot, and we've got one Shadow Fiend who's going to deal all the damage. And you can see as more and more time passes that there is risk involved in that. You try to tempo them, you got a little sloppy. I think the key word Mira said earlier is trades. You're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 4 for 4. This is not good for you. You need to win quickly. You don't want to be swapping resources back and forth. Vision, the more gold they get, the harder it gets for you, and that is the environment they want to play in.
at the end of the day, there was another level from Vision coming out. They're always able to stem the bleeding in this game, those trades that you guys mentioned. But when it came to being able to take mega creeps, that's the part for me that sort of stands out above the rest, because pushing high ground has always been a big conversation. How do you do it in modern Dota, and how do you do it comfortably? And it wasn't really comfortable for Vision. We saw a couple of times no one roll in on the Earth Spirit, and it feels like they've all in, and now it's a make or break. They end up getting mega creeps because it's Ducalis they put at the front line. This Enchantress, which ends up being such a late game monster in Sania, and you wonder, and how do you start dealing with Ench? Why aren't we sort of looking more towards her, and how Ducalis played her almost seamlessly?
I mean, to be honest, they had pretty decent answers. Like when the Ench was amped and SF hit her a few times, she just exploded. But luckily, 9 Class has stolen a Tombstone. And when the Tombstone's next to her, she's sitting next to the Tombstone. So every time SF comes up to hit her, she has the potential of just hiding the Tombstone. And SF has to be scared of any sort of counter initiation, right? Rubik Blink Lift, any sort of roll in with an Infested Nakes. It's super scary to stand there and try to hit the Tomb down. So this steal, honestly, is what secured them the Mega Creep. So huge props to 9 Class as well for securing that high ground.
Yeah, it shows a lot of in-the-moment presence of mind to be like, we're not going to siege them the typical way. Our carry is not going to hit the high ground. That's not an intuitive thing to do. And so to me, it says they've recovered completely from game one. The nerves are gone. I think especially at the start of this game, you see a little bit of that shakiness still. But as more time passes, they start to win fights. I think they regain that confidence, that belief in themselves. They remember what got us here in the first place. And that is incredible individual skill. It's excellence from all their players. And they show that and they bring it back. And I think that is very hard to do, especially against a team that is as terrifying as Team Spirit is.
Yeah, ultimately, Vision were able to do that for themselves. We see the run-up that, Vision has been throughout the upper bracket here, and they really take it to Spirit. But the early game wasn't necessarily that easy. Again, we talk about it. Spirit getting their hands on this slaughter was incredibly impactful throughout their TI run, too. And this time around, it didn't really feel like it was much different, but Purge is going to give us some more information on how that happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Laurel had a lot of bad matchups today. Almost every single game that he played, he had to play losing matchups, which made his lane tough. But in this game, he had an incredible performance here. I love how he went for this trade here. Leading up to the gank that was coming, he pops his salve, knowing that the gank is about to happen, and he's going to run into this fight low HP, but knowing that no one has no mana. So when Rue ends up rotating here, and they go for this pressure, he's going to get a full healing salve under the threat of enemy heroes, which is crazy. And this TP by 9 Class, which was fantastic, but unfortunately for him, he barely killed the Axe, and he ends up giving Laurel a double kill as a result. So Laurel gets to run with this game a little bit, no pun intended, as he TPs at the top lane, sprinting all the way towards no one. Now he lowers the armor here of no one, and what happens next is Nami is going to shoot his Acorn that's going to bounce a bunch of times, doing a ton of physical damage to no one. So despite after getting killed in the lane for no one, his next immediate rotation was shut down by Laurel as well due to this great rotation. Now he gets Blink Dagger, he goes to gank the safe lane, very easy ultimate. Blink Crush is tons of physical damage against these supports. They've really got to worry about this. And the next couple of minutes was them basically just controlling the map, not letting their opponents get much done. So what the Earth Spirit does is he uses his spells to clear the creep wave, but immediately afterwards, there's Slardar on top of him, stunning him, and having huge movement speed, which means very, very easy for him to block the roll here. Laurel just absolutely demolished the mid game. He gave a lot of control for his team, and that allowed the Shadow Fiend, who had tons of net worth, to just stay on top for such a long time in this game. So excellent early game for Team Spirit, but in the end, they didn't win by enough.
Thank you, Purge, breaking it all down. And I love this so much because it really, again, emphasizes just what Vision were able to do for themselves. Not only get a foot back into this game, but to close it out, to become victorious after you see what this slaughter is, what this nuisance of a hero can really push you to, and the limits that you're tested between. And it also gives that little bit of advantage when it comes to a draft, because often teams have been worried about a slaughter. They've had to focus on banning it, and despite slaughter getting off to a fantastic start that Purge showed us there, they were still able to beat it. And now you feel a little less worried about having to ban it, a little bit more confident, and if you guys want to run it, by all means.
Yeah, I think that's such a massive part of how these series go, is not just the actual strength of the heroes, but how they feel. Are you scared of Slaughter? When they pick it, how does that make you feel? These are genuinely really important aspects of the game, because now, like you said, when they pick Slaughter, maybe you feel like we have answers for it, or we know the scaling's not very good, or this or that, the other. There are so many factors that play into these drafts, and each time you get a win like this, it instills a lot of confidence in you.
I think also in regards to the draft, this Underlord has to have shifted up in priority. And this is a hero Team Spirit were also running, but the way that Notice made it look as a means to hold out the game, to later deny team fights just by just throwing those pits out over and over again, this is the hero to look at, in my opinion, for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He was absolutely a rock for them. I think what's really fascinating, though, is like when we were looking at this draft, it's really hard to see a good carry pick. Like we can't identify what is the hero to slot in here. Traditionally, Naix is not a very good hero against Slaughter and SF, but due to the items that he buys, he goes for Manta, he goes for AC, he goes for Radiance, he buys Armlet. All these items are giving him armor, it's giving him evasion. He's just tanking up and he's buying all the right items. And I feel like recognizing that in the draft and going for a hero that's traditionally not good matchup, but because he buys the right items, he becomes that is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it's a testament to how in Dota sometimes you're almost picking items than you are picking a hero. Like you look at a draft and you know you need certain items. A classic example is like you see their heroes and you know you need a pipe, and so you pick pipe. You pick any hero that can buy it naturally in his item build, and I think I totally agree. I think that's sort of what they did this game, and it's ingenious and creative, and I don't know. It speaks to how high level these two teams are, that they had the awareness of that. They're not just looking at the matchups on terms of a hero-to-hero basis, but understanding that items can fix those problems. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a statement to say we're going to choose a weaker lane and win later on in the game, because Lifestealer absolutely had the scaling that game. But that early game was really rough. And while Team Spirit did end up losing it, I think they have to account for the way that the supports rotated and connected to Laurel, the way that the pressure was ongoing on no one. This is 2 games in a row. He's had 4 people in his lane, like minute 8.
Yeah, I think for both sides, this game has like a lot of conversation afterwards. I don't think you walk away as Vision thinking like, oh, this is great. Let's just keep doing this. I love being ran out for 20 minutes and just getting absolutely slammed. And we'll hopefully Satanic will carry us eventually. So from their side, there's that conversation to be had. How do we like secure up our early game? I think for Spirit, because they're able to play so many different styles of Dota, it also is a question of, do we want to continue with this like absolute ramp up? Do we want to keep trying to like overload them with so many plays happening at once that they cannot play, or do we try to fall back on a bit more scaling ourselves?
Yeah.
Sorry, Quinn?
No, I think I tend to believe it should be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think for Spirit, you don't want to go full into pressure mode, because I think that's what this game is. They're full into pressure. They're all committed on, you play early game tempo, and the late game is very bad for them once the items come out. I think something in between, still good lanes, but better scaling so that you have at least a chance if there are some trades and things aren't totally clean, because immaculate gameplay in a TI Finals is just somewhat unreasonable.
Absolutely. I do think the pressure thing is very important, though, because the only times that Team Vision have dropped games this entire TI is to heavy pressure and heavy tempo lineups. So I think that identification is correct. And you can just iron out, like you said, pick some more scaling, maybe take away something like an Underlord that can allow them to hold the game out for longer with tower defenses and with team fights.
The vibes were looking phenomenal for Vision there, by the way. We saw a brief glimpse of them before they were about to walk back out on stage, and a lot of smiles, a lot of jovial energy, and I feel like after what we got to witness in game number 2, it's very similar for us and everyone else at home. And to put it into a time frame that people can understand is that this is the second longest grand finals game we've had at a TI. It's also the second highest in kills. The only one that's beat it was a game 4 between LGD and OG. Like, that is the privilege in which we're getting to witness between the high caliber teams and how closely matched both Vision and Spirit are today.
That's so cool. We were screaming in the green room when the team fights were happening.
Yeah, that game 4 is also probably the single most iconic TI game, and so for this to be just below it, I think is a testament to the caliber, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see the continued adaptation. You also mentioned how they looked backstage, and I think it's a really important aspect of these long series that you don't get too excited, you don't get too amped up or too sort of in your own boat that like, yeah, we did so good this game, we own them, this is easy, because it's not. You did win this game, but like Aiden said, you did not run them over. This is not some dynamic, complete beatdown. You came back and you played a good game, but you need to, reel it in and understand that we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, this is where the upper bracket advantage also might start kicking in. Now Spirit is on their 3rd game of the day, or 4th game of the day, sorry. Whereas for Vision, you're just on your 2nd. And eventually, the longer this final goes, the more that drain is going to come in. And it is a factor to keep in mind.
I do think that Spirit feel good after that game, though. Like, it feels bad to lose after a start like that, but at some point in this game, the Dota Plus probability came up, and Team Vision were only 5k ahead. There were no racks taken, and it was 95-5. I mean, if you can make a game competitive, when Dota Plus is saying in 95% of the time, those heroes on Radiant will outscale those heroes on Dire, and it was taken that far, I think they can take away exceptional play from it as well. It's not like they're like, oh, we messed up, guys. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments, but that really wasn't the end-all and be-all.
I think we were also seeing the Spirit buyback usage, right? That was another thing that we've always praised this team for. The late games that they're able to play, the buyback usage, and we saw it. They know the moments in which you have to buy back to be able to keep this game competitive, to push it further and to try and drag it out a little bit more. Give yourself any amount of breathing room and space that you possibly can get in this game.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool because Spirit in both these 2 games, they remind me a little bit of TI9 OG. They're bringing that pressure playstyle. They're bringing like the tempo, and something that they used to do very iconically was buyback really early on into the game. You buy back to secure that you don't lose your pressure. You don't let up that early fight and then try to save your buyback to be clutch later. You rather use it quite aggressively to make sure that the pressure stays on your side. You can keep the tempo rolling, and you don't ever let up and let the game flip back in your opponent's direction.
Yeah, I think winning lanes in a TI setting is also, like, it can be a very, like, sort of damning feeling for the other team that, oh, we're falling behind, and it can weigh on you and be kind of spooky in a sense. It maybe takes you out a little bit more than it would in a normal series where, I don't know, the feelings are loose and you die a couple of times, but it's fine. But if you lose lanes in a TI Grand Final, suddenly it feels like things are crumbling and it's harder to push back, I think. I think teams are way more susceptible to crumbling, which is why we see a lot of 3-0s in TI Finals. You lose a couple of lanes, you lose one game, suddenly you're just mush and the other team walks over you.
I mean, I can speak to that. I feel like the feeling when you're falling behind, the timer just starts ticking slower and slower and slower, and you have so much more time to just get into your own head and think about, like, oh, I should have done that differently in the lane. And obviously, you should not be thinking about these things at all because you can't go back in time and change it. The only thing you can do is, like, try to think forward. But it's so easy that that happens when you're falling behind.
Obviously, it's up to each individual to have that in mind and to push themselves to not fall into that. But does it help if you have a strong presence, if you have a strong person that's willing to almost be that hope in the team that goes, it's okay, we're getting trades. It's okay, they're not invading this part of the map. Do you almost need someone to be that silver lining at more pivotal times?
It can definitely be useful. I think some players, you know, they just don't get into their own heads. You've gotten this far so many times that you've learned the skill, you've developed it. Other times it's really helpful to hear it from someone else. I would imagine in the Spirit booth, like having Collapse or Yatoro be like, I'm going to carry this game. I remember actually quite iconically at TI9, the practice rooms were all on the same floor. And as you finish your game, there's other games going on inside of the practice rooms. Walking by the old Team Liquid room, and I'm just hearing Miracle yell at the top of his lungs, like, don't worry about this. I'll carry this game, guys. Just buy me 5 more minutes. I'll carry this game. And having something like that, it inspires confidence.
That is so cool because I can't imagine a better player for Team Vision than no one to take that role upon himself too.
I hope they're in there in their booths, building up that energy because they have a whole nother game to get into.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 3.
Game number 3 for our grand final, where we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten off to a strong start for themselves. And so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF, actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van. And that's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time, priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they'd lose, and they're like, okay, that's fine, we can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yep, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. So, or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF. That isn't a TB, but it can be picked early on.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet. And whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero, and he's very good against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online. So not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can TP on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these two heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each other to death, SF will always win, right? So you're looking for Spirit. How do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through gold, by like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes do we pair it up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something is going to be needed.
The support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying, heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables Nature's Prophet. Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk, but he did fall off a little bit during this TI.
So I was also really confused that the arena screens were showing NTS, and I think it was maybe X numbers. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening, you've got to watch it. It's the biggest Dota event of the year. It's so incredibly special, and I think especially like those players have when you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning because you put yourself in their shoes. You know what it's like, and I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord. They take Mira's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many things. It provides late game damage, it provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. Really, it seems like as long as you pick it together with Rubik and you don't get Rubik yourself, you're almost always going to have a game. Regardless of how poor your lane is, it's going to have a way back into the game, and it always has high impact just through its spells.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game, and they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game 1, which is, you know, 9class doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success with it. We're going to take the Willow again.
And so long as Ember is still in the pool, this Ducalis Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got a last-second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Diotoro that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the pro scene, it was playing a lot of Enchantress. Yeah. This was his go-to guy.
Why is it that we don't see many Enchantresses these days?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, usually what ends up happening is that other heroes that jet out, but if you look at the bans here, most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves you take away the S tier, and now you enter the A tier, where Enchantress obviously sits somewhere in that range. It gets outscaled, outshined by the other heroes, but when you take them away, suddenly Ench is a very good hero. And you also talk about the Ember threat, and when there is this dynamics going on in the final, it kind of shifts your priorities, and it takes Ench from an A tier hero to an S tier hero, because it blocks off the other S tier hero and the Ember.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. They pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open, so Spirit can't pick it now. And then on 18, or as we refer to, which is this last pick of the second phase, you can secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk, to me, is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slardar Shadow Fiend. They're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's all this physical damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta, but you've got multiple other tools to turn it around. Because Vision's game plan is Slardar jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call turnaround, you've got Snowball turnaround. To me, this is a very calculated and like geared to what Vision has response, and that we want a way to turn this around. Our Nature's Prophet is the core of our draft, and like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man-fighting dynamic of these two heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
For sure. I also think the Tusk was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if the clock wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Yep, so think about, if we look at Vision's draft and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slardar adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchantress could take a Wolf Creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like, the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable. No matter how much armor you stack up, you're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yeah, I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been, because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So the Slardar jumps initially, now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around and make this Tusk and Axe's life hell, so it's not as easy for them to just blink in, compared to Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. And so Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that. I think this is a very calculated and thought out back and forth here, not just a we see what you have and insta-pick the #1 Dota buff counter pick.
In a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in Team Vision, like you mentioned, but also 2 jump heroes in Axe and Tusk. The issue with getting the 2 jump heroes on Spirit right now to that moment is that their lanes do seem a little bit harder. Like, you've got this Axe who's going to be going up against the SF, the Tusk who is probably just going to be pulling waves because there's really not that much you can do after that, and the Blink Daggers are going to be delayed because of that. Whereas Pango, he doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He's just got the Rolling Thunder, and Slardar, he's got the Sprint as well. Like, they have more gap close naturally early on than Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They may consider swapping lane supports, putting Tusk in the safe lane to help with that a little bit, or altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes in a way to combine and get kills so that they're enabled to reach their mid-game and late-game timings.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. And then you can just send Tusk through the gate to dive the SF after Willow sets up with a Bramble or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit's side, what they got going for themselves here, right? It's a lot of early game pressure again. If you think about it, Axe has a slow, Willow has a root. There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet to TP in, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So for Spirit, it's all about pressure. It's all about tempo. It's all about how do we connect our heroes, how do we outnumber them. And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying, we like our draft, our heroes are good, we just need to come online, right? So how do you prevent them from coming online? Well, you destroy the Pango mid. You send them into the abyss, as Quinn would say, and they've banned the 2 heroes that can do that. They've banned the Snapfire, they've banned the Monkey King, and they're trying to secure themselves a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF, they have this minus armor. That some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite type of... That's a Marcy.
Very upset of you, Quinn. I'm very proud to have you in this battle.
I mean, this is actually one of 9class's favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently, as you know, Mira said he's been puppified, but I think it is a pretty cool pairing with Slardar because you can just jump on top of the Nature's Prophet and you just slam him together. You crush him and Marcy punches him in the head and you take it to this guy.
I mean, you're seeing it. The only person who does like it is on the side of Vision, and it's 0 pick, 0 ban. So again, this is one of those things that falls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out for the side of Spirit. I love this. This is the creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
This changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way. Because before, whether you were laning against the Slardar or the Pango Flex, your Nature's Prophet was going to have a good time. You know, he was just going to be right-clicking them, free farming. You bring in Marcy, and all of a sudden, Slardar becomes a killer threat. He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected on.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for I think now the Tusk has to be in that safe lane, right? The idea then is that you're going to have to use that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to, like, battle out the lane. But it absolutely is.
Okay, they changed it up.
Oh my, wow, TB didn't get banned.
Yeah, so they just fully did not expect Laurel to be playing the Nature's Prophet, and now they've got an incredible TB game. You talk about minus armor, well, TB is the king of armor. He has like 10 armor level 1, and it only goes up from there with the items he buys. So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing down one hero with right clicks, has been nerfed pretty hard.
I just assumed TB was banned. Like, I just didn't even think about the existence of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick, because if you take a look at Team Vision's draft, they have essentially no magic damage.
Yeah.
And the way you usually beat TB is by heavy magic damage. So this is a very good Terrorblade game. Laurel and Nature's Prophet, however, for me is a little bit of an unknown. I haven't really seen them play that much. I wouldn't say it's like he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy. But the things that we talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things, and maybe even faster with Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, because he gets at level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit more, he's not as concerned about his own game, so see really cool things happening for both sides.
I think Laurel's the type of player that will do what you need him to do, and Team Vision have learned that today with the Slark pick after the Ember that they didn't really think that he would do with this Nature's Prophet flex. They were caught off guard with this Terrorblade. This is really cool to me, and I think Team Spirit have absolutely secured the scaling in this game.
Yeah, the shoe's on the other foot. Last game, Vision could just chill and farm, and I think this game, Spirit have secured that with also the potential to play the lanes well. And so I think it's been a great punchback from Aposhka in this game. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, I probably would have said before this last pick TB, I really like the Vision draft, and I would have put it maybe like 65 to 35, but after that, I think it's a lot closer to 50-50.
I love hearing a good 50-50 split on a draft. More importantly, I love hearing from our coaches. That Terrorblade had us in a little bit of a head scratch as to how it got let through, but I wonder exactly how Poppy felt when he saw it come out.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with the king himself, Mr. Puppy. Such a pleasure to see you here on the main stage again. Let's talk a little bit about this. You have let 9 Class out of his cage. He is playing the meme heroes again. Where did this Marcy come from? How do you have the balls to pick a hero like this on the main stage of TI?
9 Class has a lot of balls. That's all I can say.
Fantastic. Was this his idea or yours?
It was his idea.
Oh,
I completely approve of it.
Okay. I was about to say maybe you were distancing yourself from that, but no, you fully support. Whose idea was it to let the Terrorblade through?
They already had Furion, and we basically guessed if they're going to swap this Furion somewhere, they're going to just lose their team fights everywhere. So we're not afraid.
Okay, not afraid. It was actually pretty interesting to see a team be able to strike some blood against you guys, right? Were you surprised with how those games went so far?
Not necessarily. I think they won the drafts 2 games in a row. This time, I think we have the edge.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Now, last question here, Well, are they ever going to get another one, my friend? Or is this the end of their ride? Is it going to be the full reverso sweep?
I hope so.
All right. Thank you so much, Puppy. An absolute pleasure to see you again on the stage. We'll throw it to our casters to get ready for this game.
Game 3 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand finals of the International 2026. Team Vision against Team Spirit. The picks fogged. We continue to get some exciting stuff. Marcy being thrown into the mix. Another new hero for this international. And I tell you what, one that I kind of like. I think this hero's got a lot of potential. And of course, especially when it's in the hands of 9 Class.
And when you've got something like a super hard carry to play around, right? Sure, you don't use that sidekick. You don't notice the bodyguard as much as it once was. But it still can be a very strong tool for something like a Shadow Fiend. These turret heroes, even though we don't see Marcy, definitely can see some type of potential from it.
And what do you make of the switch up? Obviously, as Puppy talked about, they weren't too fussed about banning the Terrorblade because they considered, well, if they do go for this Spirit,
we have overwhelming team fight.
It's going to be this Nature's Prophet mid, and that might leave some openings that Vision can punish. Do you think they can, or do you think the fact that there is a Terrorblade, and it is a very good Terrorblade game, might bite them back?
It could. It definitely could, but Vision also very strong at being able to play versus these type of drafts and just knowing when to just always take the team fight advantage. I've seen them so many times this tournament having team fight advantage, so let's see if that position for them is going to be working for them. While for Spirit, much more scaling draft, right? Looking for the MP to get that scaling. I'm curious to see how active Laurel's going to be, if he's going to TP to safe lane, because I could see him make those moves, right? You want to punish Satanic, you don't want this Nature's Prophet to have a free time, and the lane overall for Laurel, it should be good. So I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this Nature's Prophet. TPing in, shut down Satanic, even potentially going for the TP plays on the safe lane if they do overextend onto Yatoro. Because that's what it would have to be. If they do try to go for these kills onto Yatoro, it's going to have to be out of these overextensions. And we're seeing the lane switch-ups, right? Instead of having the Marcy with the Slardar, since it's a Terrorblade down there now, they put the Marcy up top with the Shadow Fiend. It's a strong pairing as well to be able to protect.
Yeah, and they've done this a couple of times, right, Vision, on their run here at the International between the supports. They have that flexibility, and I think last time they made that switch up, it went pretty well for them.
It did, and it's a lot because they end up leaving Notice alone. Ducalis gets that level 3, and he starts sandwiching on the mid-wave. And Laurel, right, Nature's Prophet playing versus Pango, you definitely can be dove.
Not me. Raze comes in.
He's healing. He's healing.
He should be all right. I mean, can 9 class get in range for another dispose?
He can. The tree plant.
He can't quite grab him.
Can't see him. Nice play there from Not Me. Now able to beat back onto him, even though there's that movement speed advantage from the Marcy. Not Me with the little branch play. Actually is able to distance himself a knife there. Nice.
I'm looking forward to see, of course, what Satanic is ready to do on the SF. Last 2 games, he's been watching Yatoro play the hero. Sure, Yatoro didn't win last game, but still individually, he had a pretty good game on the SF. Satanic, he's ready to try and see if he can replicate that on his own Shadow Fiend performance.
Spirit having some pretty explosive starts to the games in particular. That last game did have that lead. Did end up dying a couple times. You know, that bottom play from Yatoro hurt quite a lot when he died with the Aegis the first time, and then the second one around the Roche. Again, at the lanes, though, Spirit looking to dominate them.
On him. Trying to make a move onto Notice, but difficult to do so. At least until they sort of see a chance where Yatoro is going to be happy to pop the meta and try and force the kill.
Yatoro just buys the boots very early. He knows he's not really at threat down here. So it is going to be a free farm again for Yatoro, but this time it does feel like Satanic's in a better position to get the free farm as well. So we're going to free farm carries versus each other, depending on what Laurel wants to do. I'm still just going to look at the Nature's Prophet. Are they actually going to use the TP to pressure, or are they just going to wait for the level 6 with the Wrath of Nature to go for these kills early on? See what the choice is going to be from Laurel. Good denies he's been able to get so far here. 7 in comparison to the 1 just of the Pango. Yeah, the Terrorblade pick, right? This insane amount of armor he's going to have in the game, absolutely going to be an element, because as the panel touched on, looking at the magical damage, it's Shadow Fiend Raises and Requiem. That is literally it, pretty much. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually bring him down versus all that plus armor he has. Noticed, snowball connection.
And he's going to put the meta.
He gets away.
To try and bully him, but indeed the sprint's up. Won't have any further control.
Wait, did that just happen? Laurel denied a water rune with his trees and no one bottled it. The thing happened.
Oh,
it did happen.
It does happen on the same tick sometimes.
9 class doesn't have range for the rebound.
They've got the call. That'll do it. First blood coming in for Not Me.
It's actually a big deal that no one was able to get the refill, even though it was killed. You can literally see it if you pop up with the chat wheel there, or the chat thing there. Denied water rune, but bottled at the same time. So
a frame perfect bottling.
Perfect.
Frame perfect.
And it matters, because he gets the fill up, he's going to be able to continue being healthy in the matchup versus the Nature's Prophet and keep securing these last hits. So top lane for Spirit, can definitely see them have easier ways to get aggressive versus Vision, while bottom, it's going to be Ducalis making movements around with that level 3 that we've seen. So already seeing him shift toward the mid lane. Rue is anticipating it, reading the movements, looking for the ward. Won't quite find it, though. Sneaky placement coming in from Ducalis. So now you just, I guess as Rue, you just follow the Enchantress, right? Leave the Terrorblade in this 1v1 matchup.
Try and get a bit of a setup there, but not quite ever get the Dispose to follow up on the rebound. Collapse quick with a call to interrupt the combo 9 class was trying to use to set up for the raises.
9 class does have the level 2 rebound now. Actually usable. The first level of rebound is very hard to use.
Carlos
will find him.
Go in the river.
This is not where you expect Yatoro to be. That is a heads-up move. Rue just stalking Ducalis as anticipated. He knows what they've seen this play before from them, so they're reading it pretty beautifully. CS though, the fact that they are leaving the bottom lane, Noticed is now just starting to get that free farm, even though he is versus that Terrorblade. 3 lanes for Vision. Getting that CS.
All in all, very close start.
Very close.
Not too much of a difference there. And
no one?
Nobody getting pressured out of the lane.
through. We'll get the amp damage.
Nine Class gonna get the grab on a collapse, sets up for the raises, tries to dive the tower to get the kill, but Nine Class isn't gonna be able to finish the job, ends up dying, and now with the rotation, they'll have to roll forward over towards Satanic. Shards off the mark though. Satanic will live.
The Willow already has Ash Legion shield. That actually saves Collapse. I was clicking around, I'm like, who the hell has this neutral item already? It's the Willow. The barrier actually saves Collapse there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's pretty crazy. You can't